So, did he
go? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you know, I think I do know him.
It's short.
Well, so is...
Tim Keating calls everybody darling. I can't believe I forgot to tell my mom.
I can't picture him. What was I gonna say? So you guys did buy a bunch of stuff?
She didn't buy that much stuff. She bought a cute jacket and some tops and stuff, and bought a bunch of stuff. And
your mom didn't go?
No.
How come?
Because I didn't invite her.
Oh.
Going with my friends.
Mm-hmm. She likes to shop.
But she's busy working. We're moving next week.
What?
To a different apartment.
Into your grandma's?
Yeah.
Outstanding. Wait a minute, who's going to move all that stuff?
I don't know. No idea.
Monica, does that mean you have to pack up that room?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I know.
Will the movers do it?
I think so. Well, a lot of it, it's just, you know, I don't know what. I guess I have to hang all my clothes up. I was gone so much longer than I was supposed to be today.
Why?
Well, I really just wanted to go for like a few hours and just, you know, a few hours turned into 7.
Well, it's very hard to go that far to that place, which is so enormous.
Yeah.
And not take advantage of it.
Go all over. I was kind of ready to leave at 4. And we didn't leave till 6:30. So.
Did you get to eat?
We ate before we went.
I went to the athletic club for an hour.
Good.
I know. I picked the times when most people who have real lives aren't at the athletic club, so it's delightful because the Nautilus area is just about vacant. So, yeah. And of course, I'm watching CNN and watching the news, and it was, you know, just very relaxing, even though you're dripping when you leave, but it's a very good feeling.
Boy, I was thinking that I kind of also wanted to send the creep something, because I mean, maybe I'm being wrong, I'm being stupid, like, I thought maybe he'd be shy about his knee, and he didn't give it, you know.
How do you know he didn't give it?
Because he saw me.
Oh, yeah, that's right, but you didn't see his knee.
What?
You didn't see his bad knee, did you?
No, but he was hobbling around on crutches.
Yeah.
You know. But so I want to kind of send him something this week because I don't want him to, I don't know, with the hearing aid.
I thought I heard it was 2 hearing aids.
Yes. But I mean, it's not for all the time.
Oh, just when he wants to hear?
No, it's just for crowds and stuff. He has trouble hearing high frequency. So like when there are a lot of people around.
It's very unusual because high frequency loss of hearing you generally hear about in soldiers, for instance, who are around ordnance or weapons.
Right, well he's around bands and rallies and all that stuff and rock and roll music for all the time that he is.
Well, all of us. Oh my goodness. Well, he probably appreciates that though.
I don't know, so I just sort of thought, well...
The hearing aids can't help the
feeling of the age difference. I know.
I mean, that's got to be...
I should tell him I have hearing aids, too.
No, he'd want to see it. Oh, my goodness. So what are you doing tonight?
Nothing.
You're just going to stay home?
Tired. I'm in a mood.
Well, you're always in a mood. Where's your mom?
Approximately 20 seconds of the conversation were edited out at this time by the House Judiciary Committee.
Do those windows open out? They do, onto the deck, right? Or the patio?
Yeah, but there are no screens, so then bugs come in.
Yeah.
About bugs.
Yeah, I do. So is still have her boyfriend or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been to Potomac Mills in a while. Do you think it's a worthwhile trip?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I definitely think so.
Yeah, it sounds like.
And you know what you should do, Linda, is save your money and plunk down money on you know, Tahari has size 16.
Yeah.
And get yourself a nice looking Tahari suit.
I don't like those.
You don't?
No, they look so old lady-ish.
I don't think so. I wear a lot of Tahari.
You do?
Yeah.
Like what?
Did you see me the other day? I was wearing a black jacket.
Monica, when don't you wear a black jacket? That's a really dumb statement.
Well, I have a black jacket that has 2 rows of buttons that go all the way down. I wore it last week.
Yes, I do remember that.
That's Tahari. I have a lot of things Tahari. I have a navy jacket that's Tahari. I have a lavender suit that's Tahari.
What's the fabric usually? Isn't it usually silk?
No. They have wool. They have some silk. They have a lot of wools, and they have some nice stuff.
Do they sell that down at Potomac Mills?
Yeah.
Huh.
It's not that cheap, though.
No, I know. Did you go into Saks?
No.
No.
We went into, where did we go? Ann Taylor, Tahari, Laura Ashley, Manuel, The Gap.
They have Donna Karen?
Yes, Donna Karen, we went.
How was that?
They didn't have very good stuff.
Mm-mm.
No.
The one I went into in Florida didn't either. I was kind of disappointed. And the prices were hysterical.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, knowing that they're pricey anyway.
Yeah, they were still pricey.
They were still extremely pricey for outlet prices, so. I don't know. Well, was your mood a little better about everything?
Yeah, I think I realized, and I said this to you yesterday too, I think, and I just realized it yesterday that Betty contributes a lot to, like, my upsetness.
Why?
Because it really upsets me when I feel like I have to be, you know, when I feel like I'm not treated, I'm not even considered on par as a human being, or somebody that she feels she needs to return the phone call.
But now, she didn't owe you a phone call, did she?
Yes, she did. Like, I called her yesterday, and then when I called her, she had to, like, somebody else called, and she had to take the call, you know? And it's like, so she said, I'll call you back, and she didn't.
What time was that?
It was like 10 o'clock in the morning, so I had to call her and keep calling her and keep calling her and keep calling her and keep calling her.
And what was that for?
That was to find out if they were going to Camp David or not.
Oh.
So.
And did she ever talk to you about it?
Yeah, I eventually talked to her, but, you know, it was because I called her.
How much time had passed?
2 hours.
Now, she wasn't getting ready to leave or anything, right?
No. So it was just annoying.
It makes me wonder if maybe she would have, like, later in the day.
Well,
you know, because you're at work, she's at work.
I don't know. I just feel like she never does that, you know.
She has called you back before, though.
Yeah, only, like, when I get really upset. But normally, you know, you know, and she said she would check with Podesta, and she'd call me, you know.
What day was that?
That was yesterday. She'd let me know, you know, she'd let me know what was going on.
It makes me wonder if she did and just hasn't told you yet, or if she forgot. Or if she got tied up, you know? Was she in today, do you think?
In the morning, yeah.
You know this?
Well, probably he had a radio address.
Oh, that's right. Mm-hmm. Because what I'm thinking is she could have called this morning. If she knew something, I guess she would have called. I mean, I have to say, by the time I left, if Betty had a request like that of a senior staff person, by then, it would have been not necessarily right away. I mean, these things do take some time. I mean, they don't pull them out of thin air generally. But I would assume he's going to respond to it. Of course, that's a big assumption that she even said it to him. Well, the bottom line is Betty is your ally.
Yeah.
So you want to keep it that way.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'd make a big deal about getting over there anytime soon, even though I know it's a long time.
No, I know. I don't even care anymore. I just hate my job so much.
Yeah, I wish there was an instant solution to that, because that, I think, is just, it adds a great deal more stress to this whole situation, because you wouldn't be there if it weren't for what had happened, and you've done your time, so to speak. Do you think if she weren't there anymore?
Well, she's leaving.
She is?
Yeah.
When?
Well, she's getting married to this guy who's becoming an ambassador.
To where?
I don't know, somewhere far away.
Okay. So there goes my question. If she's not there, doesn't that take away the last of anybody who called you the stalker? I mean, erroneous as it was.
Seniors, I don't know. I think so, but I'm not sure. If I know.
Who else would have, that's
I
not...
have no idea, I have no idea.
Is there anyone else left in Ledge Affairs?
Yeah, there's still a lot of people who were there when I was there.
That you knew? That knew you? Mm-hmm. Don't know. I just think that if the key honcho people are gone, that maybe that might help. Because, one thing that I remember you saying that bothers me to this day is that it's really true that until something is resolved, you really can never use that as a a reference, and that should be a reference you should be able to wield with some weight. I mean, you were writing stuff for his signature. Why can't you get credit for that?
And sometimes it all just seems so stupid. Like, what am I even doing, Like, what am I doing this for? I'm like having an affair, but I'm not really having an affair because I'm just friends with this person.
Now, since he changed the rules whenever that was.
So what am I doing? Like, what is all this for?
Well, I've always told you that I think you would be happy being his daughter as well as his lover, so... If you get something out of that, I mean, I don't know. How much did you get out of the phone call? But it can't be a once-a-month phone call.
As I said yesterday, it'll be a big test what happens this week.
Well, I'm less inclined to time things the way you do.
Well, I think what I'm saying is it'll show me, is he going to call more frequently? Is he going to call more frequently, or is he not? He's gone for 10 days, and it will have been, by the time he leaves, it will have been, already
Did he establish, did you, say like once a week?
I said, but what I said, his response was, I'll call more. No. What I didn't ask him what was stupid, and what I'll ask him next time is, what does he want?
Well, what was the day that he said you had to be friends?
May 24th.
Okay. So, from May 24th till now, you can pretty much tell what he wants. What he wants isn't necessarily the issue, it's what he feels he can do. So, I mean, I don't think, you asked the question, do you want me out of your life, didn't you?
No.
And what did he say?
No.
Well, then. I think part of me assumes that if he were smart and wanted you out of his life, he would say, of course I don't want you out of my life, but there is a situation going on, and it doesn't look like it's going to get any better anytime soon, and I absolutely just can't see you or talk to you. If you care about me, please respect that. But instead, what does he do? They're gifts.
Let's not talk about it.
No?
It's stupid. It is. It's so stupid.
It's not stupid when you're losing your mind. What do you eat today?
I don't even want to talk about it.
Oh, Monica, you're too funny.
I'm not.
Go on your stupid treadmill then, and then go to bed.
Yeah.
Don't feel like it?
I'm tired.
Well, so go to bed, and then tomorrow get on your treadmill.
I will. I'm going to go on an all-protein diet. I always lose when I do that. Oh, it's so hard, though.
What can you eat? Just
all protein. That's all you can eat.
Which is meat.
Well,
legumes and...
Yeah, I mean, basically
beans.
It's like eggs for breakfast, chicken for lunch, chicken for dinner, or beef or something like that, turkey for dinner. Although I guess we can't eat beef right now.
You can eat beef, just not ground beef.
Well, I don't want to eat beef because of the E. coli.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well-cooked, regular beef is okay.
What is it about ground beef, then?
I don't know. Maybe it's in the processing. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I don't like to think about it.
I know.
All right, I think I'm going to go get in the shower.
Are you going to go to that thingy tomorrow?
No.
Why not?
Well, I was going to, but then I realized I'm going to come and do some like yard work, and I need to spend some time out there because I'm going to be away a lot.
Yeah.
So, next weekend I'm going down to Middleburg, and then I go to L.A., and then, I'm going up to New York the last week in October. It's just all my weekends are going to be occupied, and I won't have time to do the things I need to do outside.
So what time is your appointment on Monday?
3:30.
And when's your little event? Do you have an event to go to?
Wednesday night.
So your hair's Sunday night.
Oh, I'm hoping, but if not, there's a girl who said that she's able to blow my hair out. I just need it cut. It's just in my face, driving me crazy. And I'll get the highlight done, closer to the end of the month when I have more time. Maybe I'll have more time. Seems like my time is always so limited. So.
I hate work. I never want to go.
Well, you just have a situation that you need to get out of. You're not helpless. You can get out of this situation, I promise you.
The thing I'm afraid of is that if I leave this job and go to another job, it's going to give them a reason to not bring me over.
Why would that be a reason?
Because it'll be like, oh, well, you just started a new job, give it time, maybe you'll like it.
Oh.
Come on, and have it.
Well, I'm hoping that you're going to have an answer here real soon. I mean, how long's it been? 3 weeks since you talked to Podesta or something?
I think 2.
Well, whatever it's been a while, so that there should be at least an update. Does anyone know of anything?
No.
I'd like to see you get out of where you are now. Not necessarily for any other reason, except that it's just not going to get any better.
I just heard that with you.
That's depressing.
We weren't even friends.
Yes, we were.
We weren't friends yet.
Yes, we were.
We were not.
I was upstairs.
Yeah, but we weren't friends.
Well,
I didn't consider us friends then.
we talked.
Yeah.
I knew, when was his birthday? I knew all about your going to New York.
Yeah, but I mean, that was like, I didn't consider us friends until I think I told you.
When was that?
That was in November.
You told me in November?
Yeah, November. It was after the election.
Seems like it's so much longer ago. I mean, really, it feels like 10 years at this point.
Is it your birthday in November?
I don't discuss my birthday.
What day is it?
I don't discuss my birthday.
Well, I'm going to find out. I wish you'd make it just easier for me and tell me. And I'll find out. Not hard.
I don't do birthdays. My birthday is November 24th. If you do anything for my birthday, I will be very upset.
Why?
Because I don't do birthdays. I really don't. I don't. You're a birthday person. I'm not. I never have been. I mean it.
Okay.
You can get me a cup of coffee that day.
Oh, woo!
Hey, that's a huge treat. I love those there.
Oh, my God. I did not know this, but my boyfriend is such a hottie.
Oh, is he cute?
If he's the guy who I think he is. I don't know his last name, but I ran into today, and her boyfriend is like this really good friend of that she's known for a long time, like a childhood friend, and I think it's this guy that I've met before, and he's so cute.
He, where does he work? He was on the campaign, I think.
Yeah, did he work on the first campaign?
I think so.
Oh, my God, this guy is gorgeous.
There's a picture of him hanging over her desk.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have
go
to
look
at it.
Light hair. He almost could be her brother.
Yeah. Oh, my God, she's a lucky girl. He's a hottie.
Very cute. Matter of fact, she has a huge circle of friends.
Yeah.
I don't understand why we can't get you to... I know we can. She likes you.
Yeah. We talked about going for a drink or stuff. I thought she was kind of a lamer, but I didn't know she was such a nice person.
Why would you think she's a lamer?
I don't know.
I think she's adorable.
Yeah.
I mean, she looks very corn-fed,
Yeah.
Sort of Iowa-ish. But she's a very pretty girl. As a matter of fact, she had a huge party at her place a couple weeks ago that you would have probably met a lot of interesting people at.
I've been to those kinds of parties before. I never meet anybody. It's so weird. I don't do well at parties. I'm not like a party person.
Yeah.
I don't like to drink that much. You know? Like, I never know what to say to these people.
You do so much better with older people.
I know, it's lame.
I think it's because you've always been old. All right, so I'm telling you this right now. I think this whole situation, Betty, the others, I'm just going to say this once. I really believe that you have to give yourself a mini goal in terms of time and say to yourself, okay, by this date, if whatever the criteria is that you set out hasn't happened, I'm out of here. I mean, you can make it a generous amount of time as long as
I kind of see like the first of the year.
Okay, good. That's what I was thinking.
You know, I mean, I kind of feel like, okay, by the first of the year, you know, I mean, that's 2.5 months.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's what I was thinking. No later. Okay?
I mean, that'll have been 3 months. I think 3 months is an adequate amount of time for them to find a job for me. I mean, they had to. They could have found a job in 2 days.
Well, of course, except that I don't think they want to draw attention to it that way, so. And I think they're doing this as carefully as they can do it, but you have been given no indication that they're going to drop this ball.
No.
So.
Well, we'll see what happens this week. It'll be very interesting. I mean, because he should be conscious, okay, I'm going away, you know.
You give him so much more credit. He's still a guy.
I know.
He's a guy with a lot on his plate.
Maybe he'll try and remember.
When are you sending those sunglasses over?
I was sometime this week.
Well, that might trigger, you know?
That's what I was thinking, too. And the Baba will be gone.
When?
Gone Wednesday and Thursday.
Overnight? Who?
In fact, it's going to, what I think might happen, the Baba is going to Panama. So I think maybe she's going to stay in Panama and then meet the creep. I mean, I can't imagine her going to Panama and coming back here and then going with the creep again.
Yeah, that seems a little redundant.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then the sunglasses should arrive at least by Wednesday.
Well, he goes out of town on Wednesday.
Overnight?
No, he comes back really late at night.
Oh.
So.
She comes back on Thursday? Oh. Where's he going?
No. She's gone, I think, Thursday, too.
Oh. So he's just doing a day trip?
He's doing a day trip.
Okay.
And she should be gone, I think she should be gone Wednesday and Thursday, and probably will be gone. Oh, no, she's got to come back, because their anniversary is on Saturday.
And when does he leave?
Sunday.
Oh.
No, she doesn't.
Yeah, all right. Let me just say that your mom looks at like they are not contemporaries.
You've never seen her in person.
Well,
So there.
photographs are generally less
She
flattering.
didn't bring the bracelet home.
She didn't?
No.
Why?
Because, oh no, she didn't want to ride with it on the train.
Oh, would she leave it in the apartment? Oh, that's good. Would she tell you what it looks like?
No.
You're just not a jewelry person.
I'm a person.
Oh my God. Not really. I can't say that you're a person based on what you've told me.
Why? What do you mean?
Well, it doesn't just, frankly, I mean, it just doesn't sound like there's all that much to write home about kind of thing. So.
What do you mean?
With that one.
With the creep?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's more than adequate.
Well, it didn't sound.
It's not, oh my God, like it was, but it's sizable.
You said it was on the slender side.
I know. But then I changed my mind.
Well, what would change your mind?
I don't know. Because I forgot. I don't know. I was comparing it to and it's huge. It's humongous.
Still, you'd expect a better endowment on someone his size.
I hate him.
Unless that's a fallacy.
I hate him.
Well, if you really hated him, you'd pack your bags and scoot out. You can.
Now my mom won't let me.
Why?
Because she doesn't want me moving to New York till I can really walk away from this.
Well, obviously, that would be the goal. All right. You are a
How do
kook.
you deal with me?
God only knows.
Yeah.
You know what?
When you get to heaven, you can ask him.
Hey, there's an FDR and Eleanor movie on.
Oh, really?
Tonight or tomorrow night, I can't remember which. Some two-part thing.
Oh, that's probably the thing I saw.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
God. I have so much work to do, I can't believe this place.
Oh, my God.
I did a lot today, though. I got quite a bit done. And I'm having that ring done I told you.
Yes.
And she did the wax mold, so I went to see it.
Yeah.
It's going to be very nice.
I'm sure it is going to be.
It's going to be nice.
I'm sure it's going to be very nice. And I think we'll get you know what we'll do? We'll get you a t-shirt that says, "Look at my ring."
Shut up. No, it's very tasteful. It's nothing else. It's not
I'm going to get
ostentatious.
you a t-shirt that says, "Look at my sapphire ring."
Be quiet. All right, I'm going to bed.
Okay,
I'm going to go take a shower. And what are you doing tomorrow?
I don't know.
You should go out, take your mom out to that place.
What place?
Waterford.
Hi.
I did it right this time. I didn't get the other lady. I'm sorry I had to call you back. I really thought I was going to have an accident on the way home. I had to go to the bathroom so badly.
So listen
Why
to this.
are you freaking
I
out?
have to wait now until 10 o'clock. I am flipping through the channels, and I flip onto headline news, and it's the tail end of a story, and they're showing a video of the Oval Office with, like, the creep and these other people walking into it.
When was this?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know. So, and all I hear is something like the Nixon tape, and this is now showing stonewalling from the White House.
What?
So, I don't know what this means. I don't know if this is video.
Okay, so we have to wait till headline news comes on.
Exactly. Until 10 o'clock.
Well, there can't be video.
Well, there was a video. I mean, unless they were videoing these people walking into the meeting, I don't know. I didn't see enough of it.
Oh, well, in your case, if that's the case, which I'm now hoping it is, it's okay. Do you see what I'm saying?
Why is that okay?
Because you're not where the cameras are.
Yeah, but how do we know they're not back there?
Oh, there's no way. Look, he's got to be aware of this. This isn't something he's unaware of, so
I
therefore...
don't know. I mean, and I find, like, that's really up if he knew that.
Well, assuming there is one, which we don't know, he would have to know, but it could just be for documentary reasons in terms of, for political reasons. It would have nothing to do with
right, but
anything, and certainly not the inner sanctum. I mean...
I don't know.
No.
I mean, I'm just curious to see what the story is. I just sort of feel like, okay.
Leave it to you to find the tail end of it.
I know. So.
Well, what did it say about the Nixon tapes? Because that was all, of course, audio, but that was back then when that's all
right,
they had.
but that's the whole thing, is that's what made me think it was like this.
Stonewalling?
Mm-hmm.
But I've not heard, have you, of any request for tapes or anything like that?
No, but I don't know. I think it has to do with campaign something. So I don't know if it's people coming in for meetings.
Well, sure.
You know. So I don't know.
Okay, well...
We have to just wait half an hour.
Well, how would anybody on the other side have any information to lead them to believe that meetings were videoed, let's say?
They were showing a clip.
Where would they get it, though?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I've always maintained that the Clinton White House is the leakiest White House in my two that I've been associated with, and I was also told with holdovers from the Reagan administration, nothing like this.
Well, I think... Oh, holdovers from the... You mean people who were there in Carter?
No, well, in Reagan.
See, that's what I mean, that's some of what I maintain, is that you've got... Which is where, had they just taken this approach with the travel office, it all would have made sense. You know, you've had people who have been working for Republicans for 12 years.
Yeah, but they're not the leakers. These people, I know them. They serve the presidency. They are as loyal to one as to another. They're not political. They're not. I mean, it's like...
Then maybe that's a majority of them. You can't vouch for every single person.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, a lot of them, the ones... I don't know any... when I was there that had been there for less than 20 years. And so, yes, they had worked for Democrats as well.
Maybe they'll show. Let's see.
Here.
Proves that President Clinton did nothing wrong. The tape showed the president attending dinners and coffees with campaign contributors at the White House. Republicans say Mr. Clinton's actions violate campaign finance laws, but Attorney General Janet Reno doesn't think so. Reno notified Congress there's no evidence to suggest the White House gathering is working illegal.
The coffee, August 3.
Council to investigate them. But GOP leaders disagree. They insist the White House should have handed the tapes over sooner.
As to the tapes themselves, why weren't they turned over? What else does the White House have that which we haven't learned about? Now, there have been developments in the last several days, which, when added to what has happened before, I think calls for another Senate Judiciary Committee oversight hearing.
I think that, frankly, there may be a whole lot less here that meets the eye in terms of the significance of this story. I don't know that these tapes involve more than a minute or two of footage. And most importantly, and I think this really bears some emphasis, there's absolutely no reason whatsoever for anyone to believe that this changes the basic facts that have been out on the table and that the Attorney General has taken a hard look at, and that were the basis for her conclusion that there was no wrongdoing in connection with any of these coffers.
The videotapes have inflamed the already hot debate on campaign finance reform. The Senate is expected to vote this week on the McCain-Feingold reform bill. It would ban so-called soft money donations, which are supposed to go to parties, not specific candidates. Republicans have added an amendment that would prevent unions from using membership dues for political contributions without member approval. Democrats say the GOP added the provision solely to kill campaign reform.
Well, that's a different... I mean, this is fine. I think it's not a big deal. It's a different little segment than what they showed before.
It is different?
Yeah, because what they showed before was in the Oval Office. And this was video of stuff in the map room.
Does it say that this is routinely done? What does it say?
It didn't say anything. I'm sure there'll be a story in tomorrow's paper or something about it.
Well, I think if it were really something, it'd be covered pretty big right now.
Yeah. I think the thing is that you know how they are sometimes, that it's like not thinking long range, and that it, in terms of, you know, I mean...
Well, I would have to assume that that's not done routinely, right?
I would hope so. I hope so. Oh, man. Oh.
No more crises, please.
I know.
I wish I had heard the first part of the first one, though.
Yeah, I don't know what the first one was either. Well, I feel a little better that it sort of campaign finance related. It just, you know what
Well,
I mean?
that's not the issue, though. The issue is...
Right. Are those things going on? Right.
Mm-hmm.
See, I could just see them being dumb enough to sort of...
Was there ever anything said in the actual office before you went into the other area? In other words, that could be incriminating?
We had conversations. I mean, I sat out there for an hour and talked to him once.
Personal conversations?
Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine if he knew that.
No.
You know.
You wouldn't, no.
Yeah.
No, you'd have to be an idiot.
Right.
So I don't think that's a worry.
But I mean, why would they have taped these?
I don't know. This really bothers me because you'd think it'd be the last thing they'd tape.
Right.
Well, no, not the last. Next to the last. Well, no, I can't. That can't be true. You don't think that could be done without his knowledge?
And why would they have done that?
I can't think, to tell you the truth. I really... It doesn't come to me easily why that would be a good thing to do, ever.
Unless they're there for security reasons.
They're there for security reasons. They're probably there all the time.
Right.
But that's White House property. I mean, you can't say just because you want to see it. In other words, in order for anything to ever, I believe, in order for anything to ever be subpoenaed or taken, it would have to correspond with dates that campaign, that contributors, potential contributors, were on the calendar. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't know.
Lordy, Monica.
I don't know.
Now, this week we're going to be nice and calm because there's no fire, nothing's bad.
Well, if he doesn't call, that'll be... I think that'll be an interesting... It'll sort of say that what I said last week went in one ear and out the other.
Well, I think, your idea about sending the sunglasses might, trick the memory, so to speak. Because I don't think he has ever thought in terms of, oh, I'm leaving on such and such a day and I'll be gone. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't think men do that in general.
I don't know. I think he used to. Like the time when he called me. Like he called me at, like 6:30 in the morning. And I hadn't talked to him. That was July 19th. So I hadn't talked to him since July 5th.
That was this year?
No, last year.
Oh, okay.
So it had been like 2 weeks.
Yeah. Was he going somewhere?
And he was going away for a couple days. So it was sort of one of those, and he hadn't started calling me from the road yet.
Mm-hmm.
So it was that's sort of what it seemed like. Let me try and get in touch with you now.
Was he leaving that day?
He was leaving at 8 o'clock.
Oh. Now, when he called you from the road, was it always when she was not on the trip?
Correct.
Okay.
See, and I figured that morning she was getting her hair done because they were having it was the big Olympic send-off, and then they left to go to the games.
Oh. Okay, so in other words, but then I wonder when or why he stopped calling from the road when she wasn't on the trip.
I don't know. I don't know. I talked to him October 23rd. I mean, a lot of it after the
thing, yeah.
Might have been because maybe when it was all being, although it still is, although at that time it was so crazy and hectic, it wouldn't have ever come out or shown. I don't know.
Was it maybe was he only comfortable when it was in the continental United States trips?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
But that's all he did during...
Oh, that period. Time. Right, of course. What am I thinking? All right, and when he did it, he was obviously, she wasn't there.
Right.
And he was comfortable. Was it late at night?
Yeah.
So in other words, that's a nice thing to look forward to again. Matter of fact, didn't we, in my mind, that's probably the safest time to call. Because they set up those offices and then take them down. The signal?
Yeah. Well, signal's up all night long. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know. But I'm saying when
Right.
they leave,
Right.
when you do breakdown,
Right.
it's not like you can say, on such and such a date, you know, there's no formal accounting.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but everything stopped. Oh, well. I don't want to dwell on this. My hair is so gross. I should really wash it.
What is?
My hair.
Didn't you just get it done?
On Tuesday.
Oh, was it Tuesday?
Yeah.
Go with me to Boulogne.
What?
Go with me to Boulogne.
No. You go tomorrow, huh?
If I don't get this haircut, I'll scream. In fact, after when I go up and take my shower and wash my hair,
Yeah.
I think I'm just going to go to work with it totally curly and not mess with it because I'm just going to get it cut at 3:30. I was so fortunate that I was able to even get the appointment.
So are you driving to work tomorrow?
Uh-huh. Oh, by the way, I may need you to clear me in because Gracie has my parking pass.
Oh, my God.
Is that a problem?
No. No. But I need your license plate number. And you'll have to remind me in the morning. What time do you leave your house?
If I'm driving, I should leave no later than 6:30.
Oh. Okay.
Well, you'll be at work.
At 7:30.
Oh, is it 7:30? Oh, because they're on the trip?
Right. So
You're sleeping in. All right, well, then I'll just leave
Oh,
it.
yeah. Oh, good. That's a good thing. I almost set my alarm too early.
Don't want to do that.
No.
I'm supposed to meet a girlfriend tomorrow night for dinner. I don't know if I'm in the mood because I don't want to eat anything.
Well, you can eat something healthy from a restaurant. Oh, Linda, that's so silly. You never go out.
You're right, I don't. Well, I'll see. It depends what's going on with the dog and the girls next door and all that stuff, so. All right, so I should call you then from the car.
Oh, does your car phone work?
Yeah, I just don't usually use it because the window won't go up,
Yeah.
so I keep it.
So if you leave at 6:30, right, and I get to work at 7:30,
Yeah,
is that enough? Well,
sure.
You won't already be there, will you?
No. I'll pace myself so that I'm not.
Okay.
And besides, I'm not due in there till 8:30.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, it takes me longer than that because of traffic. What am I thinking? So,
Okay. Well, just, okay, let's do this. Oh, shoot.
what?
Well, what if I'm away from my desk?
Oh, do you do the morning meeting or?
Yeah. What's your do you know your license plate number?
Yeah. Let me say it real quick. I think I know it. No. That's not it. Shall I go outside and look at it?
Well, the thing is, I'm afraid I'm going to forget.
Yeah, okay. Don't worry about it, Monica. I will call you.
Okay.
What time do you go in the meeting?
7:30.
And when do you get out of the meeting?
It varies.
At the latest.
Right.
8?
At the latest.
Okay. So I will call you around 8-ish. Now, then we can go down and get coffee.
Okay.
Are you allowed?
Well, yeah, but I usually have to go earlier because of dumb Mark.
Why? What's he want?
Mark has to go do his shot, and then he goes to get his food.
Oh, he gets a shot by someone else now?
No, he does it himself.
Oh.
I don't quite understand, but he always waits till I get back.
That's what it is.
What is it? Hold on.
I think.
I have to write this down.
You're going to forget it anyway. I'm just going to call you.
Okay. Well, then I will not, okay, this is what I'm thinking. Is that something you could give to Mark that he wouldn't know? I'd know everything else, obviously. Do you know what I mean? Like if you called Mark and said, oh, here, this is the code for Monica, or write down this number for Monica.
I'll know exactly what that is.
Yeah. Not the M part, because I know it was M.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, like, how many numbers is it? Okay. Okay, and a phone number is 7, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you could just put a 0. Just say, oh, could you tell Monica the phone number? And then just put a 0 at the end.
Okay.
And I'll know it's an M.
That's in case I don't get you.
Right.
Right? Okay.
Right.
All right.
Say, oh, could you give this number to Monica? And I'll know it's like 500, whatever it is.
Take off the 0.
And it's an M.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'll clear you in.
Well, thank you, dear.
You're welcome.
Place was empty. I mean, it was actually it'd be more fun if there were someone to go with, but
Do you have any buddies in your neighborhood?
no, the ones with the jobettes that I play bridge with, but none of them are into this. And you know, I really don't like to draw attention to what I'm doing for fear I'll stop. So,
Oh boy, I'm so hungry. I could die.
what'd you have for dinner?
Sushi.
Oh yeah, that's not very filling, is it?
It sure is good.
You like salads though, right? And you can have a lot of salad with this thing.
Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, it's gonna get to eat pasta again. I love
Do you like Boston lettuce?
I don't know pasta.
It's very limp.
Probably not.
God. It's I love it with dill. I mean, I could eat that without dressing. Make one of these salads one of these days and show you.
I gotta finish all these clothes now.
You have to, I know. What color is the suit?
It's a dark teal.
Mm. Oh my gosh. That
It looks almost black.
sounds beautiful though.
It's really nice.
And you still have the peach suit.
Right.
That is amazing. That worked beautifully.
Can you believe that? $150 for that suit.
Which was originally,
Oh, originally it was like an almost $600 suit.
it was exquisite. That's why when you said you were taking it back, I was sick.
Well, what my mom told me is that you can wear silk in the winter, which I didn't know. I thought you couldn't.
Yes, you can.
And she said, oh, it would look nice with gray. And I said, oh, yeah, that's true. That would be pretty with gray.
Yeah, silk actually can wear year round. Thank goodness. But no, that was an exceptional looking suit. So
So we'll see. I'll have to be, I'm going to have to, when I send these sunglasses, they were a steal. They were originally $135.
but I wish I could see them.
Well, I'll bring them.
Oh yeah, but how are you going to get them over to them?
I don't know.
I would just do them in a FedEx.
Yeah,
That way, it's none of this schlepping to the.
I know. And, but the thing that I'm concerned about is that I told Betty that I would, the next time I spoke to him or whatever, I would make it clear to him that it was my understanding, that what I wrote was personal between us and that his privacy was respected, blah, 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 blah. So
Of course.
I need to do that,
Yeah. Oh, I see. Do you think you might put something in a note with the sunglasses?
I guess. I don't know. First of all, I need to explain them.
Oh yeah.
Kind of like,
You know what though?
it's too mean to be like, if I see you in those other sunglasses, it's like those other sunglasses are
No, it's
too
not
dorky.
mean. I don't know that I'd put in a note this thing about Betty with the mail because that's something that I think should come up in conversation.
Yeah. What I was thinking was something along the lines of, I was too incoherent the other night to respond when you remarked that, about being careful, blah, blah, blah. And I respect that, but I also want you to know that it's my understanding, or it's been made clear to me that, your privacy is respected 100%.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, that's fine.
So that I'm not saying her name, and I'm not saying, I'm just sort of saying that's my understanding.
Yeah, I think that's a nice way to do it. Just in case it's a concern, which I don't think it is.
But I know it's her concern.
Right.
But then I have to do something funny with the sunglasses. Although, you know what? He's a head.
What now?
I'm going to find my copy of Vox tonight when I was attempting to clean my room. And there are no chapters in there. It's one long continuous book.
There are no
Long continuous book.
There are no chapters?
No.
Well, that could be in the sense that he reads 30 pages a night kind of thing,
I don't know. He's a little liar. That's what I know. He's the biggest little liar I've ever met.
Well, he may be that, but I know he reads voraciously.
Yeah, well, he didn't finish it. Oh,
Well, it's not a mystery, so he's not sitting down and racing to the end, you know. Did he ever finish the Notebook?
He did. Yeah.
But he didn't get out what you thought he would.
No.
I've got to read
like,
that.
I'm sorry. I don't think anything could be more obvious, except that I guess he doesn't think about me when he thinks of Leaves of Grass. So, like,
Just remember, he's a guy. He may be many other things,
yeah.
but he's a guy. And guys are notorious for being less intuitive, less sensitive, less reading into meanings, and
I don't know, but when it says, you know, when the guy's talking about that his special copy of Leaves of Grass that took a bullet for him in World War II, you know, and quotes Whitman, it wouldn't kind of jar your memory. Oh yeah, I gave that to this chick.
well, he gave you the whole book.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's what it says in the book. It's talking about his copy of Leaves of Grass.
Oh, was that the name of your book?
What?
Oh God, I hate to sound stupid. I just don't remember. It was.
Okay.
He gave you.
Gave me was Leaves of Grass.
It was a Walt Whitman book.
Yeah.
Oh, but I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was something. All right, I get it. All right.
Oh, that was the whole point. Such a moron.
He probably, when he gave you that book, was thinking more like I was. A wonderful old Walt Whitman book.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I was thinking, too. But so...
Was that an old book or a new book?
No, it was a new book. But we talked about it, and we talked about why he gave it to me, blah, blah, blah.
And why did he give it to you?
Because he had read it when he was my age, and
Oh, that's right.
something like that. I don't know. So... When
That
I
was very sweet, though.
Yeah.
What occasion was that for?
That was... I don't know. That was my belated Christmas present. That came with a hat pin.
Oh, that was the hat pin time, yeah. God, that seems like 10 years ago.
Seriously.
It really does. I've never, I've seen the hat pin, but I've never seen you wear it.
Yes, you have.
When?
I brought my hat to show you.
I mean, wear it, Like, is it an outfit going somewhere?
Yeah. Well, because I never wear it to work.
I've seen you wear it the pin,
Yeah.
which looked remarkable on what you wore.
Yeah, you didn't even notice that.
I know, I'm very surprised about that.
I decided that. I think he's on drugs.
That's not so far-fetched, I mean, nice people are on drugs. You know how he sometimes zones out?
Yeah.
It's crossed my mind.
Aw.
At least, is his knee still bothering him, or is that okay?
I think that's all okay.
For the amount of golfing he does, it must be.
Yeah.
All right, go to bed.
Okay, my dear. All right, I'll try and remember. So you'll call me tomorrow.
I will call you either way. Either that or I may not get in.
Why?
Well, because I'll be circling the Pentagon.
Oh.
I don't even know if Lindsay has mine or if Gracie, one of them. Lindsay called me on Friday, when I was at the Bethesda having this thing done,
Yeah.
with this convoluted message about Camp Lejeune calling with different conflicts they have with her. This is all for June, right?
Uh-huh.
And I kept thinking, what is the urgency? I told her if anything important came up, she could reach me at home. I didn't even call her back. It's the kind of thing that can wait till Monday.
Yeah.
So,
How
how long were you on your treadmill, by the way?
Oh, just a half hour.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it was better than nothing.
I have this little Walkman here, but it doesn't have a headpiece or headphone or something.
Oh, those are easy to get.
And it's one of these little Sony Sports
Yeah.
that Ryan left here. For the life of me, I can't figure out where the batteries go.
Oh. I'm not sure. I'm not good at those. I'm like a Walkman. Those are radios, aren't they?
It's radio and a tape.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you open it up.
Okay, well, Okay, I put it on open. I opened it up, and now there's a place for the tape.
Okay. Is there a tape in there?
No.
Okay, somewhere on the on the floor of where the tape is, there should be a little thing that pops open.
Oh, there it is.
That's where you put the batteries in. Then, this is the hard part, is that you have to kind of shine it in the light. You can look around on the top. It'll show you the direction for the direction of the battery.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to open it now because my nails are wet, but... Good. I was trying to... I really was spastic looking for the...
Well, it's hard to know when you...
And I thought, well, this will be fun. I can take it with me to the... Because generally on the TV at these places, you know, at the athletic club, it's a lot of sports.
Yeah.
I mean, that's such a snoozer.
Didn't they let you change the channel?
Well, but, you know, most people are watching the sports. So... All right.
Okay. I will see you tomorrow, my dear.
Yes, and I'll call you probably 8-ish.
Okay.
All right?
Bye.
Okay, bye.
And at this point, we're going to continue with the Trip Lewinsky recordings in a moment. Just ahead, we'll open up our phone lines so we can get your reaction to the release of the 22 hours of audio tapes today. We've got the phone numbers on your screen for Democrats, 202-624-1111. Republicans, 202-624-1115. And for others, 202-737-6734. We'll start the phone calls in just a moment. Tomorrow night at 11 Eastern, we'll continue with the Trip Lewinsky recordings. We'll be playing for you then what we can't get on the air tonight. We're going to play these tapes for you tonight until 7 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. Then on Sunday, overnight at 2 a.m. Eastern, we'll again play these recordings for you. And we'll start on the Liberal line from Arlington, Virginia. Go ahead.
Yes, good evening.
Hi.
Yeah.
Your comments, please.
Yeah. Well, the first thing that came to mind when I was watching the tapes was that Monica came across so much different than the press has been portraying her so far. If you have to believe her now in the tape, she comes across as very naive, like her next door friend. Not at all like a destructive or manipulative woman out to destroy everything in her way. That the press has been kind of portraying her like that.
Here's Laurel, Maryland on the conservative line.
Hi there. This is Jackie. I'm calling from Laurel. I'm calling because I'm getting a little bit concerned. This has been going on for maybe, 8-9 months now. We've been hearing about Lewinsky and all of the presidential sexcapades. I don't think that stuff should be allowed on TV. Our children don't need to hear it all hours of day or night. And you can turn on TV at any time, day or night, and hear this stuff. We should be able to make sure that this stuff is not, the sexcapade stuff should be, away in a corner somewhere.
Here's Cleveland, Ohio on the moderate line.
Yes, I've been watching the program, and I feel that Linda Tripp is worse than Benedict Arnold. She makes him look like a choir boy, and Monica Lewinsky is no way as innocent as she wants people to think she is, or none of this would have happened in the first place. I believe that they're both manipulative, and I think that Linda Tripp, some kind of charges should be brought up against her for what she's done, and how this is just a scandal. It's a disgrace to our country, and I think that it needs to stop now.
From the Liberal lines, here is a view from Marion, Iowa. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi. The reason I'm calling, I just wanted to say on a purely non-political basis that I would never have done to a friend of mine what Linda Tripp did to Monica Lewinsky. I think when any part of the government, whether it be the special prosecutor or anybody else, encourages or suborns that kind of thing, it damages something that's very important in our society. I think people should be able to talk in private to their friends without having Big Brother listening in.
House Judiciary Committee today released these 22 hours of tapes. Let's hear next from Washington, D.C., the conservative line.
Hi. I am extremely shocked that Linda Tripp would call herself a friend of Monica Lewinsky, knowing each time she made a telephone call to her, she was taping it, and during the conversations, she would make statements such as, "Oh my goodness, I can't believe your boss wrote that about you. Oh, and he's not standing up for you, and that isn't fair." And all the while, she is taping the conversations of her friend, telling her very personal information and very personal conversations. As a conservative, I'm so outraged at that I hope Maryland State prosecutes her to the full extent of the law. She is a horrible person for doing that and acting as if she's her friend in the conversations, and all the while she is being a sly, manipulative person and tape recording these conversations. That is the lowest of deceit.
Let's go to the moderate line. Louisville, Kentucky next. Louisville, you there?
Yes, hello. I'm calling from Louisville, Kentucky. I'm a 30-year-old female, and I'm just totally appalled by Linda Tripp. I have a very close circle of friends, and I share a lot of intimate details with them. And the fact that they would ever share that with anyone or, comment in any way other than outside our circle is just appalling. And what she did on here, there's no excuse for. I hope that her state takes some action against her. I feel that she betrayed Monica in a really bad way. You can tell when you're listening that she leads her in a lot of the discussions to say things. She offers false support for her. I see Monica and a lot of people our age, and I think Linda just really needs to pay for what she did.
Taking this short break from the playback of these tapes to get your reaction. We'll do it for about another 10 minutes or so. We'll hear next from the Liberal line and Nevada. Hawthorne is the city.
Okay.
Your comments on the tapes?
I just think this is totally outrageous. I cannot believe that this is not illegal. I think the whole thing is making a mockery of the United States government.
Fort Wayne, Indiana, on the conservative line.
Yes, sir. I find Miss Lewinsky coming off as totally self-absorbed. It doesn't take much for Miss Tripp to draw her out, just like someone who would infiltrate the mob would have a hard time drawing some of them out. Miss Tripp obviously is the one who would be under the anvil here with the hammer coming down on her. And some of these people who call in on the conservative or moderate line sound more like liberals in wolf's clothing to me. One other thing, if you could find maybe a slightly more complimentary picture of Miss Tripp to put up there so we could have some kind of balance, or maybe choose a few different pictures of all the ladies if this is going to go on until 7 o'clock in the morning.
Thanks for the comments. Next to the moderate line, the view from North Carolina in High Point.
Yeah, this Kenneth Starr and this Linda Tripp, I don't know if they have something going together or something, because this Monica, they seem to have their story pretty straight when they're, Linda Tripp and Monica are talking about the president and certain dates and times. They got that down pretty good, but then when they're talking about, when they're going to meet or something, it was Tuesday or Wednesday. It just seems real rehearsed to me for some reason. That's pretty much all I have to say. High Point, North Carolina. This is John.
St. Louis, Missouri. You're calling on the Liberal line?
Yes.
Your comments tonight.
Well, I'd just like to say that I feel like Linda Tripp is representative of the whole Ken Starr fiasco. I think that she is a horrible person. I feel that Monica Lewinsky is the victim here. I mean, she got involved with a married man that was the most powerful man in our country, and I think that Linda Tripp deserves to be punished by her state. Thank you very much.
Transcript of these tapes have been available from the House Judiciary Committee since October. with the edits in them that you're hearing audibly tonight. We're playing the tapes of the Monica Lewinsky, Linda Tripp conversations through 7 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll continue them on Wednesday, tomorrow night, and then on Sunday early in the morning, late Saturday night, Sunday morning. Next, your phone calls from the conservative line. Here's Syracuse, New York.
Yeah, I just want to say to everybody in America, remember about 3 months ago when C-SPAN played and it was on live television, the president admitted that he lied to the entire country, how outraged everybody was. And now tonight, these tapes come out, and everybody's outraged at Linda Tripp. Linda Tripp did not create this problem. Linda Tripp has nothing to do with this problem. The problem is this. We have a president who has not been honest with our country, who may have committed, some people don't see it as a high crime, but when people lie in court, try to manipulate witnesses, and don't follow the rules of the country, they shouldn't be president. It just, what makes me so irate is everybody is calling up saying, oh, well, you know, Linda Tripp this, Linda Tripp that. It's got nothing to do with Linda Tripp. It has to do with Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton is the cause of this. Bill Clinton is not setting a good example for anybody. As a leader of our country, he has got to set a standard, and it has to be a high one. He has to follow the rules, follow the laws. And part of following the laws when you get married is to stay faithful to your wife.
Here's a moderate's view from Ashland, Kentucky next.
Yes. I think that these two women are a disgrace to the professional women of America. I think that Linda is trying to live a youthful life through Monica, but I think that they're both strictly in it for a book and a movie deal. Thank you.
Rancho Santa Fe in California on the Liberal line.
Yes, I'm calling because I just am amazed to hear people shooting the messengers. No one forced Bill Clinton to be a disgrace to his country or to his party or to his family. And no one forced Bill Clinton to hide behind the technicalities of the law. The fact is he was engaging in sexual activity in the Oval Office while he was discussing sending our troops abroad. He should resign. And if he won't resign, then Congress needs to do its duty and impeach him. And I'm ashamed to be a Democrat because of the lack of courage that members of Congress are showing in just doing the right thing. If the polls show that people don't want this, then that's too bad, because Congress needs to govern first, and when they come up for re-election in 2 years, the people can vote them out. But this country is a democracy. It's not run by polls. If it were, we would still have slavery. Women would not have the vote. We need to do what's right, not what's popular.
We'll stay in California for this next view from the conservative line. Here's Woodland Hills.
Yes, I just wanted to make a couple comments about Monica Lewinsky. I don't know where she got that the president was on drugs. I think that was a comment that was very not called for. And I think that it also sounded, by listening to both of them, that it sounded like it was a plan between the two of them. The way she was asking the questions and the way Monica was responding, I mean, if you really listen to the questions and how they're talking, it sounds like that this was all planned. It sounds like a real scheme to me. That's my opinion.
Here's a few more minutes of phone calls, and then we'll get back to playing these tapes until 7 a.m. Eastern Time, when our Washington Journal program will begin. Next, from Westport, Connecticut, calling on the moderate line. Your views.
Actually, I think this whole thing is stupid because it's not the president's fault this came out in the news. It's the reporters that covered it. It's the people that watch it. It's not Monica Lewinsky's fault. It's not Linda Tripp's fault. It shouldn't have been on the news to begin with. We shouldn't have found out about it. I can't believe that actors and actresses have more rights to their privacy than the President of the United States. People are saying that he's an embarrassment to our country, when the fact is, it's none of our business, and this whole thing shouldn't even be being discussed right now, and I think that's the biggest problem we have today.
Next, we'll go to our Liberal line and Silver Spring, Maryland.
Yes, hi. I just would like to say that this kind of destructive, manipulative behavior has been going on in the White House for centuries, and it's just now that the media has gotten a hold of it, and it's unfortunate that the Clintons and Linda and Monica are feeling the wrath of centuries of this kind of behavior. I just think that's unfortunate that they're taking all of the heat for this.
Huntington Beach, California, your views on the moderate line.
Yes, as I look at the pictures of these two women, my heart really goes out to both of them. I think that Monica Lewinsky and Linda Tripp don't share self-respect, and they don't share respect for others. I feel very sorry for the two of them. I don't think that Monica Lewinsky was being malicious when she did what she did with the president, and I think that Linda Tripp is just so disrespectful of other people to do something like this to a good friend. I feel really sorry for both of these women, and I just think it's terrible that our focus has shifted to this.
By the way, program note, tomorrow morning at 7 Eastern, when we start Washington Journal, we'll be joined by Newsday's congressional correspondent, Elaine Povich, and we'll include your phone calls then. Where are you calling from, caller?
Chicago, Illinois.
Okay, you're on the Liberal line. Your comments.
Hi, I'm surprised that no one has seemed to ask why the government has the right to ask about any citizen's personal life, whether it be myself or even President Clinton. Perhaps if they didn't ask him, he wouldn't be forced to lie. I don't think that has anything to do with the situation. Thank you.
Here's a conservative view from Madisonville, Texas.
Hi, I'm just very appalled and very upset that the American public, who would hold any other professional person accountable for their conduct, just seem to just go over and not pay one attention that we have a president, commander-in-chief, who is out of control, does not know how to keep his hands to himself, and would abuse power using our tax dollars to guard him with the Secret Service while he conducts his sex acts. Well, I just am very upset that people are not looking at this for what it is. If he really had not done anything, there could be no scandal. So I don't blame the press. I don't blame the women. I don't blame anybody, except I just say he couldn't have gotten caught if he hadn't been doing it.
Here's Jacksonville, Florida, on the Liberal line.
Yeah, I'm just curious to wonder why Tripp was never prosecuted for violating Monica's Fourth Amendment, the right to privacy, if she did tape her, unbeknownst to her. And also, I also was curious to figure out why, when an attorney doesn't want evidence in court, it's called submission of evidence, but when Bill Clinton didn't tell all the truth but didn't lie, it was called perjury.
Louisville, Kentucky, you're on the moderate line?
Yes, sir.
Your thoughts?
I was just calling to say that had this hussy hotnet not had an affair with this perjuring felon, that there probably wouldn't be anything to listen to or talk about right now.
We're going to continue your phone calls early in the morning. Until then, we'll play the rest of these tapes. It's the first 11 hours of them, of the 22 hours that were released. And if you'd like to catch the Tripp Lewinsky recordings on our website, you can reach us on the internet at www.cspan.org. And tomorrow night at 11 Eastern, we'll continue with these recordings. We'll play for you then what we can't get on the air tonight as we play them through 7 a.m. Eastern tonight. Also take note that Sunday overnight at 2 a.m. Eastern, we'll again play the recordings for you. And now back to the Monica Lewinsky and Linda Tripp recordings.
This conversation was recorded on Sunday, October 5th, 1997. It begins with Linda Tripp.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm tired.
Actually, hold on just a second.
Okay.
I needed to do I need to take care of personal stuff, so I'm going to go home at some point.
Okay.
And talk to my mom.
Okay, let me tell you what she's been,
Yeah,
the rest of it.
I wanted to get. And
She said, let me get my coffee just a minute.
I don't have much time.
Okay.
I don't have much time. I'm sorry.
I know. Well, I'm sorry. But I've got to wake up. I said to her, I was pumping her, there's no doubt. And she said, look, Linda, I don't know who her connections are, and I don't know what kind of connection she has, at what level. She said, but I can promise you that, and I said, well, let me just tell you this. I said, I know for a fact that her connections know Betty. I said this.
Please don't do that.
Well, look. Why?
Because it's none of her business, and I don't want anybody knowing those things.
Why not? Everybody knows Betty. It's not that...
Linda, it doesn't take an idiot to figure out when you put two and two together. If you heard the rumors and then that I know her, what's going on.
I promise you.
Well, I'm just asking you for...
She does not believe that.
I don't appreciate it. I don't want Betty
being
brought into this.
All right, well, anyway. Do you want to hear what she said?
Yes.
Okay. She said she doesn't care whether your connections are, huge, and they know Betty, that she has heard that you will not be placed over there. And I said, well, I don't believe that. I said, I don't believe that. I think that's a rumor. And she said, I promise you that if they wanted to have her placed, they would have done it by now. And the last thing on earth that they want is her in this White House. She said, I don't know why. And then she said, I said, well, I don't believe that. And she said, okay. She said, then I'll give you this. Maybe she'll end up in some nothing job in the old EOB with an orange pass. And I said, well, there you go. There's a job right there. I sort of sloughed it off. And I said, she's fussy. Maybe they're waiting for the right orange pass job in communications. She said, Linda, I'm not telling you this to hurt you. She said, I'm trying to tell you something. Clearly she's heard something. And I haven't talked to her in a month. I felt awkward pressing the issue.
I understand.
But I felt like...
It's irrelevant, really, what she heard. It's really irrelevant.
What do you think? I mean, why is that?
It doesn't matter. I mean, whatever she heard, and from whomever she heard it. Whoever it was in that office, obviously, I'm sure it was the Debbie S. connection.
Yeah, except interestingly enough, I did not get the feeling that it was from Chris Sissio, because I pinned...
Whom would it have been?
I don't know. I pinned her down and said, well, if she's going to defense and is working for Shelton, 9 times out of 10, I think we can assume that there will be some contact. I said, is that going to be very awkward? She said, no, not at all. So it made me... Shouldn't specifically say who it was from, but I didn't get
But it wasn't Chris who was friends with Debbie. It was the other one.
Oh.
The one whose job she took.
Oh, really? Okay. Because I really got the sense it wasn't Chris.
Right. No, it's the other one. This is just... I'm going to vomit.
No, Monica, this is what we needed. We needed to know this.
No, you know what? I am going to call Betty, and I'm going to tell her. Oh, that is what I'm going to do.
No.
And I'm in different words than that. And you know what? I don't care. I don't care anymore. Because you know what? Anyway, I stop and it's like, wake up. This thing is over. It's over. It was over a long time ago. And you know what? I don't care what you think.
No, I'm not going to add anything to that because I don't know anymore. I'm just going to tell you that I would handle Betty smartly, not with anger.
I don't care. Please. What are they going to do?
Okay, here.
Nothing.
You can just say that you have been told over the weekend that you will never be placed in the West Wing, that you are not wanted in the West Wing, and in fact, that if they had wanted to place you, that they create 6 jobs a week, what's 7? I mean, you can use those kind of quotes.
Right, I know.
But I'm telling you, do not use Kate's name.
I wouldn't. That's what I said to you before. That's why I would never say what office it was or from whom I heard it.
Okay.
Obviously.
Because Kate said to me, I'm only telling you this shit because...
I'm not like that.
And she told me to tell you this.
We're back now with Conversation Nation.
Midterm elections heading into the final stretch. Any Democratic slip-up, any hint of a Democratic scandal could...
We're back now with Conversation.
Sorry, I know. Well, I'm sorry. I've got to wake up. I said to her, I was pumping her, there's no doubt. And she said, look, Linda, I don't know who her connections are, and I don't know what kind of connections she has, at what level. She said, but I can promise you that, and I said, well, let me just tell you this. I said, I know for a fact that her connections know Betty. I said this.
Please don't do that.
Well, look.
Very appalled and very upset that the American public who would hold any other professional person accountable for their conduct.
Well, look. Why?
Because it's none of her business, and I don't want anybody knowing those things.
Why not? Everybody knows Betty. It's not that...
Linda, it doesn't take an idiot to figure out when you put 2 and 2 together if you've heard the rumors and then that I know her, what's going on.
I promise you.
Well, I'm just asking you for...
She does not believe that.
I don't appreciate it. I don't want Betty
All right.
being brought into this.
All right. Well, anyway. Do you want to hear what she said?
Yes.
Okay. She said she doesn't care whether your connections are, huge, and they know Betty, that she has heard that you will not be placed over there. And I said, well, I don't believe that. I said, I don't believe that. I think that's a rumor. And she said, I promise you that if they wanted to have her placed, they would have done it by now. And the last thing on earth that they want is her in this White House. She said, I don't know why. And then she said, I said, well, I don't believe that. And she said, okay. She said, then I'll give you this. Maybe she'll end up in some nothing job in the old EOB with an orange pass. And I said, well, there you go. There's a job right there. I sort of sloughed it off. And I said, she's fussy. Maybe they're waiting for the right orange pass job in communications. She said, Linda, I'm not telling you this to hurt you. She said, I'm trying to tell you something. Clearly she's heard something. And I haven't talked to her in a month. I felt awkward pressing the issue.
I understand.
But I felt like...
It's irrelevant, really, what she heard. It's really irrelevant.
What do you think? I mean, why is that?
It doesn't matter. I mean, whatever she heard, and from whomever she heard it. Whoever it was in that office, obviously, I'm sure it was the Debbie S. connection.
Yeah, except interestingly enough, I did not get the feeling that it was from Chris Sissio, because I pinned...
Whom would it have been?
I don't know. I pinned her down and said, well, if she's going to defense and is working for Shelton, 9 times out of 10, I think we can assume that there will be some contact. I said, is that going to be very awkward? She said, no, not at all. So it made me... Shouldn't specifically say who it was from, but I didn't get
But it wasn't Chris who was friends with Debbie. It was the other one.
Oh.
The one whose job she took.
Oh, really? Okay. Because I really got the sense it wasn't Chris.
Right. No, it's the other one. This is just... I'm going to vomit.
No, Monica, this is what we needed. We needed to know this.
No, you know what? I am going to call Betty, and I'm going to tell her... Oh, that is what I'm going to do.
No.
And I'm in different words that...
Hello.
Hi.
I just walked in the door.
How is that possible?
Because I met Beth.
What?
I met Beth in Bethesda. Remember I told you?
No, you know what? Something's wrong with your phone then.
Why?
Are you
No,
sure?
it was off the hook.
Oh.
It was the dog knocked it off the couch. I came in.
It was driving crazy because you know what? Your call waiting doesn't work.
You're kidding. When it's off the hook?
So it's like this voicemail woman comes on.
Wait a minute. Don't go anywhere. My dinner's heating. I'm starving.
Oh.
Hold on. It's just in the oven. Just a minute.
And high hop allowed Derek Jeter to get over in front of that ball. Ball stayed down, a much more difficult play. 6 feet 4. The chopper get it over his head. Good play by Jeter. Hop and give the infielder a chance to get his body into position.
Get down, Cleo.
Right into the throw.
Get down. Are you there?
Hi.
The phone was on the couch in the family room. When I came in, it was sprawled all over the floor.
Oh, my God.
So, she must have knocked it down at one point.
Oh.
So, I am so hungry.
Oh. Did you have a good time? How's your hair?
Well, he took forever on it. But, I kept telling him, I want to grab the bangs, right?
And you got the bangs.
Well, no, it's not that he cut the bangs. He just, trained it to the other side.
Oh.
My hair does not want to do that.
Yeah.
So it's in my face. It's driving me nuts.
Yeah.
He said you were coming.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, yours is beautiful. I told him. I've never seen hair like yours. What's going on?
Oh, God.
That bad?
Yeah, it is that bad. Well...
You're lying, right?
No. You know what? I can't win for losing. I freak out when I think about not talking to him and having him in my life, and I freak out when I think about what's going on. I can't win. I can't win.
You will.
No. No, I won't. I can't win, because you know what?
We have to get beyond this.
He's going to say to me, you know what? You're crazy, and I don't want to have anything to do with you.
Oh, yeah? Why are you crazy?
Because I am. I'm Meshuggah. I'm not.
You're not Meshuggah.
Yes, I am, Linda. I'm not a normal person.
Well,
normal people
what's going on? Tell me what's going on.
I talked to What's-Her-Face this afternoon 100 times. So, called at around 3:15 or so, she said she hadn't had a chance to ask him. She said, is there anything, you know, can you give me a hint as what this is so I can, like, tell him what it's about? And I said, no. So that was at 3:15. And then about 3:45, I realized, you know what, he's never going to see me based on not knowing what it is. So I go to call her back to tell her, not everything, but the gist of it or whatever. And she says, well, I went in to see him, and he says he can't see you today because he has this dinner, da-da-da-da-da. Well, I already knew that.
Wow.
So then I went over with her. Okay, well, what about tomorrow? She gets the schedule. She goes, well, he has a meeting from 5:45 to 7 in the da-da-da-da-da. I said, well, you know.
How about after?
Exactly. So she said, oh, I don't know. I don't know. And then she said, well, that one was going out of town. He'd be gone Wednesday, but she was going out of town. She wouldn't be there Thursday. So maybe Thursday. So, but I told her when I called her and said, I told her at first, I said that I said, I cannot work there, and this is time sensitive because I might need to move, or no, I didn't say moving to New York or something or another. I said something about trying to save my mom thousands of dollars in moving fees. Moving stuff.
Yeah, really.
You know, which is true, but whatever. So
they now know that you are no longer looking for a job. There.
Not necessarily.
Oh.
I couldn't. Don't forget. I don't think you understand like how stressful it is for me to talk on the phone, like a personal call.
To her?
No, at work in general. I mean, I just feel like everybody is always zoning in on me when I'm on a personal call. You know, and that any minute Mr. Bernath is going to walk out and say something to me.
Oh, that's terrible.
You know, I mean, it's awful. I can't deal
No one
with
should have to live like that. No one. All right, so you weren't able to really get that across.
No, so then...
I'm curious, did she offer anything about the other guy?
Oh, Podesta? No.
Unreal.
Hold on. Hello?
Huh? Is your mom there?
No.
Where is she?
She's back in New York.
She is? Oh, Jesus, don't worry me. When did she leave?
She has a week from hell. She left today. And when does she come back, you ask? Tomorrow. And then when does she go back? On Wednesday.
What?
When does she come back? On Saturday.
No way.
Yes.
What's going on?
Well, she has all these things. She's just crazy. She has all these things that she planned for this week, and we need to be out of the house by next week. So then that Betty, then I started to feel like, okay. Of course, by this point, because, you know, I get angry, and then I forget how angry I am, and my anger dissipates, and then I'm not angry anymore.
I know, that's the problem.
So then I thought, well, you know, maybe I need to talk to her.
Who?
Betty. So I call her back. And I said, you know, I don't want to you know, make you feel obligated, but is there any way that I could meet and talk with you? She said, well, her mom's in the hospital now.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I know. This poor woman. I mean, it's...
What other calamity's going to hit?
I don't know.
All right, so what?
So she said, well, I could call you late tonight. You know, so she said, what's late for you? And I said, 10 o'clock. So...
I'd be careful I send the phone to her.
What?
Can't you meet?
Well, she couldn't. Because she had to go to the hospital to see your mom.
I know. How about tomorrow?
I'm hoping to try and see him tomorrow. And I can't meet her during the day.
Oh, yeah, right. All right.
You know, I mean, it's just... So I said, well... So then when she said the mom is in the hospital, I said, oh, no, never mind. You know, I felt bad. Then...
Of course.
Then I started to think about this tonight. I said, this is ridiculous. I said, I can't talk when I'm at work. I said, this is the only time I have to talk. So I paged her. And she called me back.
What time was that?
This was a little while ago.
Oh,
I paged her and I said, call me if you have a moment. Meaning, like, if she had a moment, like, if she could, if she could talk, then to call me.
Yeah.
Not, like, whatever. So she called me back, and I just said, I said, well, of course I was, like, stumbling like an idiot.
Well, I mean, it speaks, don't make apologies for you. So, situation.
So then I said to her, something or another, I said, well, is there a night this week that you think we could definitely do this? And she goes, well, I don't know. With him leaving for the trip, everything's crunched together. And I'm like, well, I'm trying to not get all upset here. And I said, we were supposed to try and get together, a few weeks ago, and that didn't work out. And she didn't say anything. She just sat there.
Great. So where was she calling you from? The hospital? Oh, Jesus.
Oh, it's just...
All right, so, Clay, I'll get down. So, all right, so you haven't made an appointment really to talk to her?
No.
Okay. She said nothing about, Alyssa Podesta says this, that, or that?
Nope.
No. See, that's what's making me fishy.
I am dying to know who told Kate. I mean, I'm trying to think of who in the NSC office.
I have no idea.
Or who it could have been anywhere that she would deal with. That
I know she talks to the one she succeeded every day.
But this is not something you'd have on a phone conversation. You know what I mean?
I bet you Kate would. Kate went in there with a mission, remember? Because I said to her, I want to know who sabotaged her. Because I said, you heard good things, I know good things, I want to know who sabotaged her. This is a month ago. She agrees you were sabotaged. She agreed that before.
Now she just knows why.
Mm-hmm. She said she knew I wasn't off base. She knew if I thought you were a good candidate, then she takes what I say to the bank.
No, I understand that. I mean, I don't mean this in a rude way. I could care less what Kate thinks. Do you know what I mean?
Well, only that she gave credibility to what I said.
Right. No, I understand that. But so obviously, whoever told her this is somebody that in her eyes is credible as well.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to think who that is. I don't think it's that other woman because we had already said that other woman's friends with Debbie Schiff.
I don't know. I don't know if she'll ever tell me. It was not open for discussion, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
She will respect the confidence the same way I would. I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, does it matter?
You can almost figure out what they're going to try to
do. Yeah, it matters. Yeah, it does matter.
She doesn't believe anybody's trying to get you over there.
Right.
She is one of the savviest people I've ever met.
I'm curious who it is because if it's something that's coming from Debbie Schiff, not that it would be from Debbie Schiff's mouth directly.
She doesn't even know Debbie.
No, I know, but not that it would be from Debbie's mouth directly, but from the one that her predecessor, that's from whom her predecessor would have heard it. Do you see what I mean? I'm just
But remember, curious. She also said in a generic way.
Yeah, they create jobs all the time.
Uh-huh. She said, do you understand what I'm telling you?
So the way I thought I'd present this is that I have a friend who does not work at the White House, who has a friend who does. Right?
No, you've lost me.
Well.
Right, yeah.
And so that and that my friend knows that I'm, both those people know that I'm looking to go back because I miss it, and that I have friends who are with some influence who are helping me, but it doesn't go beyond that in detail. And so that I've been telling everybody I know to put feelers out because I'm trying to find a job.
Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it?
You know, and that this person recently moved offices, so that's safe, and, you know, found this out about me and relayed it to the other person and didn't even want my friend to tell me it was her who told her because she didn't want to betray any confidences, but was very concerned for me and thought I should get out of town.
Right.
You know.
Kate's basic words to me were, with friends like that, who needs enemies? Because they do this every day.
I mean, what gets me are the two examples I have as one.
Yeah, that's a good point. I never thought of that.
You know, I mean, it's like, okay, you're two among the million. So, you know, and I'm not saying that.
Makes me wonder. Let's put it that way.
You know, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to call the creep and Betty liars.
No.
You know, I just cannot help but question them.
But
and
that's only natural.
What? I know, but I think I also have to look at it and say, okay, look, there is no way I can work there. I'll go crazy if I work there, Linda.
Well,
me with my paranoia.
That's all I need to hear.
You know, I mean, seriously.
Of course, it may be limited to a certain few too.
I don't know. Somebody said that to Kate. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like
Kate now works in an extremely tiny office that interviewed you. Remember that. And I know, Kate, she would have raised the question.
Let me ask you a question, okay? She raised the question.
I think she would have said,
if it was don't you think, let me see, how do I phrase this right?
I mean, she didn't tell me she raised the question. I'm assuming she did. I know her.
Let me say this, okay? And I don't know how to make this come out right, but if it weren't something that was so easily able to fall off of someone's mouth and so many people knew and so whatever it was, why wouldn't somebody make up a reason? Why would they say that to Kate? They knew Kate recommended me.
No. The ones that are there don't. No. She only recommended you
to Dimmel. And you don't, I don't know. But so you think that they're going to say that they're going to say to Kate, oh, that girl, she's never allowed on the complex, blah, 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 blah?
They've known her for years. Do I think so? Yeah, I do. Now, I don't know where they heard it. I don't think it really matters. What mattered to me was, as far as I'm concerned, that's disgusting. That's what upset me.
Did they set it? Or
yes.
Did they create the job?
That someone has been given the impression that you're some kind of a nut.
Which I am, of course.
I happen to disagree. Are you being made to feel like a nut? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And I can tell you that Kate said, I've only heard good things about her.
That was Kate's response?
Yep.
That was very nice of her.
Well, that's all she's ever heard. It was the truth. So, I mean, she wasn't lying. It wasn't like she decided to play Good Samaritan. That's all she's ever heard. Huh. Remember, I'm the one that said to her ages ago, if you get her, you'll be very lucky. She's completely underwhelmed with the caliber of people over there. I knew she would be. Bunch of... I don't think Marcia Dimmel is a player enough to have relayed that to the right people.
Relayed what?
That it was Kate that did this, that did, you know what I mean?
Right.
I just don't think so. Kate's not a player. She's not one of the quote-unquote in crowd. She's not. She has no desire to be. She never has been. Cleo, get off of that.
I mean, if I move to New York, he's never going to be able to call me.
You know what? At this point, I'll give her calls you again.
I know.
I just want you taking the care of. Is that so hard to understand? Worry about that on another day when you're at 15 and you're ensconced in New York in a decent job.
But I can't. I mean, that's who I am.
Who you are, Monica, is not what I give about right now. You're a wonderful person. But the bottom line is, please let some self-preservation enter into this. I don't know how prevalent that is in the White House. It could be very unprevalent. It could just be coincidental. You interviewed for that job. Debbie Schiff opened her mouth. That was it. Do you see what I'm saying? That could be very insular. I mean, it very well could be. The thing that bothers me the most, the thing that really upsets me, is that I have always felt this is not even hard. Erskine Bowles is able to do it every day of the week. Why not with you? Yes, it's possible that it's because you're too threatening. Yes, it's possible it's because you're too hard to resist. So what does that leave you with? I know you're going to hate me, Monica, but I want you out of there. I want you with a life. I almost called you at 12 o'clock last night. Then I thought, oh no, neither one of us will ever sleep. It's not worth it. Let me ask you something. If Betty calls you, assuming that she may, tonight...
Oh, she won't.
Oh, assume she does. Or assume on your next conversation that isn't stilted. Would you at least not like to know the results of Podesta's interference?
Yeah, I would. I can tell you it's been nil, I'd imagine. Otherwise, she would have said something.
Why has it been nil?
You know.
I mean,
that's the whole problem, is that he's so full of... You know, and I don't even think he realizes he's full of... Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think he really... I swear to you, I don't think he really even realizes the difference between him talking to Erskine and Betty talking to Podesta. Yet he calls it him talking to Erskine.
I'm sure he doesn't see the difference. Do you understand? He thinks one is equal to the other.
I know.
He feels so sure of that he can say, I spoke to so-and-so, even if it was her.
Right.
And not feel he's lying. I believe that.
So the double steal much greater than the chance of Grissom stealing, and that's exactly what Jeter is doing.
All right. Is there a good chance you might get in tomorrow?
I don't know. She now made me start to feel like I'm not going to get in at all.
Why? What do you mean?
Because she said well, I don't know. You know, there's a lot going on with him leaving this week.
Mm-hmm. You know, you said something today that resonated. You said, I don't want to hear it from her.
I don't.
And I thought about that later, and I realized 95% of the, miscommunication, the problem, is you're not hearing it from him. He has not, I promise you this, he has not been painfully honest with you because he doesn't want to hurt you.
I know.
I think that's the bottom line. So it's easier to say, we're doing this, we're doing that, we're doing this, because he doesn't have to confront the fact that his own frailties and his own self-preservation are making this almost impossible. That's what I believe.
And also, there's been some exception, or in his head too, at some point, if he's going to acknowledge it, that he helped my life.
I don't think he will ever really come to grips with that, because that would mean. Can you hold on just a second while I put this thing away from the dog? You there?
Yeah. What about this?
But wait, let me finish my thought just while I have it in my head. I don't think that's intentional on his part. Like, if I say this, then she'll know. I don't think that. What I do believe is he doesn't want to face the confrontation of having to face that. Yes, he's not able to do this because it would be very politically expensive for him. So by admitting that, it also admits that you're kind of... And I don't think he has it in him to say, I meant it, I wanted you back, I want you in my life, but I can't do it. I don't think he can do that. I don't think he wants to let you down that way. Why else would he waste all this time promising you it's going to happen?
I don't know.
It's because he can't. He can't do it. He just can't do it.
Okay, do you think if I... Oh boy, here we go. This is an original thing. Are you ready?
Write a letter?
Yes. Send him a note making the atmosphere acceptable for telling me that. Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
Like saying, look, okay, it is clear to me this is not going to happen. Can we please get together and work on some way so that I can come out of this situation not feeling the way I do?
Yes, I think that is acceptable. You have to be willing to face two things. You have to be willing to face that you have to acknowledge you're never going back there.
It's a very hard thing for me to do.
I know that. So think about that before you do this.
Well, I don't think I have a choice. I think it's either acknowledge it or live in La La Land.
But how long can La La Land go on, too? Assume Kate...
Look how long...
Wait a minute.
Linda.
Wait a minute. Assume Kate doesn't know her ass from her elbow, just for a moment.
Uh-huh.
It's still out there that what's-her-name is working with what's-his-name. Therefore, a reasoning person would think that before too long, we would have some sort of indicator, correct?
I don't know.
You can't take someone over for an extended period. It's now her job to deal with this other guy, and that's still hanging out there. There has been no resolution. I kind of am curious what they're going to come up with that.
I don't think they're going to come up with anything.
Well, they can't leave it out there in La La Land forever.
I know, but they'll just keep coming up with excuses, just like he's been all along. You know what it probably will be? Then Erskine's going to leave, okay? Erskine will leave before this is done, and then it's when the new guy comes.
Oh, please.
What do you mean, please, Linda? Come on, a year ago you would have said to me, in February, had I told you this was the scenario in November or October, you would have said, please.
Well, I think the logical shoe-in for Erskine is the one that's already in the problem already. I think he'll be the successor.
You think?
Yes.
JP?
Uh-huh. A shoe-in.
Are you serious? I haven't even heard his name floating around.
Oh, because let me tell you, he has been intimately involved with every single thing that he headed the meetings.
Right.
Twice a day, where my friend, you know, the one that headed those meetings. So he just knows everything. I mean, there's not a thing he doesn't know other than obviously a couple things, but he would be the one. He's their troubleshooter. And no, I don't mean you're the trouble. I just mean to preclude trouble. Get down, Claire. You're driving me nuts. So I'm afraid that if you go ahead and do that, do I think they'll place you in New York? Absolutely.
I know. She already said that.
What'd she say?
Do you remember the first time I talked to her?
Yeah.
She was still under the impression that I might want to go to New York, and he said, oh, that's no problem. We could place her in the UN like that.
Yeah, and I bet you they would do that at any grade you want.
Well, I don't know about that, but...
Oh, yeah.
Well, Linda, there has to be something. A girl doesn't go from a 9 to a 15.
Look at... She went from a 9 to a 15 overnight.
She wasn't a 9 at the... She wasn't a 9 at the... whatchamacallit.
There is no difference. A 9 is a 9 is a 9. She was a 9. Sched Cs are what is called administratively determined. Therefore, you were administratively determined to be paid at the 9, as was she. Same at the UN, same at the SBA. They can administratively determine that that's the rate you should be paid at. But that's beside the point. Yes, of course I think that can happen. The question is, do you want to go for it now, or do you want to wait it out?
I don't think I can wait it out.
Then just know that you can't go back. You can't change your mind. You know, it would be very helpful if Betty were up front.
Yes.
I mean, if we could at least get a, hey, look, here's the lay of the land. I'm doing this as a favor for you, Monica. We can do this, this, and this, but we can't do this. Here's why. If you had that, you could make reasoning decisions and not your life up. As it is now, you're dealing in an abyss. And I know you're not going to like this, but it really pisses me off because I think Betty has more information than she's sharing.
I know she has more information than she's sharing.
And, okay, enough already. There are ways to let you know. There are ways to let you know. Monica, I think we should be looking at other alternatives. Tell me what you'd like to do. Let me see what we can do.
Well, I mean, she said, you know, she's asked me, where else would you like to work? And I said, nowhere. And that's true. I said, there's nothing else in the government that interests me. And it's true.
Well, of course, because if that were true, it would be easy. They could have put you at state or any other place in a promotion, and you could have been buried in the woodwork, and there wouldn't have been a problem. But you didn't want to do that. Because the bottom line is you're going to get out of town if this doesn't pan out. So you've got to get out of town big time.
Which it didn't pan out.
Well, it's not looking that way. All signs indicate to me that the current climate means it's not going to pan out. And I do think it's the current climate. I would be willing to bet that Bennett said to him, after this other eruption this summer, I need to know if anything else is going to come up and bite me in the ass. I can't...
And you know what? And I guarantee you he still didn't tell him.
I agree.
I guarantee you that even when that, what's her face, Betsy Wright sat down with him, that he probably told 60 or 75%, and more than he would have to anyone else. I guarantee you he didn't tell all of them.
Exactly. But what do you suppose that did to him? I'm not saying what he told. I bet you anything he said, I have got to behave. I am really going to I'm going to shoot myself in the foot here. If he even suspected. Do you see what I'm saying? No, of course I don't believe he told him. I don't even think he told Bruce.
No, he didn't tell Bruce.
But what I think he did was...
If he had told Bruce...
Well, none of that other would have happened.
Bruce would have fixed it.
Yes.
I'd be working for Bruce.
You'd be working for Bruce right now, that's right.
But I think Bruce and Nancy are too close.
No. In this case, I promise you, Bruce would have hired you in a heartbeat. Bruce fixes things before they go wrong. He's that savvy. Nancy is the all-time protectorate.
Well, the other thing, I mean, as I discussed with Betty, is that
Well, of course.
You know?
There's an element of that. But I promise you, Bruce would have seen the wisdom of doing that. And, of course, it's not too late. You can always go that route if you choose to.
You know what, Linda? I think I'll go crazy there. Think about it. Just think about it for 1 minute, okay? Just think about it for 1 minute. I know Nancy hates me.
I don't think she hates you.
Yes, she does.
I think she sees you as a danger to him.
Okay, well, whatever it is, she doesn't like me, okay?
I think she's afraid, yes.
Well,
I'll give you
whatever
that.
it is, it's not positive, okay? So it's not positive with Nancy. I know people are talking about me.
Some, yes.
Some. I have Marcia Scott as an enemy. I mean, it's just...
Everyone with their own agenda. Because think about it. Marcia has her own agenda. Debbie Schiff certainly has her own agenda. I'm convinced whatever went into the NSC went through Debbie.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's like hordes of people.
No.
It's enough.
But it's enough, and it's senior people.
Well, it's people who can make things uncomfortable, yes.
I mean, so what? So I'm never going to get to move up in communications if that's where I got to work. So
I know.
I think I just need to start over. But what's hard for me is that, and I know this is so stupid, but Linda, I don't know why I have these feelings for him. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I don't really have these feelings. Maybe I'm pretending it. I don't know. But I just, when I tell you that I never expected to feel this way about him. And I'm not kidding you.
You protect him.
You know,
every inch of the way.
And the first time I ever looked into his eyes close up and was with him alone, I saw somebody totally different than I had expected to see. And that's the person I fell in love with.
Yeah.
And that's the person that was there on the 4th of July. And that's the person that's been there at tender moments. And he has been distant and vacant for me for the past few months.
On purpose.
I don't know why.
He's not letting you in. He's not letting you in because it's dangerous to let you in. He let you in, and now he's afraid. He's afraid. Fear is the biggest motivator. Self-preservation is everything. I don't believe that your last phone conversation with him was the same as it would have been before the fear took over. Why do you think you haven't been having the same access? You seem to believe that all of a sudden it's because he doesn't like me. I don't believe that for a minute, especially given my perspective from a different age than you. I don't see it that way. I see it more as I am going to have my ass handed to me on a platter. And I know you want to protect him. Of course I know that. I just don't want you to be savaged in the process.
Well, I think I need to accept that I'm just not going to work there, and I think this is the last chance.
Okay, then if you accept that, are you ready to say that I need whatever help I can get in X, Y, and Z place? Because this is your last shot.
Yeah, no, I know. I know that. But I'm also, I'll tell you, I'm also afraid to even say it because I'm afraid to hear him say, yes, of course I'll do that, and then him not do it.
Well, I see, I look at it a little differently than you do. Any request you have that gets you out of the area and away from his temptation and away from his immediate reach, I think is something they jump on in a heartbeat. Favors like that are done every day, and it's non-threatening to anyone. I mean, it's explainable. It's something that you can say. I mean, if that were ever to come up, ever, you could say, it could be easily said with, she's well connected. You know, she has a good reputation, she's a hard worker, and she's well connected. That's easy. It's a whole lot easier than putting you back over there where, God forbid, anything should ever come out. You've talked to Betty a million times today. What was her tone?
I don't know.
I mean, is she sounding fed up?
A little. Well, I'm fed up.
Well, I know you are.
You know, I feel like I don't care that she... I mean, I do care because, you know, I'm so... You know what I mean? It's like she's my lifeline.
Well, she is the only.
It's like, you know... It's like all I'm being fed to... The only thing I'm being fed, you know, and I'm starving, but what it is rotten. You know what I mean?
Yes. Well, I would be willing to bet money that if you said to her, I have made up my mind.
I don't want to say it to her. I think, okay, will you help me? I think I'm going to write him a note and say, look, this is da-da-da. I want to hear this from you. I want this in person. I want to talk to you. I need this. You know?
You have to offer him a solution. You have to offer him a way out.
Right, I understand that.
If you do that and offer a solution, as in, I would like to be living in New York and gainfully employed by, I don't know, say 1 December, whatever date you come up with. I would like to sit down with you and talk about this, person to person. Yeah, I think he'd do it, because that offers him a good out. And I think he can feel like he's doing the right thing. I'm not saying he loves the idea that he's not bringing you back, Monica. I'm not saying that this hasn't caused him some feeling of regret, if nothing else, that what he wanted to do, he's not able to do. I mean, clearly he wouldn't be foisting this Bob Nash, Marsha, Bob Erskine, this one, that one after another, if he felt a clear conscience. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm sure it makes him feel like, I don't think he did it intentionally. I don't think he sat there and said, I'll have you back after the you-know-what like this.
Okay, here. Okay, it has been...
Oh, my God.
What?
You're writing. That's always dangerous.
Well, maybe what I should do is write and call you back.
All right, now listen to me. I don't think you can make this a book.
I know. I'm going to make it short. But I am going to say... am I allowed to say, because what I want to be able to say, and this is true, I don't want it to be a mushy letter, but I don't want it to be a cold letter.
No,
and
it should not be cold.
Okay, the truth is...
You're not cold.
Truth. Okay, the truth is that... you're going to get mad.
What?
You notice how we do that to each other all the time?
Yes, I do.
Is that having him in my life is more important to me than a job.
I've always known that.
Okay, but can I say that?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Thank you. I'm going to write, and I will call you back in 15, 20
All right.
Bye.
I'll be here. Goodbye.
Now another conversation between Linda Tripp and Monica Lewinsky recorded on Monday, October 6th, 1997. This recording features a discussion about a letter Monica Lewinsky planned to write to the president. Another note that the blanks in the tape are words and phrases that have been edited out by the House Judiciary Committee.
Hello? Hi.
Hi.
Okay, I think it needs a lot of work. I know. But I don't know.
How long is it?
Well, I typed it up.
Okay.
So, okay. It has been made clear to me that there is no way I'm going to be able to come back to the White House. The reasons are too lengthy to get into in a letter, and I can explain them to you in person. I want you to know that it has always been and remains to be more important to me to have you in my life than to come back. Having said that, I am extremely under-challenged and unhappy in my current position. This is too choppy. Can you please secure a position for me at the UN as the GS-12 or 13, beginning 1 December? I'd like to give my 2 weeks' notice as soon as possible and have some time to get myself together. My roommate, a.k.a. my mom, has recently taken an apartment in New York, and we are in the process of looking for something else in D.C. Since it doesn't look like I can stay here, I need something before we make any more commitments here. Make any commitments here. Handsome, you have been distant the past few months and shut me out. I don't know why. Is it that you don't like me anymore, or are you scared? Please let me come see you this evening or Thursday night. I want to hear it. I want to hear it from you, no one else. I don't think it is asking too much after all that has happened to ask to have this discussion in person.
Brilliant, except for the one part.
Which one part?
If you put a 12 or 13 there, I am going to throw up.
Okay. Well, I don't have to put it. What do you mean?
Oh, Monica. For people who are not even in any situation, they can do better.
Oh, Linda, please don't start with me on that.
He would want to do better, so don't limit him, is what I'm saying.
Okay, you know what I'll do? Okay, this is what I'll do. I will bring all my little paperwork that I had made up to have my meeting with.
I'm sorry. I've lost you. Oh, yeah, okay.
and show him there and say, this is what I am making, this is what I should be making, this is what I'd like to make. Okay, look, Linda.
Look, in New York, let me just say this. No. New York, the cost of living is even higher than here.
I know it is, but you'll also get a cost of living adjustment.
No, it's not significant.
No, but let me tell you something, okay? I just want you to look at this from his position for a minute, okay?
Mm-hmm.
He's thinking to himself, I'm going to take this girl, and I'm moving her, and the reason I'm moving her and the reason all this is happening is because she was my girlfriend, and I'm going to make her go from making $30,000 a year to $90,000 a year.
No, but what I'm saying is this is done routinely.
But I know, but the reason it's done is not routine. I think that's going to steer the out of him.
Well, no, because actually he doesn't have to establish the grade. That's out of his hands. What he can do...
Okay, well, look, I'll take it out of the letter.
Okay.
I'll take it out of the letter.
I would just say let's not limit yourself.
Okay.
And do you want to be in the press?
I don't know. I don't really like... You know, I don't want to be writing press releases.
No, of course not.
You know, so I don't really know what to do. Be in protocol or something.
Mm-hmm.
Something easy. Because I don't want to stay there a long time.
I know. Deputy protocol officer, deputy press assistant, those all are legitimate for your age group and for your level of experience. Now, I don't think all that level of specificity has to be in the note. No.
About the 2 weeks notice?
No.
So what do you think needs to be in here?
I think you need to...
Fine. How about I go line by line and you say...
Okay,
yes
all right.
Okay, the first line. It's been made clear to me that there's no way I'm going to be able to come back to the White House. Is that okay?
I would put despite your best efforts.
Okay. At the end?
Yep.
Yeah, that's good. Should I say yours and Betty's or just yours?
Yours.
Okay.
Everything she does is because of him. And then you might want to say, I understand.
Understand why this can't happen?
I understand the difficulty.
Okay, then the reasons are too lengthy to get into it in a letter. I think that's important.
Yeah, no, I do too. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, the reasons are too lengthy to get into in a letter. I can explain them to you in person. Or maybe the latter half of that is self-explanatory.
No, I would put
what?
Something about, instead of I can explain them to you in person, I'd like to show you that I do finally understand, and I'd like to do that in person.
No, I don't think that goes with the first part.
Read that again.
Because that has nothing, that I understand has nothing, the reasons now have, what I know now has nothing to do with anything he's done. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
You know.
Okay.
How about the reasons are too lengthy to get into in the letter?
Yeah.
And so not I can explain them to you in person?
I don't think so. Because you will have made the in-person clear by the end of the note.
Okay. Then, is it a new paragraph? I want you to know that it has always been and remains to
yes.
be. Mm-hmm. It's important for me to have you in my life and to come back.
Yes.
Does that come back make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Then also, let me tell you this. We have to throw in some big words in here. I feel like sometimes I think of these letters and it's like, I know I'm rushed and whatever it is and I'm trying to get it out, but I think, God, he must think I'm an idiot.
I don't think so at all. I think most of the things that I've seen are well done. Of course, you've let a few slip that I haven't seen. All right, what's the next sentence?
Then to come back. Having said that, I'm extremely underchallenged and unhappy in my current position.
Okay, that's too quick a transition.
Right, okay.
So you need to go into a larger problem for me is that since I left, you know, you might want to get in, I don't know how to say this, but what you're trying to say is You gave it your best shot. You tried to be challenged by a situation that you had to accept, and it just hasn't happened. And it's been long enough to where it should have happened by now.
I think he knows that. I don't think that's... You know what I mean?
I'm just trying to get a way to transition to that sentence. It goes too fast from...
Well, I mean, I kind of felt like, okay, I have to be able to present the... well, okay, let me ask you a question. What about flipping paragraphs? Having the next paragraph about being distant and blah, 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 blah.
Yes, that would be better than going straight to the...
And then the last paragraph is like,
Yeah.
okay, here's the solution.
Yeah.
So, and then also in this paragraph it says where I want to come see him.
All right, what's that paragraph start?
I think what I should do is I want you to know that sentence that has always been...
Yeah.
That should be almost its own paragraph.
Yes.
So, because that's important.
It is important. It's the most important thing.
Italics and bold print.
It is the most important thing you're saying.
It is.
Because you're essentially letting them off the hook.
It is. So, okay, I want you to know that it's always been and remains to be more important to me to have you in my life than to come back.
To have you in my life on some level.
Yeah, on some level. In my life is not...
Because there's so many different levels in this relationship that have you in my life sort of indicates to him, I would think, a sexual relationship. You don't want that to be what he thinks as the only how you want him in your life. You know what I mean? What you're trying to say is you want him
to have you as my friend.
Well,
but no, you know why, Linda? Because the problem is, you know, I was thinking about this yesterday. I was like, okay, well, when you said to me you wanted to be my friend, did you mean you wanted to be on positive terms with me, or you wanted to be my friend? Because right now, he's certainly not my friend.
Because he's running.
Positive terms with me.
Right, he's running.
So, I don't want to say on some level. I like it how it is.
All right, okay.
So,
go ahead.
And the next thing is, handsome, you've been distant the past few months and have shut me out.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I forgot to have. I don't know why. Is it that you don't like me anymore, or are you scared?
Mm-hmm, that's good.
Please let me come see you this evening or Thursday night. I want to hear it from you, not it, okay? I want to discuss this with you, no one else.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or how about, I want this discussion to be between you and me.
Mm-hmm.
Me. And I put you and me in capital, all caps.
Mm-hmm. Good.
You and me. No one else? Or just you and me? Just you and me.
A private discussion, whatever.
No, a discussion between you and me.
Okay.
Fine. I mean, it's not like Betty sits in.
Right.
And then
unless she's in the bathroom.
Yeah. I don't think it is asking too much after all that has happened to ask to have this discussion in person.
No, I think that's good and very true, too.
But I think I have to use a different word from discussion because I just used it in a sense before. So...
Conversation.
Have this conversation.
Gary Wright, the first inning, had a runner at second base, nobody out.
And having said that, I'm extremely under-challenged and unhappy in my current position. I don't know if having said that fits. Maybe it should be... How about I need you to know that I'm extremely under-challenged and unhappy in my current position. I'd like to ask you to please secure a position for me. I think, you know what it is?
You've already told them that, right?
What?
That you're under-challenged and unhappy.
Well, I have, but I think I need to say it again. Like, just a reminder.
Okay, then maybe you should say something like, well, I understand now why I can't come back. I would like you to understand that I remain completely unchallenged and very unhappy in my current position. So, you know, you're both understanding.
Right. What did you say? Well, I have understood.
I'm so bad at repeating what comes to my head. No, while I understand why it's not possible for me to come back, or while I have come to understand, whatever, why it's not possible for me to come back, I need you to understand that I am completely unchallenged and underwhelmed in my current position. I've given it my best shot. I've been here a year and a half.
I don't think that's necessary because the whole, you know, this whole thing was supposed to be temporary anyway.
Till after the election.
Right.
Well, we're a year away from that.
Right. So, I mean, I'm saying, I don't know. I don't feel like I need to justify I've given it my best shot. It doesn't matter whether I've given it my best shot or not.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess I should say I'd like to ask you to secure a position for me.
Mm-hmm.
3-run third inning. The Yankees are waiting for the same from Bernie Williams.
I guess before I say that about I'd like to ask you, I guess I need to tell the New York situation. Because let's just say he...
Okay, so that's right.
So I need to rework it. So...
The part about my mother...
My roommate.
Yeah.
I mean, is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
It sort of lays out what the situation is.
Right. Because I'm thinking, just in case he actually did read that letter before, he's going to start thinking, well, what about... She's going to have to tell her mom. Remember all that?
Yes, oh, I know he read it, so therefore, yes, of course.
Okay, so I'm unhappy in my current position. My roommate, a.k.a. my mom, has recently taken an apartment in New York, and we are in the process of looking for something else in D.C. Since it doesn't seem like I can stay here, I need to something before we make any more commitments. So, okay, we're looking, has recently taken an apartment in New York. Okay, I think I need to just say...
Well, first of all, does it matter that she's taken an apartment? I mean, I think you should say... My mother's my roommate, a.k.a. my mother, has taken up primary residence in New York. You know, I mean, who cares? It's superfluous information he doesn't need. And then why do you need to keep a place in D.C.?
I don't. Now I realize that I don't need to say that.
Yeah.
Well, the only reason why I was saying that is that because this is a timely thing.
I know, that's just it.
This is why...
Okay, so that's what you need to get across.
Okay, so that's what I need to say. This is a timely... Let me just write it quickly. Timely matter?
Well, it's time sensitive. It's not timely. Because... if...
Oh, here, this is where it goes. This is time sensitive because my roommate, my mom, has recently taken a primary residence in New York, and we're in the process of looking for something else in D.C.
For me.
For me. Right, since it doesn't look like I can stay here.
No, and then you could say, this is a perfect lead-in to, if it is true that it's unrealistic for me to hope to come back there, then there really is no point in my staying in D.C., in my mind. You know, in better words, but...
Right.
So... I would be looking to relocate to New York as well. You know, this is what I'm trying to get across. So he understands the time sensitivity. You're not going to sign a lease. You're not going to get tied up and embroiled in a lease on your own down here if there's nothing for you to stay for. You just as soon cut your losses and go. See? You can do that in a very short way.
Linda, if I ever want to have an affair with a married man again, especially if he's president, please shoot me.
I promise you. I promise you. If you get out of this one alive and unharmed and sane and healthy, I tell you what, more and more the New York thing just seems right on.
It's so scary to me.
No. Mm-mm.
I know. I mean, change is scary.
Change is scary, but this could be a good scary. And how many people get to go to New York with an open door?
Well, we'll see.
So let's just...
I'm trying to... Okay, this is time sensitive because my roommate, a.k.a. my mom, has recently taken a primary residence.
Taken up.
Taken up primary residence?
Primary... You could even make a joke, leaving me to my own devices in D.C.
Primary residence in New York.
And then you could just say, we're in the process of...
looking for something else for me.
Yeah. assuming that I was going to remain down here.
Right. We're in the process of looking for something else in D.C. under the assumption
that I would soon be blah, 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 blah.
What?
Well, isn't it true that you assumed you would be back there?
Or how about then, I am in the process of looking for something else in D.C.
Yes.
Not we.
That's fine.
So that he doesn't start to think that I've told
Right,
him another
yeah.
we have, which he must be an idiot to not think that.
No, most people wouldn't have told their mom.
I know, but I'm in the process of looking for something else in D.C. for me under the assumption. I have been in the process.
Right. Under the assumption that I would be coming back.
Right.
And period.
That I would be coming back. I would be returning.
Yeah.
To the White House.
Period. That's all you have to say. And then you go on to.
Right. So then, since it doesn't look like I can stay here, I need to.
I don't want to commit. I want to ensure.
I don't want to make any commitment.
Right. But I'm fast running out of time. I'm fast running out of the luxury of that kind of time. You know, in other words, what you want him to know is it's off the pot time here.
Right. I'm running out of the luxury of time? No.
No, just say, I don't have the luxury of time anymore. Or, you know, we're giving up the apartment on, I don't know, 1 December, something.
I have the luxury of time.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask you to secure a position
Right.
for me. Okay, or how about help me secure?
Well, I'm not sure you need to say even secure. I think you could say, I'd like to ask you to help me obtain, or...
But you know, I don't know, maybe I'm being an idiot. I don't want to have to work for this position.
Say that again.
I want it to be given to me.
Right, you don't want to go through the whole interview process
Right.
and the whole, you want to know that you have a position.
Right.
All right, so then maybe you want to say secure.
I'd like to secure me a position. You know he's going to go.
No, he won't. He'll just rip it in 18 million pieces. Now, wait, stop. You don't have to limit yourself to the UN.
Okay.
All you have to say, let me just say this. Excuse me. There are a bazillion options in New York. I mean, I could rattle off right now Max Chapman, Susan Thomas's. I mean, there are so many in New York. With one phone call would give you a good job.
Yeah.
So the UN is the only government agency we're aware of.
Secure a position in New York.
Yes.
Around 1 December?
Well, and then you might want to make another sentence that says,
Can I say that I'd like to give my 2 weeks notice as soon as possible and have some time to get myself together?
Well, I think you can, but I think you can say that in person.
It's getting kind of long.
How long is it? Is it more than 1 page?
No.
It can't be more than 1 page.
No, I know, but it's also like...
How are you going to send this to them?
I know. I think I'm going to have to drop it off.
Oh, you know...
No, not give it to her, but in the morning, leave it at the thing.
At the NEOB?
Yeah. I hate that.
I don't know. I just think you're better off FedExing it. It goes to Betty, doesn't it?
I can't FedEx it.
Why?
Because they won't get it tomorrow.
Oh. Right. Hey, didn't you use a messenger service once?
Yeah, but that makes me even more nervous.
Why? To Betty, remember.
I know, but because somebody could open it.
What, one of the messengers?
Yeah.
Oh, no way. Use or something in D.C.?
Why can't I do it through the NEOB?
I'm just worried about that. I think that's much worse. You're putting on paper, Monica, something that you need to be very careful about. A messenger with a taped product is about as commonplace in Washington as, you know, a gridlock.
I don't know, but that's also going out of the hands of somebody not on the complex. I don't think, that makes me even more nervous. Think about it, Linda. There's a little more security feeling in...
Well, the most secure for me would be the FedEx.
But I can't FedEx it.
But we used to courier stuff all the time with those bicyclists. I mean, that's their livelihood. They're bonded.
Which doesn't mean they don't read it.
Oh, they don't read it?
All right.
You're kidding? They're half killing themselves getting every place on bicycles in no time.
No, but then I have to call her.
Who?
Hetty. Do you know what I mean? It's like that's...
I would rather put up with a phone call and say, this is being couriered at such and such a time, than think of all the millions of hands it has to go through. It just makes me very nervous. The idea of you switching it at the gate, I don't know. I don't like that either.
Why?
Well, I think that it starts being a bigger deal than it needs to be.
She has to send an intern out to get a courier package.
Yeah. Just that you're not physically there.
She must think I'm
I could give it what she
I know
thinks.
you could get less. I know.
Enough already with what she thinks.
I understand that. But it's
with
like...
one honest statement out of her mouth, a lot of heartache could have been averted. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, it's not her fault. It's his fault.
Ugh.
It's his fault, Linda.
I can put myself in her shoes too easily. I can.
So this should be a tight note. I wish I had that card.
Oh.
Their card is probably too nice. Although it wouldn't be so bad to temper this with something nice.
I know. Where is the card?
Oh, it's in my desk at work.
Courier it tomorrow morning from work. What is more natural than something being couriered from the Pentagon to the White House?
Okay.
It's totally fine. Obviously, you're not going to put
But I
it...
have to schlep all the way down to South Parking.
I'll schlep with you, okay?
I know, but you don't understand. It's like I am being watched like a...
Monica, one way or another, you're not going to be there.
Right, okay, that's right.
One way or another, you're going to be able to tell him...
I want to quit so soon, just so I can say it has to do with the GS-12 thing.
Oh, I know. Not only that, I thought today you weren't coming back. I said, oh, great, she's not going to get any of my messages because she's decided not to go the back. And I'm going to be circling the Pentagon for a year, which is really, in the scheme of things, not that big a deal because she's not going back to her desk. I really did think that. The fact that you went back says a lot for you.
I somehow...
You pull it out of the hat every time.
I drive myself nuts. I feel much better about this letter.
All right, so how did you end it?
Under-exhalenged. That sounds like a good word.
What'd you say?
Under-exhalenged.
Under-challenged.
I know, I misspelled it.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. I spelled it under-exhalenged.
Oh, how lovely. You'd have to look it up. Hi, Kitty. Hi, Kitty.
I'd love to throw in a big word in here.
Like what? He's never been attracted to you because you use big words.
Ew, so listen to this, right? Thank you very much. Well, I don't know how they could.
I don't know either. Oh. Yeah.
Okay. So what? Now, if I write this out in a letter, if I write it out, it's going to be a lot longer.
It's easy. You know what? If it's done at home and not at work, I would say just use it typed. Number one, it's easier to read. It's just, the flowery penmanship and the whole bit, it's just distracting.
Oh, I know. Well, then what should I do about the card?
Well, I would take it with you to work.
No, the card's at work.
I know. So you take this with you to work in the morning.
Okay. And when I just put this inside the card?
Yes. Okay. And then you put the whole card inside 2 envelopes, big ones.
Right, I know how to do that. Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay, now.
And then the only thing I would put to Betty at all, period, end of discussion, is it is critical that he get this at your earliest opportunity.
No.
Or something. I don't want to hear any more, I haven't had an opportunity.
I will put that, but I need to put something else, too.
Okay.
I don't need to be a bitch to her. Look, but
No.
I know she hasn't done everything, but I also want to say one thing. That woman has more on her plate than I do right now. So
Why,
as
because her
hard as
mother's
this
in the hospital?
But let's just talk about a year where, and your mother is in the hospital. You know?
Yeah, that is bizarre.
It's much, you know.
It is bizarre.
And that she has to deal with me, and that she calls, and, you know. It's nobody's picnic. It's not my idea of a picnic either.
No, I know. I know. It just seems to me, I'm looking at it from
that I know you think he told her to do it. I think she volunteered to talk to Podesta. I really do. I think I think he said he felt his hands were tied, and she said, well, what about if I talk to Podesta?
Well, I'm pretty sure they came to that conclusion together. But she knows as well as anybody there that her request carries some weight. And if a couple weeks have gone by and nothing's happened, you would think she would figure it out or go check. She hasn't. Therefore, to me, she knows the answer and she doesn't want you to know it yet. She doesn't know how to tell you. A whole lot of this could have been averted with just some little bit of honesty.
Oh, the whole year situation.
You know?
All right, so dear Hanson?
Is there anything else you call him?
No, why? You hate it?
Oh, that's just kind of like another enough already thing.
Well, I don't know what else to call him. I don't have to put a dear anything. I could just start the note. Don't call. What am I supposed to call him? Bill? I mean, you know.
No, of course not. That's just irreverent and.
Boo-boo falls out.
Huh?
Boo-boo slips out. I try and catch myself because I don't think he would like to be called Boo-boo.
Oh, not on paper.
Dear Boo-boo. So he called what's-her-face Pookie.
Who?
What's-her-face? Jennifer Flowers.
Pookie?
Pookie.
God, one does not even want to wonder what that meant. Okay.
Like Hanson, fine.
I would leave it off. It's been your way to communicate to date because it's very cumbersome to say, dear Mr. You know what. It just doesn't sort of fit.
It's so formal.
It doesn't fit. And that's not your relationship anyway.
Dear you know what. It has been made clear. Dear Mr. You know what.
Oh. Now read the whole thing again. I don't think it has a nasty tone at all.
I don't think so either. Of course, it has to patch the thing, but I don't know if I'm going to get to talk to her tonight.
Okay. Read it again.
It has been made clear to me that there is no way I'm going to be able to come back to the White House despite your best effort. I understand the difficulty. The reasons are too lengthy to get into in a letter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that to me doesn't make sense.
It does. Well, I understand the difficulty.
I think despite your best efforts, I don't know.
So just, and I, despite your best efforts, period, I understand the difficulty.
That's what I have now.
And then leave off the rest. That rest of it.
Okay. And I have the next paragraph in bold and italic. Maybe it should just be bold, not italic.
Yeah.
Like italic. Those old eyes probably can't read anyway. I opted to write to you instead of talk to you on the phone, so I know you hear everything.
Oh, that's scary.
I want you to know that it has... Okay, I need your help with punctuation on this.
Okay.
I want you to know that it has always been and remains to be more important to me to have you in my life.
Wait a minute. I say that very slowly again.
I want you to know...
Uh-huh.
It has always been...
And remains, that's all.
And remains... important to me
yes.
to have you in my life than to come back.
Yes.
Hanson, you've been distant the past few months and have shut me out. I don't know why. Is it that you don't like me anymore, or are you scared? Please let me come see you this evening or Thursday night. That is weird.
Why?
Doesn't that sound funny? Please let me come see you this evening or Thursday night. Okay. I want.
It's in the whole nature of your relationship. Why is that all of a sudden weird?
No, not that I want to, but the way it sounds.
No.
Please let me come see you this evening or Thursday night.
No.
I don't know. Okay.
Work that out with your mother.
To be between you and me. I don't think it is asking too much after all that has happened to ask to have this conversation.
To have a private conversation.
They're always private.
Yeah, that's true.
While I understand why it's not possible for me to return, I need you to understand that I am extremely under-challenged and unhappy in my current position. Okay, now this makes no sense. This is time-sensitive because...
Okay. So here's where you have to interject.
My visit again.
Yes.
The reason I want to see you so urgently... So urgently or urgently?
I don't even know if I'd use urgently. The reason I would like to see you one of the 2 days before your departure.
Oh, how about see you just before your departure?
Yes.
Because this is...
And then you're going into the...
This is time sensitive. Because my roommate, again, because...
Yeah, it's fine.
I shouldn't use no more twice like that.
Well, once you get it written, we'll figure that out, but...
Okay. I'm so tired.
I know, me too. What time is it?
Probably 11.
Oh, my God.
No, 10:20. The reason I would like to see you before your departure is because this is time sensitive. How about my roommate?
No, wait. Before you get into all those details, you have to say... because something that lets him know you're in a state of flux. The decisions have to be made before you get into the specifics. So you're saying...
Just wait, give me a second. Don't talk to me for a second.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. Okay, this is why. I'm going to move that first sentence. So the paragraph will start, the reason I would like to see you before your departure is because this is time sensitive, my roommate, my mom, has recently taken up primary residence in New York. I've been in the process of looking for something else in D.C. for me under the assumption that I would be returning to the White House.
Yes.
While I understand why it's not possible for me to return, I need you to understand that I am extremely under-challenged and unhappy in my current position.
And then you might say, there is therefore no need for me to continue looking for accommodations in Washington. I need to be focusing elsewhere. Or something to that effect.
Well...
just say we give up the apartment 1 December or something. Let him know that this is truly time sensitive.
Okay. Well,
I
don't have the luxury of time anymore.
Where does that fit?
Well, that's after. Oh, my God. It's driving me crazy. I'm never going to have to do this again.
No, this should be it.
What if he doesn't see me, Linda?
He'll see you.
What if he doesn't see me?
He'll see you or he'll call.
A call is not acceptable.
Well, I agree, but one way or another, he's going to acknowledge this.
He was being sarcastic.
I know. Go ahead.
Okay, hold on.
How'd your hair come out?
Fine.
You get it cut?
No.
I love that salon. Very cheery.
I've been in the process of looking for something else in D.C. under the assumption that I'd be returning to the White House. While I understand why it's not possible for me to return, I need you to understand. Okay.
And I don't know that you have to go into the unchallenged and all that. He knows all that.
Okay.
Maybe you could just say,
so cut that whole sentence out.
No, while I understand this is a good sentence, you might just say, I need you to understand that it's time for me to leave and I need help.
Okay, so wait, let me then I think that takes away that sentence about commitment. I don't want to make any commitment.
Yeah.
Okay. The reason I would like to see you before your departure is because... Wait. The reason I would like to see you before your departure because this situation is time sensitive.
Good.
Is time sensitive. Heaven is time sensitive, period. Then my roommate...
Yes.
Sensitive, period. My roommate... Okay, my mom... has recently taken up primary residence in New York. I have been in the process of looking for something else in D.C. for me, under the assumption that I would be returning to the White House. While I understand why it's not possible for me to return, I need you to understand that it is time for me to leave, and I need your help.
Good.
I don't have the luxury of time anymore. I'd like to ask you to help me secure a position in New York.
Now, where are you putting in there, like, this is not next year, this is soon?
Well, then maybe I should put in the sentence, I'd like to ask you to secure a position in New York beginning 1 December?
Yes.
Time card, you can't tell whether it's broken or not. Usually you don't break the bat on that point. That's an example of what you're talking about.
I want to quit before that next trip. I don't want to go on.
When does that start?
The middle of November. See, if he could do this...
Then you wouldn't have to go on the trip.
Right. I don't want to go.
Well, do you have sick time accrued?
Yeah.
Oh, no, never mind. They don't cash that in. Do you have annual accrued?
Not much. Not much.
Well, you won't die without 1 week's paycheck.
No, I know, but I mean, I have to be, I can't quit without having a position.
No, of course not. But I mean, if you're assured of a position 1 December, you can quit 15 November.
Right. I can quit before then. I can survive without a paycheck.
Okay.
I can survive without 1 2-week paycheck.
Okay.
You know.
All right. So then, what?
Okay, let me ask you a question. I know we're going crazy with this.
What?
You don't think it's all choppy that you've been distant the past few months? I don't know why. Should there be a and shut me out? I think maybe instead of a period, it should be a semicolon. I don't know why.
Yes, that's fine. It's a pause. Pregnant.
I know. I also need help with the grammar.
What's wrong with your grammar?
Well, because I don't know where to put the commas. Punctuation, I mean. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay, so this last paragraph reads, the reason I would like to see you before your departure is because the situation...
There's no reason to say the reason.
Okay, I would like to see you...
Yes.
I would like to see you before your departure this weekend. Weekend, because this situation is time sensitive.
Yes, period.
Period. My roommate, a.k.a. my mom, has recently taken up primary residence in New York.
Okay, my roommate, parentheses, a.k.a.
Right.
my mom. Okay.
That I have.
All right.
I have been in the process of looking for something else in D.C. for me.
No, now something else is too nebulous.
Okay.
I have been in the process of looking for an apartment in D.C. for me. You have to be specific.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Apartment in D.C. for me, comma.
Under the assumption that, or whatever, however.
Can I say auspices? That's a good word.
Auspices? About what?
Instead of assumption, under the auspices?
No. You idiot.
You know I have, like, the worst vocabulary in the world.
It's not quite under the auspices. Okay, but go ahead.
The best is how I use the wrong word all the time. Never mind. I call it the wrong thing. Okay, while I understand why it's not possible for me to return, I need you to help.
Comma.
No, comma. Right. I need you to understand that it's time for me to leave, and I need your help.
Yes, period.
I don't have the luxury of time anymore, period.
Yes.
I'd like to ask you to help me secure a position in New York beginning 1 December.
Yes.
Okay.
And then you say, that's not asking too much?
What?
What do you say after that?
That I have nothing. Can I say, please don't let me down?
Yes, of course you can say, please don't let me down. In fact, before you say that, you might want to say, I hope and pray that this is a solution that may work out well for both of us, or something to let him know that you can be at peace with this, and so can he.
Right. Or how about if I say something after that and say, if this doesn't sound like a solution to you, let's talk about it. Do you know what I mean? Or does that sound like, no, you can still persuade me to stay here?
Yeah.
That's not what I mean.
Mm-mm.
Or how about after 1 December, I'm hoping this is a solution for both of us.
Yes. You might even want to put, I would be very grateful.
I'd be very grateful, and I'm hoping this is a solution for both of us.
Yes.
I'm hoping this is a solution for both of us. Then the last sentence. Can I say, or is this too pathetic?
What?
Please see me either tonight or Thursday.
Well, when does he get back from this trip?
Oh, he doesn't get back until Monday the 20th.
Of October?
Uh-huh.
Well, instead of please see me, you might want to put something like,
waiting until you get back.
How many weeks is it between now and the 1st of December?
Whatever it is, it'll still sound like too much time.
I know. I'm just trying to think of a way
Like
to...
6, 7, I don't know, 8? I have no idea.
What's the date today?
Today is the 6th.
Of October, okay.
Right, so it's almost 2 months.
Okay, less than 8 weeks. Okay. Okay, this is where you might want to go back to the apartment problem, which is...
but I don't want to get into the... Can I do that in person? I mean, this is too long.
Here's what you have to establish in his mind.
Right.
That
It's got to be done soon.
it has to be done soon, or you're going to...
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. So you got it all sent off.
Yeah. You know what? I was really proud of it.
I think it was a good product.
You know, in the end, it looked good. It was in a folder.
Now, Betty will have it when?
Hello. Hi.
I just walked in the door.
How is that possible?
Because I met Beth. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. So you got it all sent off.
Yeah. You know what? I was really proud of it.
I think it was a good product.
You know, in the end, it looked good. It was in a folder.
Now, Betty will have it when?
Tomorrow morning.
Okay, and she knows it's coming.
She knows it's coming. I put on the note. What I said to her was, you know, if she felt comfortable, maybe she could leave it under his desk in the back and let him know, you know, when she talks to him that it's there and he could get it on Sunday.
When does he where is he now?
I don't know, he's somewhere in Latin America. He comes home Sunday morning.
Early?
Yeah.
Oh, so he'll probably go to the office.
Well, possible, but he could also, you know, it's not definite, but...
Okay, so she knows...
But she probably won't do that because that's what I want.
Yeah, she'll forget.
But then I also said, you know, it ended up being, in this big envelope. So,
Was it expensive?
I don't know. I used my credit card or my mom's credit card.
Monica.
What? Well, what am I supposed to do?
Would you put your name on it?
I put Lewis.
All right, so that's not a big deal, but I mean, you should at least find out how much it is.
I'm sure it wasn't much.
No?
No.
All right, so...
So then...
Because he's expecting this wish list, right?
I guess, and he's getting a whole fat packet.
But he asked for...
Right, he asked for a list, you know, a better idea of what it was I wanted to do.
But I mean, now, is he still stuck on the UN thing?
I think he is, and I think when he comes back from this trip, he'll be even more, because what he was doing was so stupid. You know, he's going to talk to Bill Richardson. Well, what do you think Bill Richardson's going to say? Oh, my department is stupid. My department's not interesting at all.
Right.
My department's boring. There's no place for someone you want to place there. You know what I mean?
Well, what he's going to say is, what can I do for you?
Exactly.
So,
So...
did he say he would speak to Kaplan? Or have Vernon speak to Kaplan? He just said he knew him.
Neither of us were thinking straight. He said, the only one I know in a network is Kaplan. He said, but his shop is in Atlanta.
Well, that's where they're, you know.
Did I tell you he gave me a CD, by the way?
No.
It was really weird. He was cleaning up. First of all, he is such an anal neat freak. Like,
really?
I would not have expected that of him. But we were talking, and this one of his books, you know sometimes the book has a ribbon as a bookmarker?
Yes.
The ribbon was hanging out down below. He got up and put the ribbon inside the book and put it back in the bookshelf. I would not even notice that.
Well, isn't the ribbon supposed to hang down?
No.
It's in the bookmark.
But, okay.
Kind of like leaning on stuff.
Imagine you took the ribbon from the bottom of the book, and it wasn't marking the page. It was just...
Oh. It made him crazy.
I guess. Isn't that weird? I didn't picture him to be that way at all.
He saw it all the way across the room?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we were in the little office.
I can't believe that. He got up to do that.
Isn't that weird?
So what's with the CD?
So then as we were winding everything up, he was, like, cleaning up his CDs or something, and he said, oh... And he picked up this, Annie Lennox CD.
Yeah.
He said, oh, do you have this? It was all wrapped, you know, like in the cellophane or whatever. He said, oh, do you have this? Or he said, oh, this is a great CD. And I said, oh, really? He goes, do you have it? And I said, no. He goes, here, have it. I have the tape. I listen to the tape all the time. I said, oh, okay, thanks.
Oh, my God.
Isn't that funny?
Well, you have had your share of gifts from him.
I know. Well, I've given him plenty.
I know. That's true. That's true. I'm just hoping that what he does for you, I go back to the same thing, which is, I hope that what he does for you makes you happy.
I hope so too.
And I hope that what he does for you, since it's New York, allows you to make it in New York. So.
At the Post Cereal Company,
I don't know, I just... And he knows this has to happen soon.
Right.
Because what's today's date?
It's 2 weeks from Monday.
What? Say that again?
He's 2 weeks from Monday.
What do you mean he's 2 weeks from Monday?
Well, according to the timeline, he said, so you want to, like, have a job secured by the end of October.
Oh. I see.
So I could quit. Not go on the trip.
Yeah, that would make you happy.
Oh, yeah. I thought, yeah.
Oh.
Now it's you.
Oh, God. Well, on that list you gave him so many options that if he sits down, I don't know how involved Erskine is, but
I think, yeah.
If he is at all involved, this is right up his alley too. He's got more connections in industry and every other thing than you can imagine.
Along with too.
Well, he's amazing. So between the two of them, he can...
I don't really think... I'm not telling this. I don't think Erskine should have anything to do with this. I don't think anybody who works there should.
I don't see how that's a problem.
Because look at what happened with Webb Hubble. I'm just saying.
Oh, please.
I'm just saying. You know?
Yeah, but this isn't... Are you telling me that you think Erskine doesn't place people every day of the week? I mean, come on. That's how networking works. He has no connection. He has no connection with you.
I just think money is a lot safer.
Well, I don't remember during the Webb Hubble thing. Was Vernon mentioned?
Yeah, but there's a big difference. I think somebody could construe, okay? Somebody could construe or say, well, they gave her a job to shut her up. They made her happy. And he worked for the government, and she shouldn't have done that. And with the other one, you can't say that.
Well, that's true.
That's why I think it's not smart. I'm glad I said the thing about Marcia.
Marcia Scott has absolutely no business being involved in this after what she did.
I know.
I mean, I think he has to realize that too. And it was nice the way you put it. You just said, please respect that. I don't want her involved.
Yeah, but he also didn't trust her. He doesn't trust her implicitly.
Because he didn't tell her the truth.
Know everything. You know, so I think that was maybe.
Do you believe that he never really told her the truth?
Yes.
You're positive.
I am 100% positive. I'm 100% positive.
Well, that's sort of a dual-edged sword because, okay, he didn't tell her the truth, but on the other hand, by not telling her the truth, she was allowed to downplay this as though it was not that big a deal. Like, she's a kid, she got a bum rap. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, after all, I had already worked at the White House. It was already on my resume.
Where they call you the stalker.
Right.
Although, I think that was really sweet of him to...
Oh, so sweet of him.
How did he say that? I mean, how did he bring that up?
Okay. Betty came back to get me. Okay, we were in the back office. The three of us start to walk out. He's got one arm around Betty and one arm around me.
Oh.
Okay, he kisses me on the head. And then we kind of start, and then he kind of grabs my arm and he said, oh, one more thing I have to tell you. And so Betty kind of walked out. She walked outside. And then he told me.
And how did he say it?
He said, oh, one other thing that I talked to Erskine about was trying to get John Hilley to give you either a written recommendation or a verbal, recommendation so that, you feel you have he'll give you a good recommendation for your work here.
Because he remembered that bothered you. Mm-hmm. Of course, John Hilley wasn't there then, right?
Yes, he was.
Oh, he was?
Uh-huh.
But was he the boss then?
Uh-huh.
He was? Is he the new Pat Griffith?
Uh-huh.
Oh, see, I didn't know that. Okay.
See, but I think...
But you didn't know him, right?
I didn't. You know what? You know what happened is this is how a lot of the ways Chris Walker screwed me. Is John Hilley liked me perfectly fine. And
Who's Chris Walker?
Chris Walker was the guy who had my job, my predecessor.
Yeah.
Who then went to work, to be the confidential assistant to John Hilley. Okay? But all along, he wanted my supervisor's job. Okay?
Who was? Oh, right. He did.
Correct.
But now, why was Jocelyn fired?
We got treated like there. We were treated like the stepkids of the office.
But see, this is what, if you were fired at the same time, they're totally covered by saying this was reorganization. See? So, in a way, that works.
Except that there was one, although it could never be proved, the creep was the one who told me that wasn't the case.
Well, how would he know?
He was the one who told me it was Evelyn.
He actually told you it was Evelyn?
Yes.
Oh, I never knew that.
He told me, he called me the week after it happened, and he said, I didn't want to call you until I had found out what happened. And this is what happened,
So it really was Evelyn. Well, she must really, really, really have her eyes in when she was there. Well, she's what I always thought she was. So, she deserves to be a voice of America. Can't think of anything I'd rather do less than...
You know what makes me wonder? You know what it makes me wonder is... But no, okay? And she sent Walter... with everything that's going on.
How would she know what was going on, though?
Oh, you mean about New York?
Mm-hmm.
She didn't. She wouldn't know. But just calling to say, make her happy. Does she want to move here?
But how would she, no, that makes no sense, because how would she even know you were unhappy?
She wouldn't. Oh, that's true. I don't know.
No, I don't think that's even, I don't think she was the one who called Walter, but someone did. Oh, you don't think he called you out of the clear blue with that particular subject matter?
I don't know.
What can I do for you? Please. He was recruited by someone.
You know, it wasn't Betty. I mean,
do you think it's possible?
Well, what she said was that Erskine talked to Marcia. You know.
Why would Erskine have talked to Marcia?
As opposed to who?
Why would he talk to Marcia about this?
About the UN thing, maybe.
Oh, right. Because she's presidential personnel now. I keep forgetting that. Oh, that could very well be. But, you know, you can make a case for telling him that placing you well at the UN could reflect poorly on him, as well as being not what you want.
It's not what I want, you know. I think if he can really read that whole thing and still try and make me go there, that's pretty pathetic.
Well, I think if he reads that whole thing, he may decide it's easier just to bury you in the old EOB in communications.
That would be nice.
I mean, because this is going to involve some effort on someone's part.
Well, you know, I had this, like, scary thought. It's like, oh my God, what if I had to meet Erskine or Vernon or something? They'd probably look at me and say, oh my God.
Well, you don't think he's telling them I want to place my friggin' girlfriend, do you?
No, but, okay, hello? What's the point?
He can still say the same thing that you're saying, which is, she got a bum rap.
They still won't let her. And you don't think, I don't know.
No, I think what he would say, though, I think he'd invoke Walter's name. You know, look, I can't afford to alienate Walter. She's a good kid. Let's do something for her. I don't think he's going to tell them. I think he does not admit these sorts of things, Monica.
Yeah, I'm sure he doesn't.
Not even to. Although Vernon's known to be a so maybe he does to him.
Boast that I'm 24.
Huh?
I said boast that I'm 24.
Hey, you're an old lady now compared to when you started.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, for God's sake, you're positively mature.
So I sent the glasses. I had a whole separate little packet of, you know.
But not the paperweight.
No.
Good.
But I got this funny card, really funny card. It was kind of real colorful or whatever, kind of cartoony. And it was this thing coming from, I think it was like from a radio or something or another. And it says, this is the test of the emergency insanity system, or something like that. It was really funny. And this is only a test, and you open it, it says, hang in there. Funny. So I wrote in the card, that the sunglasses are better late than never. And then I hoped he had a good trip, and he looked so cute. Did you see the footage of him playing soccer?
Mm-mm.
Oh, he played soccer with these kids, and he scored a goal. And you should have seen, he was jumping up and down when he scored the goal. He looked just like a kid. And I said, the footage of you when you scored the soccer goal was great. I said, you were just like a kid. And they put ... little handsome. Oh, it was funny. And then,
I didn't see that.
No.
I mean, I didn't see the goal. I haven't seen any coverage of him at all.
Yeah, and then I wrote, P.S. Wasn't I right that my hugs are better in person than in cards? And then, let's see, I sent a lot of things in a little envelope.
What else?
A couple jokes.
Oh, good.
This funny, that Barbie one.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that funny?
That was good.
That one, and then this other one that the Australian guy sent me a long time ago. It might have been when you were on vacation.
A short portion of this conversation has been edited out at this point by the House Judiciary Committee.
Oh, God. And you sent him this?
Yes.
Well, he does enjoy your jokes.
I don't know. He told me such a dumb one. So stupid.
He told you...
I told you he told me this joke last week. It was so stupid.
About what?
At the end of our big fight, we were telling jokes.
On the phone?
Yeah. and he told me it was the dumbest joke about, I told you this.
That was the joke?
Yeah, isn't that dumb? I was like, oh, that's so funny. Then I sent more.
What?
Okay, then I sent...
God, Monica.
The sunglasses. Then I sent this, I did such a naughty thing, but I couldn't resist.
What?
I had gone to see, I can't pronounce his last name, but he's one of my favorite artists. I should have made it my business to find out how to say it. But Egon Sheila.
I don't know. What'd you do?
No. So he's an artist, and I had gone to see his exhibit in New York, and he's one of my favorite artists. It was really wonderful. I was there until January. But his work is it's like Klimt. He sort of styles himself after Klimt.
Yeah.
But it's like a lot of naked women and stuff. It's very erotic. And so I had got, some cards and stuff. So I took this one postcard, and it's like of this, like, total naked girl. Like, you can't, there ain't no messing about it. She's butt naked. And so I wrote on the back of the card, I said, real innocent, like, Egon Schiele's one of my favorite artists. I went to see the exhibit when I was in New York. His work is wonderfully intense and emotive and sensual. I'm like, if you get a chance, it'll be there until the 1st of January. But I mean, it's just, you can't miss it. I mean, this is like a total naked, I mean, they've got like, he draws hair and everything, so it's really funny.
So that went in there too? Anything else?
Yes.
What?
I wrote him this dumb thing, me and my dumb ideas.
Yes.
One of those things.
Well?
On education.
Oh, you mean an actual idea?
Not an actual idea, more just an opinion, more complaining about something than talking about really giving an idea. But I said that, and really I had wanted to tell him this. We were having a discussion, and it slipped my mind because we changed topics on Saturday. But that, while really one of the things I love the most about his administration is the focus on education. The one thing I never hear is talk about that teacher salaries are too low. And that I really personally think that that's one of the most important aspects of education, and that we're losing wonderful teachers because the salaries are too low, to different professions, or they, I know wonderful teachers who moved to Scotland to teach at the American School of Scotland because they make so much money. And so I said that was, and I had heard in a seminar a few years ago that the Japanese pay their teachers 2% more than an engineer. And you know how an engineer is revered in Japan. So I said, it sends a message that the Japanese, how they prioritize education. And I said, what kind of message do we send to Americans when our teachers barely make more than above the poverty line?
Well, not only that, but in New York and in major cities, sanitation engineers read garbage men make more than the average.
Yeah.
K through 12 teacher.
Yeah, and it's just, it's true. And then this other thing, it's just something that irks me, and I don't even know if it's something he could do anything about, but the whole, how teachers get tenure.
Right.
It's the most ridiculous thing in the world. It really is, because no teacher should have job security like that. They need to perform. They need to be up to a performance standard. Nobody in the real world has anything like tenure. You're guaranteed your job.
Right.
You're guaranteed a job. It doesn't matter if you perform poorly or not.
So you wrote all this down?
But what was really funny is at the top I wrote, I'm being pompous and, in wanting you to read this, thinking that this is like a really good thing, good use of your time or whatever, and I put ... but it makes good bathroom reading.
I think he enjoys your suggestions.
Well, I don't know. I don't think so. He hasn't used any of them.
He got excited about the idea of the...
Yeah, but, he's gotten excited before. But,
it said in the paper that he went October 3rd to Bethesda. I don't think that was the day I was there when he was.
Yeah, I think it was.
No. Because I was supposed to have 10 days from that day. And I thought that was tomorrow was 10 days. And tomorrow's the 17th. Because if he did, that means I really need to go get these out.
You went back on Friday to the doctor.
Friday? Was that the day he was there?
No, but you went on the same day, so...
I went on the same day that was the day I had this thing off.
I know, I'm trying to remember. Okay, here we can do it. September 30th was a Tuesday. So that means 1, 2, 3. So he went on Friday. So then, yeah, wasn't it a Friday? And then you went back on Monday because you thought, or you were going to stay home on Monday?
Yeah.
So then it was a Friday.
It was?
Uh-huh. Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Because I didn't think it was that long ago.
Yeah, it was. So then at the end, I just was talking about that, I said, coming from somebody who had, I know I'm not supposed to do the age thing, but hey, you know what? Not his girlfriend anymore anyway.
Yeah, true.
He's already resigned himself to not like me. But
he's resigned himself that he can't do this right now.
So,
okay, so you put what?
Oh, so I said, well, coming from somebody who has, who's been in school recently, and I just was talking about that, a lot of the teachers with tenure were still teaching, had used the same curriculum or the same textbooks and the same notes that they used 20 years ago.
Right.
When they first started. And I said that, if a lot of these teachers can't keep up with the new curriculum and the new kind of teaching standards and stuff that you're trying to implement, who cares? Not who cares, but, I said, and so I just think it's something that should be abolished.
This must have been quite a package.
I know. And then my idea, it was kind of, there was something else I put in there too. I'll tell you in a minute. My idea was sort of, I said, isn't there some way that, is there some way that the private sector could do something to directly help teachers' salaries? And I said, is it possible that they would, provide scholarships for teachers based on merit?
Yeah.
To supplement their salaries.
And?
I don't know, that's it. They were questions. Or just ideas. Then the other thing I sent was this article that I had seen. An AP article that was really neat. That was sort of this thing. I'm sure he knows about it because Congress, I guess, is doing something with it, or Congress passed a bill or something or another, that it's these programs that are funded by the private sector that they're kind of like our 401k things, but they're for the poor people, where if the poor person saves $10, they match it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and help out that way. And my suggestion, I don't know, maybe they've thought of it, maybe it's stupid, but I started thinking, well, why couldn't you do something like this with children and health care? With children's health care, that if a parent, pays a portion of it, some private industry, private business
could pick up
supplement it,
That's a good idea. It's funny. I think he listens to your ideas.
I think he reads them, and I think he listens to them. I don't think he implements them.
Well, you know what? If a commercial comes out.
Okay, if a commercial comes out, then yes.
If a commercial comes out that says all the investigations throughout the entire administration have cost the taxpayers upwards of X amount, and then a laundry list appears of what this money could have been used for. What did he suggest?
Like Head Start. He said Head Start.
Right. Well, that's one of probably a million things he could think of. But if that all was a laundry list next to it, you'll know you were responsible for that.
Right. Well, you know what I have to say, and that I said to my mom, I said, you and Linda are probably the only people that will agree with me on this ridiculous thing, but I prefer to be obnoxious about it. Hold on. Just a second.
All right.
No, honey, Ruth Mother died from the Bible, from the book of Ruth.
Oh?
Yeah?
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, do you remember how I sent Mitch that article?
Who?
Remember I sent Mitch, the lawyer Mitch?
What article?
I sent him this article. Remember there was the Paula Jones article? There was an article in the newspaper.
About what?
Remember, and it was talking about that both this woman and the Susan Carpenter McMillan were sort of saying that they hoped something or another. I don't remember now what it was, but that they hoped that it would bring more money, that people would contribute more, and that if they wanted to see this go to trial, they would contribute more. And I sent the note saying, you know, somebody should make a point of finding out if Paula Jones keeps that money.
Oh,
if
yeah,
there's extra money.
I vaguely remember
Okay,
this.
and now they're subpoenaing who and how much has been donated into her fund and how it's being spent.
Oh, you're kidding.
No.
Wow.
So, I mean, I don't know. You know, I kind of see a small connection there, you know.
Well, it depends. I mean, did you have this conversation before?
I didn't have a conversation.
Oh, you just sent the...
I sent the article in an anonymous note.
Oh, Monica, you're a riot.
Oh.
Well, I think that's possible. Too bad you can't get credit for it.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Well, I still maintain that your whole trouble with him stems from that whole situation.
Well, I think so. And Betty said something, I don't know if she was referring, I don't know if she was referring to, you know, which scandal she was referring to. But I said something or another. I said, oh, it's been a rough week. And she goes, yeah, I know, poor baby, or something like that.
You said what?
She said it's been a rough week for him or something, poor baby, something like that.
Oh, this week? I wonder what...
The recording ended abruptly at this point. This conversation with Linda Tripp and Monica Lewinsky was recorded on October 16th, 1997. After about 13 seconds of conversation, about 2 minutes of this call were edited out by the House Judiciary Committee.
I mean, how does that make sense?
It doesn't.
I mean...
You know.
And you know what I think is also kind of atrocious?
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's... Oh, God. Well, that's got to be extremely embarrassing to him. I mean, that whole front page thing was just ridiculous. But I think it will work to his advantage because I think people just don't want to read that in the paper.
Mm-hmm. And I think...
Oh, and then they had a picture of Paula Jones and her sister.
Oh, wait, really?
Oy.
I didn't see that.
Amazing. Well, I believe she saw something, but I don't believe... I think this whole sensational mess she's gotten herself into was the product of others making her exploit what I think was started out to be a consensual thing.
Mm-hmm.
And something went wrong.
I don't know, I just think I'm very, you know, I have to tell you, I was very surprised to hear that they were going forward with trying to subpoena Kathleen Willey.
Well, that's never been a dead issue.
No, but just, I thought, didn't you think, and I know you had said this too, with her best friend coming out saying she lied?
But that's all they're doing is seeing what she said at the time. That's all they want to know. You know, whether she lied, whether she didn't, they want to know what she said at the time. And Kirby hasn't called me back yet, but he works till 11 and 12 at night, so... he was, you know, his intention was to just call them and say, we're not available, we're not coming.
Yeah.
But I did want to get across. I left a message on his voicemail.
I mean, the only thing I'm thinking is, what if for some weird reason, you know, and look, he still can choose to not do it, right? But I'm just thinking, what if for some weird reason Bennett thinks there's something to gain from you going there to say it? Which I doubt. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And what if you're acting on what you think is what they want?
Well, maybe you should mention it to Betty.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how involved in this thing she is. You know?
Well, you've talked to her about it before.
Yeah. I can.
Well, I think all you have to say is, my attorney was contacted by the new...
Right.
Do you think she'd relay this to him, though? This is not just for her satisfaction.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what she would do.
Well, then don't.
You know.
This isn't just for Betty's knowledge. I mean, that solves nothing.
I mean, to me, the clearest, most direct way to find out, what they want is for Kirby to talk to Bennett or Mitch. I think I only just...
He may have done that, too. I mean, that's usually what he does. So, he has no problem talking to them.
Yeah.
He just doesn't like me talking to them.
Yeah.
I just don't want it to cause another... I don't want my name to be brought up again in the Oval Office. I just don't. It's not appropriate. I have nothing to do with this. I'm not a player. She is a player. Face it.
Right.
She created the whole thing.
I still think, something probably did happen. I just still think it's weird that he's but you said it wasn't as disheveled as they made it seem. That's what I forgot.
No, I mean, she was red in the face, that I don't want to get into it all. I mean, I believed her at the time. But remember, I saw a flirtation going on for months. Yeah. This wasn't surprising to me.
No, I know, but that's not good for him.
Well, no, but I mean, it didn't continue. It never continued.
No, but I mean, it's still, the point would be with a federal worker on federal property.
She was a volunteer at that time. And a friend. So.
Oh, boy. I wish this whole thing would go away. I think part of the reason he went forward with this whole thing was because Kathleen was essentially a dead issue.
Went forward with what whole thing?
I think, it was kind of this, they were trying to settle, but you know what? It didn't work.
Well, don't you think there's still a chance for settlement?
No, and they haven't been talking either. There hasn't been any talk of settlement with the new lawyers.
In the press.
Well, what they've done in the past is they've said they've spoken, what they said towards, what they were saying for a while was they're negotiating, but what they're talking about is not being disclosed.
He's never talked to you about this, right?
No.
Only about Kathleen.
Mm-hmm.
And he says it didn't happen.
Correct.
Well, that worries me a little bit, because assuming it did happen, that would mean he was lying to you.
He's lied to me before.
I guess.
I can't sit here and say, oh, he lied to me. I lied to him, too.
You don't lie to him.
Oh, really? Does she know about us? No, she doesn't know.
Oh, about me?
Yeah. That's a lie.
Yeah, that's a lie.
It's a flat-out lie, so... You know what I mean? He was like...
Yeah, you know what I meant to say to you, speaking of that? I know this abridged version that you're giving people now.
Yeah?
That worries me. Because, look, why do we have to use any version?
Well, I'm not giving it to people. I don't think it's like I'm talking about it freely.
Well, you told this Judy person in New York.
No, that's not Judy. This was the counselor lady. She's bound by law.
She is?
Yeah.
She's an employment counselor?
Yes.
And she's bound?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all right.
She's a PhD, and so no.
How'd you find her?
My mom found her.
In the Yellow Pages?
No, she read about her somewhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this woman lectures all over the country.
I should go to her. What's her name?
Marilyn Ullman.
Is she good?
She's a better therapist than she is.
But she's not, that's not her job, right?
No, but she has a counseling degree. She has an MBA and a degree in psychology.
But what her actual function is employment counselor.
Yeah.
So what you told her essentially was there had been rumors and you had to leave?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think in speaking to her that she saw between the lines?
No.
Oh, good.
No. And to my dad, what I thought about was that that by being able to, he will be impressed with I think he'll be mad too, but he'll be kind of impressed with the notion that the creep talked to his daughter. Do you know what I mean?
How are you going to present this?
I know how I'm going to do it. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I know. I'm just trying to get you're going to say, Dad?
Well, I'm just going to say the rumors, and I'm going to say, that...
That's why you had to leave?
Right. And that he and Betty were the ones to tell me, and, he kept in touch every, couple of months or whatever. you know, and that, you know, this tried to happen, but it still kept surfacing, and, you know,
that you decided
right,
that it was better if to not take the chance of further rumors.
Right. Well, and I'm going to have to be able to substantiate that by saying that, you know, something about how I had heard, you know, that had come up again.
Yeah.
So that it wasn't like it was a dead rumor, because otherwise he'd say, well, you're being paranoid, just go back.
Well, you know what's easy for you to say? Because of the current climate.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I will say. Well, he may say to me, well, why don't you just wait till dawn? I'll say, you know, Dan, I just don't want to do that.
Plus, hopefully by the time you tell him, you're not going to tell him before you know what you're doing, are you?
Yes, I am. I'm calling him this weekend.
Shoot. I was hoping you could say, and this is such an awesome opportunity.
Well, because the reason is I think it's going to be easier if he's involved in it, rather than I made all these decisions and you weren't involved in anything.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right.
So.
There's some people in this town.
Yeah.
God, Claudia Schiffer is so pretty.
Cleo, you smell.
Have you watched him?
Huh?
Have you watched him?
It's a she.
Oh, she?
No, well,
What's her name?
It's Cleo.
What's the full name?
Who?
Oh, it's not short for, like, Clementine or something?
No, her name's Cleo.
How did you come up with that name?
I didn't. Allison did. She's named after another Cleo that died.
Oh, Cleo. So this is Cleo the second?
Yes. Oh, God.
Or is it Cleo Jr.? Oh, no, it's a girl.
It's a girl. She's just Cleo. But she goes in for grooming periodically. She's probably due. Because, ooh, she smells.
Oh, my God. Andy, uncle, they had this golden retriever. Heidi and, oh, my God, Heidi and Charlie.
Yeah.
Charlie, oh, man, that poor dog. It had those things, you know, where it scratches itself.
Oh.
And, like, those big red, oh, it's just disgusting. And he smelled so bad. And they took him to the groom, like, once a year.
Oh, no wonder.
Yeah.
You can't do that. They have to be clipped, and, you know, for the summer, and they need to have their ears done, and they need, they just have to have care. The toenails clipped. Really? Oh. Can't even stand the sight of that stuff. Now, do you think he'll call when he gets back and go over this thing with you?
He will do one of a few things.
Okay.
Okay? He gets his thing on Monday. Let's hope.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he'll get it Monday.
He will either call Monday night to say, okay, I've taken a look at this. This is what I'm planning to do. This
is she in town Monday?
No.
Where's she?
Well, she goes to New York. I don't know if she's spending the night in New York, which I think she is. I think she's out of town a lot next week.
Oh, good.
Because she goes to Chicago for some big birthday thing for her, but I don't know if he's going or not.
Oh, probably.
So, I'm not sure.
Okay, but you think he'll call and say...
Well, he may. I don't know that. I'm hoping he will. Or he will maybe call later in the week once he's had a chance to talk to either Erskine or Vernon.
Mm-hmm.
Or he's not going to call until he has something to show.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping he'll do the first one because he also said to me, you know, but he's full of rhetoric, you know.
We know this.
Is that he said to me, this was so cute, he said, I said, and you'll call me when you get back? He goes, I'll call you and give you a report.
Well, he probably will. I'm telling you, you've given him a very easy way of handling this.
I think so.
Relatively speaking.
I think so. What I felt good about is I felt like, you know, but it's whenever I feel good about something that it...
Yeah, I know.
You know? I mean, I feel like...
Go get your ball, Cleo.
You know, I want
ball.
him to feel a little guilty, and I hope that this letter did that.
I don't see how he can't feel guilty. You have told him you have been the only one punished by this. He's fine.
Linda, you don't understand. He did not acknowledge anything that I said that night. He just yelled at me. I'm not kidding you.
I don't see how he could yell at you when...
He yelled at me because the way I was acting was like he was not on my team and not on my side. You know, don't know why I should have thought that.
Well, yeah, because it's been a year and a half and you were supposed to be back there like this after the election, so that's probably why. I don't know. What do you think? I'm just guessing.
I'm just guessing, too. But, I mean, Linda, he got so mad at me, he must have been purple.
What precisely pissed him off?
I think it was my, you know, I was ready, you know, I was a cannon ready to shoot.
Mm-hmm, I
know, just waiting. And
Magicians never reveal their secrets.
Well,
What started it was when I said, well, Betty said she could come any time of the night. And he said, well...
Oh, yeah, well, this was at 3 in the morning.
Right. And he said, well, it's too late, it'll be all over. And I said, well, I want to discuss this with you in person. You know, and he's like, no, well, I'm calling you. You just demand to see me. And that's when he started. And then I started yelling. And then he started yelling. And I yelled more, and he yelled more. And then he finally...
Did he ever say, do you know who you're talking to?
No. And then I was crying.
God.
You know, and then he was yelling at me.
Did he know you were crying?
I don't remember when I started crying. I think I started crying after he yelled at me. He scared me so much that I was like, okay.
That bad?
Linda. It was like this. It was like, let me see if I can do it. Like, oh, every day, and I come home, and I'm obsessed about this in the night and the morning. It was like that. It was worse than that.
I'm really hoping none of his little ushers were outside the door.
Well, it was one of those quiet yellings, you know, like he was trying to keep his voice down.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
I have an empty life except for my work and this obsession.
He said that? He has an empty life except for his work.
And then I said, well, don't you get any warmth and da-da-da from your wife?
You didn't.
I did. He said, of course I do.
Yeah. What he really told you was the truth before that, Monica. I have an empty life.
But Linda, what about his daughter and all the things he does? And, you know,
hey, listen,
I think he likes to think that for a minute. He thinks that...
No. What he's saying is his compulsion for female intimacy is the void. That's the void. And whatever motivates him to behave the way he does, and then obviously he has to pull back and say, I can't do this, is because there's a void. And so for him to say, I have an empty life, you don't understand, Monica. By now, Air Force One, all the trips, all that, it's pretty routine. It's pretty routine. Yes, he has accolades wherever he goes. He's the most photographed man on this planet. It's like anything else. It becomes old hat. It becomes routine. And I think it makes you even more realize what's missing. I have a couple of friends who are so rich that they could buy an island and not feel it. I mean, very, very, very wealthy and have always been. And they are much more difficult to satisfy on a spiritual level than anyone I know because they have it all. And it just doesn't mean anything.
I don't know. I think he likes to feel sorry for himself, and I think he, not necessarily consciously, but unconsciously, it was like, this is the thing to say to drive home the point.
No, you're wrong. I think he slipped, and I think also, if he were a completely fulfilled man, you wouldn't exist in his life.
Yeah.
So you better understand that. I mean, you wouldn't have ever been an issue.
But there have been millions of women.
And that means there's an issue here.
I don't know.
It doesn't matter why. It just means, you know, and the whole reason he's having these pangs of guilt and pullback and every other thing is because I'm sure that the current situation has just blown his mind. I mean, who would have ever thought? And she was probably a nothing in the scheme of all of them. But she's the one who made the stink. And she just keeps plodding on. And it must really gall, because look at her. I mean, even her entourage looks like something out of a Kmart ad. Beyond everything else, he should be embarrassed that he was with her.
I'm sure he is.
All right, I gotta go take a shower.
All right. Call my mom back.
How's she doing?
Fine.
How have you decided to deal with the Michael thing? I know it's not your problem anymore, but...
I don't know.
Okay.
I think we're, you know, we're all kind of doing this, you know, obviously the ideal thing would be that this Rudd management thing really works out.
Has that been broached at all?
Well, my mom will see him on the 21st, so I don't know exactly what's going to happen then.
Okay. Are you moving out of your apartment at the end of the month?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on. You know, it's like first step is wait till he gets the packet and see what he has to say. I know the two bones he'll pick with me are the UN thing and that I said that Marcia thing. That Marcia thing will piss him off.
He didn't say it in a nasty way.
It doesn't matter, it'll still piss him off. Kind of one of those, some nerve kind of a
No, because I think you got across the other night on the phone that he was not, you were allowed to speak your mind about Marcia and what really happened, weren't you? I mean, you're the one that said to him you pit one girlfriend against the other, or something to that effect.
Yeah.
So I think he's getting the joke.
Well, no, because I said something at one point when I said something about Marcia, and he said, she was my girlfriend in like 1968 or something, some stupid thing like that.
Oh, yes. He banged her on the canal or something?
Yeah.
Oh, how gross. How gross. Ugh, I saw her in some of the tapes. I think she looks pretty much the same.
There's a picture in the West Wing of her and him. I don't know where they were, but they were in some school with children drawing.
In a jumbo, you mean?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
And so it must have been recently. It was probably in Arkansas.
Oh, yeah, it was probably in Arkansas with that, black thing.
Yeah.
I think. 'Cause she would be there. All right, I'm going to go take a shower.
Okay, thanks for all your help today. I'm sorry, I forgot to...
No, I didn't do a thing. You did it all. You did
yes,
it all.
You did. No, you helped.
I didn't. You had... This product was really 99.9% done, and you did it all yourself, and it was great. So, no, I'm glad. I mean, the packet grew since I last heard, but...
Well, that's the me piece of it.
Yeah, well, you have to do that. All right, well, let's wait and see. I think, though, that you should check with Betty tomorrow to make sure it came.
Yeah.
Because she won't call you.
Yeah, that's true.
How's your mother?
She's out of the hospital.
Okay.
So that's good. It's just, I think it's just...
She's okay, then?
Yeah, I think it's just she's...
What's going on?
Oh, nothing.
Hello? Hi, can you hold on just a sec? Okay.
Away from the correlation, neutralizing body loss actually does not.
Your first message news in Baltimore today. It didn't matter that it was 3 in the morning. It was a happy homecoming for the Baltimore Orioles. Their customers rolled out.
I think it's just...
She's okay then.
Yeah, I think it's just she's taking a lot of care, so Betty's been kind of working half days
Oh boy.
this week, so...
Oh my goodness. Yeah, she's had it rough.
Yeah.
I mean, really. Her mother can't be young either.
No, I think she's 86 or something.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
All right, my dear.
All right, well, I will talk to you tomorrow.
Talk to you, same bat channel. Ooh, you know,
What?
Cliff is gone like the next 2 weeks.
When does he leave?
He leaves on Monday.
Outstanding.
I know.
Gee, maybe by the time he gets back, you can say.
See ya. I should hopefully be able to.
That would
But
be
I don't know.
outstanding.
Nothing in this endeavor has been easy. So.
No. But he does know the deadline. And he said the deadline, which means it's...
I know, but he, look, he also said, I'll bring you back. I'm working on it.
Well,
So
but this...
I don't, I don't trust him.
I know.
So we'll see. All right.
All right, kiddo. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Here's a conversation that was recorded on Friday, October 17th, 1997. A note that the short blanks in the tape are some words and phrases that were edited out by the House Judiciary Committee.
Hey.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Cooking.
Oh, I had a million hospital appointments today. Allison had...
okay?
It's just kind of a long day. You have to wait at Bethesda. So, unless you're your boyfriend.
Oh, yeah.
Then you get taken right away. Unfortunately, I don't have that status.
I think he gets that everywhere.
Probably. So how was your day?
Fine, it's still work.
You are? When do you get to leave? Huh? Why are you there so long on a Friday? He's still there. Oh, my goodness.
So at lunch I went to the historian here who was absolutely no help to me with my paperweight. So I went down to the library here and looked at some pictures. So, I don't know. It's possible that it's from 1902 or sometime before then. Because it looks like it's still the greenhouse on the side instead of the wing. But part of the problem with the, I don't know, where the east wing would be is that it's scratched.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but, it's kind of hard to tell. It's still pretty neat.
Oh, it's very neat. No, I'm sure it's old. I think it's neat. He'll enjoy it.
Yeah.
It's a piece of White House history.
Yeah.
Memorabilia, so I think he'd enjoy that.
But he never gets it.
Oh, don't start. Did Betty receive the package?
Yes.
So, did you mention to her what to do with it, or?
No.
No?
I think she's annoyed with me.
Why?
I don't know. I think everything that happened last week.
What was last week?
I didn't want to talk to you again.
Oh, that conversation?
Yeah, just everything. I don't know. I'm sure she'll be the happiest to see the situation over.
Well, I don't think she would be annoyed, though. I mean, the one thing she has to understand, unless she's dumber than dog dirt, is how difficult this has been for you.
I don't think she is.
Well, does she have children?
Yeah, but I think in her book, I've just been totally impatient. And I don't mean in the whole scheme of things, I just mean in the day-to-day thing. Do you know what I mean?
But the whole thing is that you have to see it in the whole scheme of things.
Right, no, but what I'm saying is that she's not going to see, obviously, I think if she saw and recognized that if she put a little bit of effort into it, it would make it a lot different.
Well, she realizes you were forced to leave there because of him, right?
Yeah, but...
So she should have some level of understanding here.
You know, sometimes my opinion of her wanders from being, a total idiot. to just being kind of sneaky.
About kind of being what?
Just kind of being sneaky, playing dumb for...
Uh-huh. Well, she is sneaky. And I find her to be, for the most part, pretty disingenuous. However, she has been your only link.
Okay.
We have to go?
No.
She's been your only link, and remember, she met with you at the Hay Adams that day. She has tried, I think, to the best of her desires or abilities to cope with this. And, I have no idea how much he's told her. So is he somewhat uncomfortable?
I'm sure he tells her nothing. I don't know. It's weird. Tomorrow I talk to my dad.
Oh, that's right.
I'm going to have to make an outline in the morning.
What to say?
Yeah, just like what my story is.
I just want you to be sure that you make the right choice when you talk to him. That's all.
Yeah.
I mean, I think a part of me thinks your first idea was not a bad one. Because he's not going to do anything about it.
What do you mean?
At one point you had said you were going to tell him the truth.
Oh, I don't want to. See, because then he'll be able to blame me. Like, that was only if there was no other choice. Which it may come to that. Oh, I didn't think about that. Oh.
What?
Hold on just a second.
All right.
And will provide that extra cash when they need it. In addition to automatically doubling at age 21, the plan also guarantees the right to
get down, Cleo.
Insurance by age 28, regardless of health or occupation. So call now for your free information package. Any healthy child 12 and under is eligible to apply. No medical exam is necessary. Simply answer
I just realized, what am I going to do if he's
premium is $1.
Who?
Then I have no, because the reason I was going to tell the story was because it was one of those,
The information package is free. There's
he didn't help me, so I have to.
I know. Well, see, that's what I'm saying. There's nothing written. Huh?
I didn't think about that.
Well,
what will I be left? Well, I think I'll still be okay, because I'll say I have even more reason to see really.
Indeed, I did have a relationship with Miss Lewinsky that was not appropriate.
For the first time ever, we have what are said to be the uncensored, unfettered thoughts of Hillary Clinton about Monica Lewinsky. And they ain't nice. Clinton's comments allegedly were made to one of her closest friends, and they're providing a fresh look at the events from the 1990s that helped shape the politician. Longtime confidant and advisor Diane Blair kept extensive records of her conversations with the Clintons, including a then First Lady trying to explain why her husband strayed with Monica Lewinsky. She thinks she was not smart enough, not sensitive enough, not free enough of her own concerns and struggles to realize the price he was paying, Blair wrote. According to the notes, Hillary asked Blair to keep the president's actions with the, quote, narcissistic Looney Tune in context. Ever since he took office, they've been going through personal tragedy, Blair recalled her saying, and immediately all the ugly forces started making up hateful things about them, pounding on them. Hillary allegedly told Blair that the sexual contact Monica had with her husband was not meaningful. After Blair passed away in 2000, her files were donated to the University of Arkansas, where she taught political science. Other Clinton files caused controversy in 2008 when most were still under lock and key. There were earlier suggestions that the Blair files would be available prior to Clinton's 2008 race. Those issues came up in an MSNBC debate that year.
We have just gone through one of the most secretive administrations in our history. And not releasing, I think, these records. At the same time, Hillary, as you're making the claim that this is the basis for your experience, I think is a problem.
Blair's collection at the University of Arkansas was quietly opened in 2010. The Washington Free Beacon was the first to dive in and report on the documents this week. Among the paperwork are confidential memos from campaign advisors about the Clintons' image as they readied for the presidential race in 1992.
I suppose I could have stayed home and baked cookies and had teas, but what I decided to do was to fulfill my profession, which I entered before my husband was in public life.
Hillary Clinton's strengths had made an impression. As one memo penned by Clinton pollsters noted, voters generally liked Clinton's intelligence and tenacity, but they are uncomfortable with these traits in a woman. She needs to project a softer side, some humor, some informality. Fast forward to the White House in 1993.
I actually baked some of these.
But Clinton was not willing to make every compromise. On Thanksgiving Day 1996, Blair recalled a phone conversation she had with Clinton from Camp David. "I'm a proud woman," Hillary Clinton is quoted as saying. "I know how to compromise. I have compromised. I gave up my name, got contact lenses, but I'm not going to try to be somebody I'm not."
December 1993 diary entry, Blair recalled Hillary Clinton complaining about women who were upset about the sexual harassment scandal surrounding moderate Republican Senator Bob Packwood, whose help Clinton was seeking in health care reform. Clinton, wrote Blair, was, quote, "tired of all those whiny women, and she needs Packwood on health care. I told her I'd been bonding with creeps." She said that was the story of her whole past year. And then she mentioned an incident where 1990s romance novel cover model Fabio lifted her off her feet. Ah, the 90s.
Why?
Like, hear this conversation going on.
Yeah, it's a TV. It's always a TV. This TV's always on. Okay, so you talked to him this morning?
So I talked to him it was around 3 o'clock.
Okay.
And his general attitude was, as long as you have a job that you're going to, I want you to be happy, so whatever you want to do.
So he wasn't suspicious?
Of course he was suspicious.
He was?
He asked me point blank if I, had a thing with
He
him.
asked you point blank? No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He said, "Did you have an affair with him?"
He said, "Did you have an affair with the president?" You're kidding.
Not to P, but with him. I mean, obviously that's what he meant. He just didn't say the name.
Really?
And I said no. And then I said, "But to tell you the truth, if I had, I would say no still."
You said that?
Uh-huh.
And what did he say?
Nothing.
So I wonder if he wonders.
I'm sure he wondered. I'm sure he...
Did you tell him he was helping you?
Mm-hmm.
Did he question that?
No.
See, that was the part I thought he would question.
No. Because I did it really, it came out fine. It was, hold on. Oh my God. Okay. I told that, see, I knew this would work with him. I knew that bringing in just the whole idea that, like, I had conversations with him. Do you know what I mean?
Really?
Just that whole idea makes everything almost okay.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, this is like, he's like a normal person. You know what I mean? Like, we're jaded. We're very jaded.
So having a conversation with the big creep is no big deal to us.
Right.
But it is to him, yeah.
So he was very cool. So, I explained, I said, this, that. So I said, that's what happened. I was really upset in general. I called you when I went out this morning, and I came home, and I was so upset, Linda.
Why?
I was so angry, and I was disgusted, like nauseous.
About
what's happened. Like, the fact that I'm not going back there. Just nauseous about it.
I know, I keep going back and forth with the same thing.
But they were never going to do it. So, because look, the truth is that Podesta had 3 weeks, and there was still nothing. All they had to do was create something.
Or at least give you an update.
Right,
It looks like this, or it looks like that, but you got nothing.
Nothing,
Which, then I wonder if you had pushed, would that have ever come to anything? But I don't know.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Well, I have such mixed feelings about the whole thing.
I mean, don't you think the telling part of it was how quickly there was movement on this?
As soon as you said New York.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's without a doubt easier for them to do this. Do I think it was impossible the other way? No, I just don't know. I don't know whether I trust them to do what they say they were going to do.
And my dad said anyway, he said, "Do you really want to go back there with everything that's going on?" He's like, "You don't want to get dragged into that." I'm like, "No."
Yeah, well,
You know? Oh, my God. My dad was telling me the talk shows out there.
Yeah.
They're like, they call it Willie Gate.
You're kidding.
No.
Here, the House Judiciary Committee has edited out about 20 seconds of the conversation.
So you told them this was imminent?
I mean, it's left, you know, the whole thing is, everything is contingent upon, he's fine with everything as long as I get a job. Do I know for 100% sure that I'm going to get a job? No.
You told him
that.
Okay, good.
So these are the things that are good about what happened. I brought him into this situation early enough so that he feels he's a part of it now.
Right.
Okay? That was, and I made a point of saying that. He was shocked, like, this is so weird. I mean, maybe he has changed. I don't know. He was shocked and was upset that I was so upset and nervous to talk to him about this.
Really?
Uh-huh. You know? So, it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, you know, it was a combination of
Yeah. Right. Well, at least this way, I think it's acceptable in his mind. I have to tell you, I think he probably does suspect.
Yeah, but I think he asked because it was like, of course he was going to ask.
I don't think he expected you to say yes.
Exactly.
But by the same token, I'll bet when he sits down with the,
With
whatever
his
her name is, yeah, they'll come to that conclusion.
I'm sure. But, you know.
You know, that's your business, too.
Mm-hmm.
It's not anything you have to admit to your father.
Right. So, I think in general, honestly, the thing that helped, something that helped too, is the fact that they had seen, you know, they had seen him staring at me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So that kind of reinforces it.
When was that, anyway?
That was June of last year.
It was a year ago?
Oh, way over a year ago.
You're kidding.
No.
Was that when you wore the navy dress?
No.
Oh, I remember a radio address with a
No, that was when I went alone.
Oh.
This one, I don't think you've seen this picture. It's such a horrible picture.
What?
I'm wearing remember that light pink suit I showed you?
Yes.
That's what I was wearing.
Oh, that's beautiful, though. Who?
The creep.
Why?
He has a plastic look on his face. It looks like we're standing with a cardboard cutout in there.
It's probably because he's saying.
No, he's got that cardboard look that I've seen him do in 1,000 pictures.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I never did see that picture. Not one you want to frame, huh?
No. The one I have framed is really the only one I wanted framed.
That one was nice.
Yeah.
When was that? I don't even remember.
That was the radio address in February.
This past?
Uh-huh.
I don't remember even how that came about, tell you the truth. I just remember the picture.
Oh, that was the one.
But that was the navy dress that we liked, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So that went well.
Good.
And, you know.
That's a big load off your mind. Now all they have to do is come through.
Yep.
When does he get back? Tonight? Tomorrow?
I think early tomorrow morning.
So he'll probably see that Monday.
Hopefully.
And is he in town for a length of time after that?
I don't know. He's in town. This is sort of all I know. The bits and pieces of what I know. Okay?
Oh.
Now, the next week, I think he's around this week. The next weekend is her birthday. Then Monday, they go to Chicago, both of them. And I think he comes home and she stays in Chicago. And then, like, Friday, she goes to Ireland and then is away in England for the weekend. But he goes to Miami on that Friday. So...
Well, he's got to be there to make this happen.
No, he doesn't.
Why, you think he'll do it by phone call?
I think he's gonna. Don't you think he's gonna kind of hand it off to? I have a feeling he's gonna give it to Erskine. I wish he'd do with Vernon.
Well, I thought he said he was going to do it to Vernon.
He did, but
Well, I think when he sees this list and sees your, I think he would have handed it to Erskine for sure if you had said,
the UN.
"Hey, I want to go to the UN."
Right.
Then I think that's who would have gotten it. But I think you were pretty clear in that note you couriered over there, whatever you did, and when he gets it, I think he's going to get out of this anything but the UN. So, that's all right. I think he trusts that guy as much as he trusts anybody.
Yeah.
So, and we're just not informed enough to know how many. He's just got fingers in a million pies.
Well, we'll see what happens. It's now time to...
Yeah, well, they're going to do something because they clearly find this to be the acceptable answer.
Unless he thought it was going to be the UN, but I didn't say the UN, and I talked about other things. And he'll get the note and see it's not going to be the UN, and realize, And my dad even said to me, he said, well, if they don't start showing progress, he said, you need to put a little pressure on them.
Your father said that? I wonder how he assumes you would have any leverage for pressure.
Well, in the sense of, which is true, which is, to kind of say, he obviously doesn't know the history of everything, but so his, this sort of thing of, and it is true, had I been a different kind of person, even with what happened, the version I gave my dad, had I been a different kind of person, this would not have been good for you. Would not have been political expediency to send me to the Pentagon.
Right.
I
still can't believe Evelyn admitted that to your mother.
No.
That just shows what odd people they are. I don't know what I would have said, but that wouldn't have been it.
Yeah. I would have pretended I didn't know who she was.
Yeah, exactly. She was the deputy chief of staff at the time. How likely is it that she could be safe in saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't remember"? Amazing. I haven't seen her in years. Remember, when I knew her, she was secretary.
So, I hate him too,
No, you don't.
I do sometimes. I hate him so much.
Why?
If you think about it, it's like, okay, there they are. I saw this footage of them. They arrived in
the Andes.
Yeah, and it's like going to spend the night in a spa or whatever it is, and retreat, and going to golf, and go and go here and go do this. And I'm like, you know what?
Well, the sad part about it is, we know he has this lifestyle fine, but the unfair part of it is that you've been punished severely, and that's the hard part. If you had been treated like this, would be a whole lot easier to take. This sort of finding it acceptable to get you out of the area, it's selfish on his part, let's face it. Too damned scary for him.
I'm not afraid to remind him how he got to this point, the thing, what I didn't get out of him, which really bothered me, that I wanted to, put him against the wall in a sense, in saying to him, how come you never got mad at any of these people who were supposed to do something?
To help you.
Right. How come he never got mad at them? How come he never demanded an explanation?
I don't think he can answer that.
But he should at least have to answer it to himself. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. So I bought this really neat thing today.
What?
I stopped at this antique store in McLean, and it's really for my mom because it goes with her furniture, not mine.
What is it?
It's this little French wood end table.
Oh.
It's gorgeous. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's a tiny little thing, and it's got 4 drawers.
Oh. How much?
It was $185 with 50% off, so it was like $90.
You're kidding.
No.
That's not bad.
No, not at all. I mean, you probably could have gotten a better price at an auction for
I don't know. It doesn't,
but,
what?
I
How,
mean, it's
is it
gorgeous.
tall?
It's got, what?
Tall? End table height?
It's end table height. It's very small. It's probably about 1 foot wide.
Mm-hmm.
But it's got, you know how the French wood, they do the dark and light, the light inlays?
Yeah.
They're called?
Mm-hmm.
So it's got that. It's beautiful.
Now, you should save that for an occasion for her.
Well, I can't save it somewhere. You know?
When's her birthday?
It's not till April.
Oh.
So.
Hanukkah.
I can't. Where am I supposed to save it?
I don't know.
You know?
Your closet.
I'll see it. So,
So what are you doing tonight?
going to a stupid party.
How was that party?
It was fine. It was fine.
Did you go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
So whose party tonight?
That's this is like a really smart thing for me to be doing, let me tell you.
What?
It's like a party that's being hosted by this guy who works in communications.
Oh. Who?
Kevin Moran.
Who are you going with, Ashley?
Mm-hmm. It's just stupid because I'm just going to leave being really depressed.
Talk to the guy. Maybe he has an opening.
Nah. I couldn't get through anything. Are you kidding?
Well, you know, even I keep going back in this sort of roundabout way to the point that even if you did get in, Nancy would always be there. And there's no getting around that.
That's true.
I think Nancy knows.
I don't think she knows.
Oh, she's savvy.
She can assume.
Yeah.
But it's like all things, you know, you can assume, you know. Like you can assume to the nth degree, but you don't know unless you see.
Yeah, true.
I don't know. So what are you doing tonight?
I'm going to I've been doing a little painting, and I worked outside today, and just normal maintenance I haven't had time to do because I haven't been home. So, I've got a lot to do. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Good.
So
I'm proud of you.
Blah, blah, blah.
That's true.
Except next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'll be away. Not this week, next week. So.
Well, you know, most of the hotels you'll be in probably have a gym.
I won't be in, no, I won't. That'll be when I go up to my mother's.
Oh. Where are you going next week?
That's over Halloween is what I'm talking about.
Oh, when you go to Halloween?
Yeah.
Well, 4 days, you'll be okay.
Yeah.
You're going to go to Norma's, aren't you?
Yes. Mm-hmm. I have to get in touch with her.
Okay.
Yep, I'm going to go. So, but you know what, Monica, don't make yourself nuts with getting angry again and all that.
I know. I'm trying not to.
Because it's futile. He is doing the best thing he knows how to do. Does it seem unfair? Yes, of course it does. But the proof will be in what he gets for you.
What's the saying? The proof's in the pudding?
Yeah.
I know. I mean, we'll just wait and see. What I really want to do, I'll tell you honestly, I am way fed up with Betty. I am like, I could never speak to her again and be fine with that.
I know.
And I'm hoping that I won't have to. You know, I'm just going to trust that she's going to remember to give it to him on Monday. And if she doesn't, then he's got to remember to ask for it. You know?
Good.
So, because I don't know. And it's up to him to pick up the phone and call me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know?
I hope it's not the middle of the night.
I'm sure it will be. Why call me at a decent hour?
It's only He'll call a decent hour and say, I have some options. Why don't you come over tomorrow? Or something like that.
Yeah, that'd be nice, but I think that's a fat chance.
The other thing is, we haven't gotten to that point yet, but are you expected to interview for these jobs?
No, I hadn't thought about that.
I mean, my understanding with this is he is going to secure you a job. Sort of like somebody's going to tell somebody, and you're going to be told when to show up.
Yeah, that's what I'd like.
Can't do that.
I have to say it was not the most reassuring thing when he said to me, when I asked him to look me in the eye and tell me he was going to do this, and his answer was not, yes, I will do it. It was, I will do the best I can.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So, I might as well stop talking about it because there's nothing, it's out of my hands right now, for right now. I did what I was supposed to do. I think I did an adequate job with it.
You did. I just don't want, I guess I'm gun shy, but I don't want the 1st of November to roll around and nothing be talked about.
Well, obviously, you know me, Linda. Do you really think I'm going to let it get to that?
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I'm talking like, I'd like him to get this. I'd like him to have time to talk to someone. I'd like to see what he's going to do with this.
See, and he has no fear in this because there will be nothing linking him to it, especially if it's not at the UN.
Right.
I mean, it would take someone like, what's his name, to say, oh yeah, he asked me to do it.
Right.
Which won't happen. Right. So he's totally safe. There's no cost factor here, where bringing you back over there was. Cleo, go lie down. Go lie down. Go ahead. Go lie down.
I worked. I had a part-time job when I was in school.
I only saw one note. It said Monica. Call Monica.
I know, but I think I called you the third time because I was nervous before I called my dad. I wanted to.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you could have not been there. If he had not been there, it would have just been the answering machine, right?
I was over there trying to figure out how to use a leaf blower, and I decided it was too complicated. I'd go with the old rake. Afraid I'd break it or something, so.
I don't know. The idea of the leaf blower, it's like you blow, don't they just move somewhere else?
I know. I don't quite get it either. So, and there's so many of them. Oh my God, they're everywhere.
The House Judiciary Committee edited out about 6 minutes of the conversation at this point.
Well, you get to New York, you'll be in a better area as well.
That's for sure.
So.
Here's a conversation between Linda Tripp and Monica Lewinsky recorded on Saturday, October 18th, 1997. It begins with several spotty edits by the House Judiciary Committee, and there are several longer edited portions later in the conversation.
I want to make sure that's what it was.
There's brass all over me.
Well, we all know that's...
I don't know that...
Okay. Ann, wait, just wait. Ann came to work there, and nobody else knew. I know that even Nell said that she goes on all her advance trips. She always did the advance trips when the wasn't there.
Well, now, I don't know that. I don't know.
I know that.
You know that to be a fact?
I don't think Nell would lie to me about that. And that I know that when they went to Russia, okay, she was doing advance for this Russia trip. That they had gone on this trip. It was last year, actually. It was right after I got fired. That he went somewhere. I forget where he went. He went to Japan and then she came home and he went to Russia and advanced the Russia part of the trip. And she had asked Nell to go out with her somewhere because she didn't want to go alone because it's unsafe.
Who asked?
Go with
Okay,
her
all
somewhere.
right. Mm-hmm.
And then when it came, I hear, you took out so that she could go somewhere so she wouldn't be unsafe.
So what's wrong with that? Oh, because that means Catherine told him?
Exactly.
Well, I don't doubt that they have a dialogue. I mean, she just seemed totally romantically disinterested. I mean, I never saw anything. Yes. But so what were these pictures you saw that freaked you out?
They were just, like chum pictures that Ashley had.
Mm-hmm.
And...
Oh, you mean jumbos?
No. Like pictures, Ashley and her friend Lisa were walking in the OEOB, and they saw the creep, so they shook hands and took a picture with him.
Yeah.
And he was walking with...
Oh. When was this?
In August.
Did you ask Ashley where she is now, or why she was there, or what's going on?
Oh, you know how she is. I said, I thought she was gone. I said, what was she doing there? I thought she left. And she goes, yeah, she did leave. I said, I thought she left a long time. And she goes, yeah, you're right, I don't know. Anyway, didn't you read in that, it was like one of the books or something?
Remember, I've read none of the books.
Okay, or whatever, said that the used to come by his office every day after the run when there. And didn't work there anymore. Gee, lo and behold, he didn't come by anymore.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Wrote that?
Yes.
In what book? Did he write a book?
No, I don't know if it was his book or it was one of the articles I read.
Oh. Look, you have always said that you know you're not the only girlfriend.
I know, but it's like I know, and then
Go ahead.
It's one thing to know it, and then it's one thing to know it.
I know.
You know what I mean?
I know.
And then I just feel like this is what I don't understand. Why is it okay for everyone else?
I don't know.
She's not much older than I am.
No, she's not. But she's not there anymore either.
Well, she was there through the election. She was there the whole time.
Well, I would like to know what she sprung to from this. I'd like to know what kind of salary she's commanding now. Because let me tell you, she was about as sharp as a marble. I mean, this was not known to be particularly bright, okay? So I'd be very interested if she parlayed her little advance work into some six-figure salary, then we'll know. I'm afraid if you let him get you a job in New York when you still have unresolved feelings of unfair and unjust treatment, that this isn't going to be the solution. And here's why. I mean, you now have proof that has access. She gets in, she's with him. Why? And why not you? And why is allowed to, prance all around the West Wing looking like a Kmart hooker, and you're not? I mean, I'm playing devil's advocate here because I don't want you to freak out when you get to New York and say, I turned my whole life upside down to accommodate his goddamn needs.
Well, but he wasn't going to accommodate my needs. He wasn't going to get me. It's been a year, and he hasn't done it.
What do you mean a year?
What I mean is, we've been working on trying to get me a job there for a year.
It has not been a year.
It's been almost a year. It's been 10 months, 10 and a half months. First time I ever said anything to him was January 8th.
On the phone?
Uh-huh.
Well, but he's the one that said he'd get you right back there right after the election.
Right.
Have you ever had a conversation with him about these things? By that I mean, others are allowed to stay and I'm not.
I don't know.
You don't remember?
I think I screamed it last time, but I don't think I got any response.
Oh.
I think it's fair for me to say, I need you to answer this question for me.
Well, he's never going to admit he had a fling with... I'll promise you that. He's not.
He won't admit it was her. He won't admit it was anybody.
Well, she admitted it to me. So
When did she admit it to you? Will you tell, please?
she told me, first of all, tried very hard to be my friend when I was there. But remember, it was because I was in the Oval. I knew what I was doing. She didn't have a clue. I told you that thing about right? And that was just so typical of. And at the time, she had not developed her own identity there. She was very much an outsider, sort of sitting out there, and wouldn't let her in. It was just, she was pathetic. And at one point, I just said, well, are you from Arkansas or what? And she said, well, no, I'm from... And I said, well, how'd you end up here? And she told me that she'd been... I don't know what it was, but during the campaign, and she got to know the governor really well, and that she told him toward the end of the campaign that if he won, she wanted to come to Washington and have a high visibility, low responsibility job. And he promised her that he would make that happen. And she said, so here I am. And so this went on and on. She was more and more frustrated because she had no access to him. She was right in the West Wing and she had no access. And she would bitch and moan that Nancy, wouldn't let her in, and, that this buffer zone was not allowing her in, and blah, blah, blah. And early days, it was probably 3 months into the administration, she just came up to me and said, I won. And I said, what'd you do? She said, I just told them flat out they weren't letting me in and I wasn't going to stand for it. She said, I have my 20 minutes every morning now. And I made some comment like, for what? And she said, you figure it out. I said, I don't want to hear anymore. And she said, well, I didn't come here for anything less. And she made other comments too. And then she came over and was talking to me without the guys. And she had a real thing for just couldn't stand. So she'd say, she'd make comments that you'd have to be half, dumb and dumber not to get what she was saying.
Yeah. She was the only one not invited to the birthday party, like 2 years ago.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me necessarily. But you can't, I don't want you getting upset like this.
Well, I can't help it.
But Monica, whatever he feels for you really has nothing to do with anybody else anyway.
Well, yeah, it does, because I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think he can be magnanimous. It's not in him. He admitted as much to you. He tries. And did I say magnanimous?
I mean, you mean monogamous?
Yes.
He's
I must
not
be
even
very
with
tired.
me, though. That's the whole point. It's like, why not me, but you're with them?
Well, maybe he's being good all the way around. Maybe his little calendar's just chock full of little dates. He's been good now. Do you see what I'm saying?
I don't know. Why did he get to go back there?
Oh, well, I cannot assume just because she went back there, every time she goes back there, she's giving him a... Come on, even she can't be that stupid.
You don't think that something was sensed, what would provoke Nancy to say, I can't believe she's going back there with the whole Paula Jones thing going on?
I think her going in there and shutting the door and staying in there for any length of time would prompt Nancy to say that, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, Nancy, I don't know what the relationship is now, but Nancy was not a fan back then. You could tell that her instant danger radar went up whenever was around. She was always very gracious to her, but her guard was way up. But I mean, who knows? We don't know if he has 5 in the West Wing, 2 in the East Wing, and 1 in each city. We don't know anything. All we do know is he had something with you for all this time, and he cares enough about you to justify in his mind what he's doing and help you out. But he's too scared to bring you back into the White House. That's the bottom line. Why? I think it has to do with the age. It really does have to do with the age. He even horrified himself. Irrational moments like, holy, What am I doing? If this ever got out, if they think that one's bad, what would they ever do to me with this one? Married. She's in over the hill.
She's not over the hill.
Well, okay, she's 50.
I know, but I mean, she's a knockout.
In your opinion, okay. I think she looks like she walks straight out of Walmart, but...
I don't know, maybe you haven't seen her lately. She don't dress like she comes straight out of Walmart.
No, she doesn't. That doesn't mean a thing. So she buys all her clothes, she buys all St. John's. So what? She buys them because they're expensive and they're knit. And they cling to her silicone tits. I don't know. All I know is that I don't believe all you do, like about anything like that.
Just right. Get it. That's wrong.
How was the party?
I didn't go.
What?
I didn't go because, Ashley's so mad at me. I don't even care.
What happened?
Okay, the party we weren't supposed to go is you're supposed to come after 9. So Ashley's like, well, we'll go around 9:30. I'm like, okay, fine. So I went over there at 9, and the other girl who was supposed to go with us didn't show up until 10:30. I'm like, well, I'm tired, I don't want to schlep all the way to a party now.
Yeah.
And I was in a bad mood, and I was like, you know what? Why should I force myself to go? I mean, this is so stupid. Why should I force myself to go to a party? I'm tired. I don't feel like going. And it's like, and then I don't know why I didn't, think about it more before. But until I got to Ashley's house, it's like, there are going to be a million people there that I don't like.
Really?
They're just like Ledge Affairs people.
Oh.
It'll make me totally uncomfortable. So then she was like, well, so then she was like, well, we'll take 2 cars. You can leave when you want to. And I'm like, okay. And then Teresa starts to tell where it is. And I'm like, I have no clue where this place is.
No.
I'm like, forget it.
Was she angry?
Yes.
What'd she say?
I think she was just pissed off. I was like, I don't care. It's not my fault the other girl was like an hour late.
Did you show her that you were annoyed at those pictures?
Mildly.
But did she say anything?
No, I don't think she knew.
Okay. Because, it doesn't accomplish anything.
I know. I understand that.
I know.
The rationale. I understand. And I just feel, Linda, I'm just confused. Just in the big picture of it, I'm just confused.
You're questioning his...
Just, it's not him as much. I'm just questioning the whole experience. I'm like, why did I have to go through this? Why has every time I've tried to walk away from it, made the ultimatum, it comes out so that I'm still in this stupid thing.
I know.
I'm like, I don't understand it. What am I supposed to learn? What is it that I'm supposed to gain? I don't feel any better about myself. I don't have more feelings of self-worth or more self-esteem.
Well, the you-know-what of the you-know-what found you awfully attractive.
But big deal.
I mean...
He finds anybody attractive.
Oh, that's not true.
It is true. I guarantee you that given the opportunity with anybody, he'd let anybody... it's serious, I mean, it just...
Well, I believe that if you were a one-time deal. But look how long that went on. I mean, yeah, he had bouts of conscience and tried to,
Oh, it just...
Sometimes we don't learn what it is we're supposed to have learned until a long time later. I mean, maybe you were supposed to have this experience because nothing after this is going to be worse.
It probably will be. I didn't think anything after Andy could be worse. And this has been worse. This has been worse. This has been more pain.
This has been a lot of pain. But I think the greatest portion of the pain has been in the lack of continual contact with I'll have you right back after the election, just like that. And so you kept waiting for finite goals to occur.
I mean, he still doesn't even know that I counted the days until the election. I had in my little organizer, 100, 99, 98, 97.
Because you really believed him.
I did.
Of course.
Sorry.
I look at this. I know. I look at this and say, if nothing else, I want you to get a kick-ass
I know.
job out of this.
I understand that, and that works for you. Do you see what I mean?
Well, I can't stand the thought of you walking out of there with nothing.
Well, I know, and I need to because I have to get out of here. I have to get a decent job, or I have a decent salary, you know. But and I just know with time that time and distance are the only things that are going to help me.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. I did a rotten thing today.
What?
I called Andy.
What?
I know. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me why, because I have no idea.
Because you're a glutton for punishment.
Probably.
So what did that accomplish?
Nothing. I just really realized that he's just such a disgusting. I don't know. I don't even know how I could have ever cared about him.
Really?
Yeah.
Did he talk?
Yeah. I mean, it was just this. He was scared, and I enjoyed that. Isn't that disgusting? I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I laughed it up that he was so scared.
How could you tell?
I could just tell in his voice.
Was she there?
No.
So what was he scared of?
He's just scared because, you know what? Because he has worked out, they've worked everything out.
Really?
I'm sure. I mean, I didn't ask him.
Yeah.
You know?
So what did he have to say for himself?
Nothing. Nothing really.
No?
He just I called and he answered the phone and I said, "Is Kate there?" And he said, "No, can I take a message?" And I said, "It's Monica." And I said, I just wanted to know really how the kids were and how you guys are doing.
And what did he say?
He's like, "They're fine, we're fine." I'm like, "Oh, okay." Well, and then he was like, well, how are you? And I'm like, "I'm okay." I'm like, "I might be moving to New York." And he goes, "Oh, change of job?" And I said, "Yes."
Did he know?
Yeah.
He knew about the president?
Mm-hmm.
You're kidding?
No.
So did he ask any questions about that?
No. You know what? I don't think he believed me.
You don't think he believed you?
Nope.
Well, he doesn't know you very well, does he?
So... Oh, are you kidding? No, the funniest of all of these was my friend Jason, who, of course, I didn't tell, but who was always saying to me, who was always making jokes about, "Oh, I bet you're trying to da-da-da, whatever, with the president, da-da-da-da." And I'm like, "Well, what if I have, Jason?" He's like, "Oh, yeah, right." He's like, "Monica, if you had, you would have told everybody."
Little does he know.
Really? And he's like, "Yeah, if I know one thing about you." I'm like, "Okay, whatever, Jay."
Yeah, well, that is, let's face it, it's pretty unbelievable.
No, I know.
I mean...
No, I know.
Not because of you so much, just because of the age difference.
So... Although interesting how my dad didn't even seem to think so. I think he knows. I think he knew just by the way...
I do, too.
Just by the way he was looking at me that day.
But, you know, I think he probably has a perverse pride in it.
Yeah.
Because, let's face it, he is, as you said, you keep drawing my attention to the fact that he's normal. Mm-hmm. And we're not anymore. We just become... It's just a familiarity. When you spend a lot of time around someone at that level, you do not see it the same way other people do.
Yeah.
So... And I don't think he'll ever ask you, and I think that'll go away. So Andy was scared. Well, I'm glad to hear it.
So then he said, I said, "Well, okay, bye." And he goes, "Well, do you want me to have Kate call you back?"
What?
And I said, "Why?" He said, "Well, you called for her." And I said, "What?" I said, "No." I said, "Is Kate there?" Because I didn't want to talk to you if she was there. And he said, "What?" And I said, so I had to explain it again. I'm like, "I don't want to talk to her." I'm like, "After the cards she sent back to me?" I'm like, "I don't think so." And he's like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "Do you remember the last time I talked to you?" He goes, "Yeah." And I said, "Remember how Kate sent me those cards back?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "Well, I haven't talked to her since, and I don't plan to." You know? And I said, I didn't want to talk to you if she was there. He's like, "Oh, I get it." I'm like, "Okay, well, bye." And he's like, "Well, that's it." And then my phone clicks, and I go, "Yep, bye."
Oh, no way.
Yep. I don't know. You know what? There was no remorse in his voice.
He's scared. They're all, you know what? They get scared and they
I know. It was really fun, though.
To mush, because he was scared, because he knew you have the capability of screwing up his life. What are his kids' names?
Here, approximately 1 minute of the conversation has been edited out by the House Judiciary Committee.
Well, you know what? Maybe that was good. You needed to do that, get that out of your system.
Oh, no. But I was so mad, I forgot to, say to him the one thing I wanted to say.
Well, you usually do.
I know. Which was, calling him because he said he was going to send me some letter, and he never did.
He's not worth it.
I hate him. Should have asked him if his hair was still long like a... And tell him that he looks like Ellen DeGeneres. It's true. He does.
I basically can't remember what he looks like, except I didn't think he was so great. You know.
Weird. And you know what I was thinking this afternoon, too? It's it's so weird that when I was younger, it was such a big deal, losing your... Who do you lose your to? And, oh my God, it's such a big deal, blah, 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 blah. And now it's big deal.
Well,
you know?
That's why when you start, you generally continue.
Yeah.
You sort of cross the great divide.
Yeah. It's just weird.
Go to bed. And let's not freak out about anything until you will speak to him, because he will have to give you an update.
Probably, I imagine, okay, I would like it to be this week. Knowing him, it'll probably be next week, towards the end of next week. You know, when it comes close to the deadline of what it's supposed to be, and he'll call me with, I don't know what, some excuse or something.
But he knows you have to give notice.
Right.
So, I don't see how that can be. If you want to be done by the 1st of November.
No, not done, but give my notice.
I see. In any event, when he contacts you, you might see how it is and see if you want to bring anything up. You know,
I kind of feel like I don't want to be mean to him, but I also don't want to be that nice. You know,
you know what? Maybe something good to say would be, you know, I understand the difficulties that bringing me back would have, you know, caused, and I know that there was concern about that. But understand that it's very difficult for me to see, and name them. Name them. You have enough of a close relationship with him that you should damn well be able to do that.
I have named them, and he just laughs them off.
He laughs them off?
Uh-huh.
I don't understand.
Well,
I know. It's just ridiculous. It's just all stupid. You know what it is? What it is that it all makes me feel like what he's really saying to himself and trying to express to me is, I just don't like you enough. I don't like you as much as I like the other ones. So I made a mistake. I thought maybe I would like you, but I don't like you.
Where are you getting this?
I don't know. It's just how I feel.
That's because you have no self-esteem.
But then he also said on the phone, you know, and I was going to tell him in person, and I forgot. I was going to make him take it back. He said to me, if I had known what kind of person you really were, I wouldn't have gotten involved with you.
What does that mean? What kind of person are you?
Because he said he was, when he was yelling at me, he said, oh, I remember you said, oh, well, if you just want to stop doing this, I'll be no trouble. I'll be no trouble.
Oh, so...
And that was what started me, and I said, you f***ing tell me when I've caused you trouble. I said, you don't know trouble.
Man, he should be thanking his lucky stars. You are the farthest thing from trouble he's ever had.
But so that's what he said. If I had known you were going to get crazy like this or something, I don't know, he didn't say crazy, but if I'd known you were going to be like this, I never would have gotten involved with you. That was a very nice thing to say, I thought.
Well, he vacillates. One time he's the lover, next day he's the father. You know what I mean? That's something a father would say. You know, like chastising his errant daughter. That's just his way of getting out of it. He's just trying to figure out, he's giving you back as good as you're giving, yelling and screaming in this controlled way.
Except the fact that, let's see, he doesn't have anything to yell and scream about.
He's yelling and screaming because you are making this an issue.
Well, it is an issue.
Of course it is. But it's only an issue for him when you raise it.
You know what I should have said, Linda? And I've been thinking, had it not been 2:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, I should have said, you know, you should be yelling at the people who didn't get me a job, not at me. That's what I should have said.
Well, that's true. I guess what I find incredible is that he has never acknowledged the fact that it was because of your little fling with him that you lost your job, you've been miserable, and you have never, ever been anything but punished. And he's had no problem with this at all.
The closest he's come to that is he just kept apologizing.
Also, maybe that is his way of apologizing.
You know, I mean, I don't know.
All right, you know how I feel about this. I feel very strongly that he should be thanking his lucky stars, left, right, and center, that you are who you are, and you're a very unusual person. Most people going through what you've gone through would have said, hey, you and the horse you rode in on, and let me call the National Enquirer, or,
yeah,
you know, you are the farthest thing from that kind of person, and he has no clue how lucky he is. I mean, how did he know? How did he know that you weren't taping his wacko conversation with you at 4 in the morning?
I know.
I mean, it amazes me, but somehow he knows.
He said to me, I've never been worried about you. I've never been worried that you would do something to hurt me.
Well, he's right, isn't he? He's very right. But then he has no business yelling at you and saying, if I had known what kind of person you were in the beginning, I wouldn't have gotten involved with you.
I'm going to make him take that back. That hurt my feelings.
I think he said it in a moment of total anger.
Him in the little motorcade he rode in on. I'm going to say that to him. I'm going to go, you know what? And the motorcade you rode in on, buddy.
Oh, God, it's terrible. Look, this too shall pass.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will. There will be a time when you will look back on this with bittersweet memory, but my...
Yeah, it'll...
What's going on?
Oh, nothing.
What'd you do today?
Let's see. What did I do? I went on the treadmill.
Good.
Yep, and I went to the mall. In case I got you these tapes.
These tapes?
Yeah, because one of them was $4 and one was $8. So I spent $12. If you don't like them, I can return them.
Okay, what are they?
Okay, one of them has, I couldn't find any with Neil Sedaka.
Surprise, surprise.
Okay, the first one has, The Game of Love, The Birds and the Bees, You're on My Mind, California Girls, My Girl, Love Potion number 9, The Boy from New York City, I'm Telling You Now, Just a Little, and Stop in the Name of Love.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that's I know one of them, the Beach Boys song you like. But I don't know about the other one.
Okay, what's the other one?
And then the other one, it was really hard. It was a lot harder than I thought. But also because I don't really know a lot of these songs.
Right.
So
they're way beyond your,
Well, I know some of them. Okay, then this one is I Can't Get Next to You, Baby Love, What Kind of Fool Do You Think I Am?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Rescue Me, I Heard It Through the Grapevine, Our Day Will Come. Hold on. Something to the Bump.
I don't know.
That one either. Hold on, the sticker's in the way. Go in here. Oh no, I don't know. Some other song there. Bump, bump, bump or something.
Okay.
Who Put the Bump?
Okay.
And that's it.
Oh.
But, I can return them.
Well, look, it's better than nothing, right? I mean, I have nothing right now.
But, is that anything you like?
Well, no. But I can definitely, use them on the equipment. So that's all that counts.
Well, no, what we should get, what we should do is, maybe we should go, I bought them at Pentagon City.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, so we could go to the tape store maybe at lunch or something and return them.
Oh, but is Ken around this week?
Yeah, but I can go. Cliff's not there.
Oh, that's right.
So, I've been taking hour lunches anyway.
So what else did you do today? Yeah, let's do that tomorrow and just go look.
Yeah, because also the thing I didn't know is I didn't want to look and, you could also always just get a tape by Neil Sedaka or something with all his songs on it.
Yeah. See, I don't know, and I get overwhelmed in those stores anyway.
Yeah, it is kind of overwhelming.
It is. And it's just, huge and... I've never been a tape or CD buyer anyway, so it's, I mean, the extent of my CD collection is Christmas carols.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it, so.
Do you have a CD player?
Mm-hmm.
Does it have a tape deck on it?
Yeah.
Well, you know,
it's just
next
a
time,
big box thing, you know?
You know,
I mean,
the other thing you can do is get a couple of, like, 2 or 3 CDs of music you like, and the next time Ryan's there, make Ryan make you a tape.
How would he do that?
You play the CD and you record at the same time on a tape, on a blank tape.
On the same machine?
Yeah, I can do it for you here.
Oh. Well, I could do it too if it works. I mean, I've got it. The CD is on the top of this box,
right,
and then it's got 2 tapes.
Right. Oh, you can even tape off tapes, Linda.
I can?
Yeah.
Oh.
So you could make a compilation tape of all the stuff you like.
Oh, all right. This gets very confusing.
I know.
So what else did you do at the mall today?
Well, I went with Ashley, and she said there were no people there that I hate. It's like, whatever. But, you know, I don't know. It made my blood boil when I thought about it this morning. Just like that, part of the reason I had not wanted to go was because of what all these people think about me.
I know. I know.
And it was different before when I thought I was coming back. Because it was like, oh, I'll show them, I'll show them. And it's like, well, no.
I know. Well, you know, we don't know how many people consider you the stalker.
Well,
I mean, that's highly interpretive. We just don't know. It could be none.
It's not none. Yeah. If Susan Brophy said that.
She actually said that?
I don't know. Somebody actually said that to Marcia. Because Marcia said that to Betty.
That she's considered?
Uh-huh.
Huh.
I don't know. But I talked to my friend Zach, who just got back from being in Europe for 2.5 years.
Oh, yeah. Now, where was he in Europe for 2.5 years?
Yeah, all over. You name it, he was there.
For what?
For just whatever.
Oh. Where does he live now?
Now he's back in L.A.
Oh. He doesn't know, does he?
No.
Oh, good.
No.
Keeps getting wider.
I don't tell just anybody, you know.
Well, I don't know how close a friend he is. You know. All right. So then I started thinking maybe you should call Betty. Because you know how she is? Well, I haven't had a chance yet, and I haven't had a chance yet. And she doesn't know the date line, the timeline, does she?
No, I think she'll give it to him.
I hope so.
I'm sure she will. She's not going to sit. She never sits on it.
She doesn't?
Well, you know, I mean, she does her, I don't know. And anyway, you know, I feel a little bit like his knew I was going to do this, and he should ask for it, too. You know? In fact, I was a little peeved that she hadn't said to me, oh, you know, he said he would talk to Betty during the week.
About?
About the list.
Talk to Betty? Why Betty?
I was supposed to get the list to Betty.
Oh.
And then he would find out from her, you know.
Well, you can understand with him being overseas that it doesn't necessarily come easily. But I think when he gets back, he better.
Whatever, we'll see what happens. I kind of thought he'd call today. I don't know why. I just had this weird feeling.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, she's around, though, isn't she?
That doesn't seem to matter. Like, during the day.
Oh.
On the weekends, kind of a thing.
Just at night.
Right.
Yeah. Well, you know, I don't know. It's possible he went to the office today. And then, so I guess it's possible he could have seen the package already.
No, it's not.
No?
Because she doesn't come in on Sundays like
right,
that.
but is it possible no, I guess she wouldn't have left it out.
No. And I'm sure she didn't do what I asked her to do because, I don't know, it was too easy. So.
No, probably not. Well, all right, so he'll get it tomorrow. I'm just getting anxious, I guess.
You're getting anxious?
I know. Well,
you know, nobody knows what to do about moving. Nobody knows, you know.
Well, that's unfortunately a big problem. And you have to think about it. You have month-to-month lease. Your mother has to worry about this. You know, I mean, it's a... I guess the deal of moving into your grandma's apartment's not going to happen, right?
Well, it just seems ridiculous.
Right.
It's a little bit of a waste of money. It's a lot. I mean, I don't know.
Did she move?
No.
Oh. Oh, was she only going to do that if you wanted
Right.
to? Oh. Now, will she stay there if you guys are both in New York?
I don't know. For now, yes.
God.
My aunt and uncle are going to try and move to New York, so...
You're kidding.
No.
Well, doesn't he work here?
He does. He's trying to find, if he can find a good job in New York. The problem, they hate Warrenton. Well, she hates Warrenton, and he now doesn't like it so much because they made...
Who did?
Some of the... My aunt has a column in a newspaper out there.
Yeah.
And it's like a social column.
What newspaper?
I don't know what it's called. And so...
Under her name.
Right.
Yeah.
And so she, so something or another.
To her?
Not to her, but to someone else who knows her.
You gotta be kidding.
No. So.
This is 1997?
Oh, sure.
You gotta be kidding.
No. So she, you know, so that really offended my uncle more than my aunt even.
Whose business is it anyway? I mean...
Oh, you know what I just realized? You know why he probably won't call? I just talked to him. It's a World Series.
You just talked to...
Yeah.
You called... You know, really, you are a glutton for punishment.
I am. What can you do?
I don't know. It's like, enough already. Why do you put yourself through this stuff? It's because you have nothing else to focus on. That's why.
I just need to get out of here. Ashley was like, well, you're never going to meet people. And I felt like I came really close to saying, look, I'm not going to live here much longer, so I really could give a if I meet anybody here. I should rather not.
Does she know that you're moving?
Yeah. She's upset.
I'm sure. She knows he's helping, right?
She knows he's supposed to. I mean, you know, I don't trust anything. You know how stressed out I am?
Well, she knows enough about him to assume that if he says he's going to do it, he's going to do it, I hope.
What are you talking about, Linda? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Well, this doesn't even sound like it's hard, okay? So
no, I know, but I'm just saying, think of what you just said.
Why? Because he didn't bring you back after the election?
Yeah.
Well, I think we figured why he didn't bring you back.
I understand that, but there can be lots of reasons for everything. You know?
Mm-hmm.
The truth is that for as many reasons as he had for not bringing me back, there were just as many reasons to bring me back. You know?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we could argue about that forever. I tend to think that it was pretty overwhelming that it would have been politically suicidal to take that chance.
Well,
so.
I don't know.
But in this particular case, it's pretty easy. Put her in friggin' New York. How hard is that? It's a big city.
I don't think it'll be hard. The other thing, though, that I realized is that I kind of need to, you know, I may need to call Betty because is that when I was talking to my dad, he brought up a good point. He said, you know, you don't come back. Like, I forgot that Thanksgiving is so late.
When is it?
So Thanksgiving is the 27th.
Yeah.
So to say to start in the beginning of December, you know.
Listen, if he does this for you, your start date is going to be totally up. It'll be flexible. That's not even an issue.
I know, but I said to him the start date December 1. So isn't it?
No, you just say the week of December 1st and you figure it out later.
Okay.
That's not an issue.
It won't look bad
for
me?
Mm-mm. No, it won't. I mean, I don't even know what day of the week.
I mean, the other thing, though, is that, well, I guess, but then I'd have no money.
What?
Well, what I was going to say is maybe to start, my dad had sort of suggested maybe starting at the first of the year, then I have time to move. I have to move, too.
But moving you, are you talking about the household stuff?
Yeah, like furniture and moving to...
That's not your problem, right?
Well, yeah, it is. I mean, I have to find a place. I have to have a place. I mean, I guess it'll all be okay because I can do stuff, you know. I don't know.
No, first of all, I don't know how you're supposed to survive through the whole month of December without an income. And you won't have an income.
I think he should give me money.
Yeah, I do too, but I don't think he has any.
He's got plenty.
He doesn't have any money.
He has plenty of money. The buys plenty of expensive things. Believe you me.
Yeah. No. No.
She has to do a lot of things, though.
She does not. She is not an elected official. She's not an appointed official.
You know what my mom, actually my aunt, the point my aunt brought up, you know how she made that big to-do about all the proceeds from her book go to the charities?
Yeah.
What about the advance? Did she just not take an advance?
I don't know.
Isn't that interesting?
Well, an advance is nothing but an advance against sales. So, you know, you have that no matter what, whether it sells none or it sells a million copies.
Right, but what I'm saying is...
But that's considered sales. I mean, that's... I would assume that went...
No, I think that's like... I mean, you get an advance... But, okay, like, let's just say you wrote a book and you got paid in advance and there were no sales in the book. They wouldn't ask for the money back.
No, of course not.
So...
But... I don't know.
Is,
who published her book anyway?
I don't know, but did she donate the advance?
I don't know.
You know?
She didn't even write the book.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying, you know, she claims she didn't make any money off it.
I think Walter pays for a lot.
Oh, I think he does too.
I mean, somebody has to be paying. And maybe there are lots of Walters, you think about that.
Yeah. Well, I think they had saved for that. I think they had saved for that.
Not according to their financial disclosure.
But does that talk about savings?
Yes.
Ew, did I tell you Walter's hosting a party for her tomorrow?
No, where?
In New York, in his apartment.
You're kidding. How'd you find out?
He told me. She asked him.
Who, she? Yeah.
And so she asked him to host it in his apartment.
You're kidding.
No.
So how'd you find out?
He told me.
Oh, when he talked to you about, what he can do for you in New York?
Sort of.
During that conversation.
You know, he was very cold to me when I saw him on Friday.
When did you see him?
At General Myers' ceremony. He was very cold to me. It was very weird.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
I went to General Myers' promotion ceremony.
Who's General Myers again?
General Myers, the
Army PA. Okay.
He went there. And I saw him. And he was very cold to me.
At this point, approximately 1 minute of this conversation has been edited out by the House Judiciary Committee.
Men get to keep their lives, you know?
Yeah. Look at this one, you know?
I know. But you know what? The ones who do this routinely are the ones who really have an empty life. He used the words.
Yeah, but you know what? I look at Andy, and it's like Andy.
Well, no, Andy, I find different. I find that a totally different thing. I think he compartmentalizes. I think he does have a good life. But I think he's engaged with his life. From what you've made it sound, he's engaged with his kids. He likes his life. Kate makes a nice home. I think that all is separate and apart, and I think he's totally different from the big creep and someone like Walter. And age has a lot to do with that, too. Well, I am leaving now to go to the athletic club.
Okay, good for you.
Yeah, lazy thing that I am.
Well, tomorrow we'll go walk and, well, I'm so excited. Cliff will be gone for 2 weeks.
That'll make your life a whole lot more.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure Mark is keeping tally of how many times I read the newspaper. You know, I haven't read the newspaper in 2 weeks, except on the weekends. I look at it online sometimes. That's how I feel.
You need to get out of there, there's no doubt. Maybe in the end of the 2 weeks, you'll be able to give your notice.
That's the whole point. I'm supposed to be able to.
Oh, please don't let him step on this one.
You know what I could see? I could see him getting really pissed at me for that Marcia thing.
I don't think so. I think what he would get I think he'd understand that. But I think what he might get pissed at, and because I think he's thinking to himself, I can do this. This is easy.
Well, you know, it would have been easy to bring me back. You know, I mean, look, Linda, the truth is, and I thought about this last night. Oh, I watched such a great movie last night. I'm sure you've seen it. Pillow Talk.
Oh, God, it's so old.
I know, it was so good. You know, look, this is the truth. The minute he started to have trouble with this thing, which was a long, long, long time ago, as in trouble of it just not happening.
What, bringing you back?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
He had to do one thing. That was have Erskine and whoever the head of communications is come into the office. And he needed to sit down with both of them and say, this is what happened. I'd like her placed back here. She'd like to work in communications, and I'd like it to happen in 2 weeks. And that's all that needed to happen, and I guarantee you it would have.
Don't you believe, though, that that would have involved a tacit understanding that something did happen?
Not really. No more than what's going on right now.
No one will know.
Who would know then? I mean, you're talking about an assistant to the president. You know, that's somebody who's pretty...
Oh, yeah, that's true.
You know.
That's true. No, but what would have happened is that the grapevine would have really started with, this was created for her. Why? Whose pet rock is she? Oh, yeah, she was here before. There were rumors then. You know, I can actually see why this could have been hard.
Okay, but couldn't it have also been, okay, let's just say nothing had happened. Okay, let's just pretend for a minute. Nothing had happened, and he had paid all the attention that he had paid to me. Okay? And
but
they
it was
had been worried. So they did that because they were worried.
And put you at the Pentagon.
Right. And he felt bad because he knew that's what had happened, and I had been promised to come back, and like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it could just...
It's because he knows something did happen.
Yeah, I know that.
I mean, you know, and because I think he could be accused of being a total considering what's going on now. And has been for many months.
But then it could also be something that just dies down or becomes old hat. That's what I said to Betty one time.
What'd she say?
She said, well, I don't really hear rumors about them anymore. And I said, well, how do you know that won't happen with me?
Yeah.
And she said, well, that's a good point. You know?
Yeah.
I sure hope, though, if he starts to pick a bone with me about the UN, he sure as hell doesn't do it on the phone.
Why?
Because I don't want to start getting into a screaming match with him on the phone. That's not fair. I don't like that.
Okay, so then you just have to be prepared. If he says, look, it just doesn't look doable this other way, but I've talked...
I can explain it. Why is it not doable?
Yeah. Well, he already told you he was going to hand it to what's-his-name, right?
Right.
So, I can't imagine that wouldn't be doable. I mean, I guess you just have to be ready to respond. Are you absolutely positive you won't go to the UN?
Linda, unless he can give me a reason why I should go there and can describe to me the job that I'm going to have, and that makes me feel as excited as I am about doing something different, then no, I'm not going.
Okay, would you be interested in being like the number 2 protocol person?
Not really.
For the international trips, for...
Not really.
No?
It doesn't interest me. It doesn't, you know, light my fire. I already gave that up for a year and a half. You know? I've already done that. You know, I lost. Why should I have to settle again?
You need to make him understand that.
Yeah, I thought about that today. You know, I was thinking about, you know, he has, you know, because I haven't wanted to make him angry or I haven't wanted to have him think I'm nuts, you know, there are a lot of things that I haven't told him.
Right.
You know, about what I've gone through. And just even, I mean, giving the example of the party last night is a very good example. You know?
Yeah, that's a good example. And the fact that, you know, you left under a cloud. Obviously, you couldn't defend yourself. I mean, obviously. Obviously, he couldn't defend you.
I did tell him, now, did I tell you this? That I did finally tell him last time when we were fighting. Of course, I was sobbing, so I don't even know how much he understood. But I did tell him that whole bit about how, you know, when he brought me in there that day, and when I found out I had to leave, I wanted to do nothing. You know, I mean, all I wanted to do was beg to him to not make me leave. I didn't want to leave. I was so scared. I was so upset. You know, and I said, and I didn't, because I couldn't ask you to do that in the election. And you told me you'd bring me back, and I believed you.
You mean he's the one who told you you had to leave?
No.
Oh.
But when I found out, okay, I found out on Friday.
Yeah.
And they were in Oklahoma. And then on Sunday, he called me at 6 o'clock.
In the morning?
No, in the evening.
Oh, at home.
He called me at 6 o'clock, and he said, hi, and I said, hi, and this was like the Ron Brown thing. I said, how are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm okay. It's so sad. I said, I know.
That's when Ron Brown died?
Right. And I said, well, I have more bad news for you. He said, what? And I said, well, guess his last day is tomorrow. And he said, what are you talking about? What happened? And I said, can I come see you? And he goes, no, tell me what happened. So I told him what happened. I said, can I please come see you? He said, okay, come right over.
So you went over. But then at that point, he didn't know what had happened.
No. He had said on the phone, he goes, I bet it has something to do with me. But I think that was out of paranoia and just, I don't know. I mean, maybe he did know. I don't know. I don't think he knew.
But was that during the same conversation that he said, I'll have you back after the election?
That was on the phone.
Oh.
Then I went to go see him, right? He said I could come see him. So I went to go see him, and I was there, and he, and I was so upset, and he said, well, let me see what I can do. He said, why do they have to take you away from me? I trust you so much, And then he said, I promise you, something like, if I win in November, I'll have you back like that. You could do anything you want. You could be anything you want. You could do anything you want. And then I made a joke, and I said, well, can I be assistant to the president for blowjobs? Like that.
You didn't say that.
I did.
Oh, Monica.
And he just kept saying, I'll take care of you. I'll take care of you. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. He said, if you don't, And he was attentive for the next couple of weeks. And, I cried. I hated my job.
This was April, right?
This is April. Then he called. Okay, that was on Sunday. Then he called me on Friday to tell me he had found out what happened.
He called you at work?
No, I was at home.
Oh, because you had
been fired already.
Oh,
so then I was crying because I'd gone to see Patsy Thomason, and I had already had, I think, my first interview. I don't remember.
Yeah.
And I was like, I hate it. I was like, they lied to me. I don't want this job. It's awful. Blah 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 blah.
And what did he say?
And he said, well, just try it for a month, and if you don't like it, then I'll get you a job on the campaign. And then, he called, and I said I hated it. And then, it was like whatever it was, a month had passed, and so he had called one night, and I said, I'm really unhappy, And he said, because I don't want to talk about your job tonight. I'll call you this week, and we'll talk about it. I want to talk about other things, which meant phone sex.
Oh.
And then he didn't call me that weekend. So I was ready, that weekend, I was ready to broach the idea of me going to the campaign. But I was very afraid that why would the people who wouldn't let me be at the White House let me work on the campaign?
Because the campaign's removed.
Yeah, but I still might see him or something. I don't know.
So did that ever come up again?
No, because he didn't call me that weekend. He promised he would, and then he didn't call. And then he called me Monday night at 3 o'clock in the morning and said, I'm sorry I didn't call you. I was sick all weekend.
This was still in April?
I don't know when this is. This is May.
Oh, but you were already at the Pentagon. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So I was already at the Pentagon, and so I said, oh, that's okay. But I knew I had made my decision. I said he promised me he would do it, and he didn't do it. So I don't care what the reason was. I'm not going to trust him that he's going to take me to the campaign.
Yeah.
Subsequent to her being raped, did Mrs. Murdoch's family request a therapy?
Yeah, I'm sure he found out by that point what had happened.
He found out within that first week.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. See, remember I told you, he called me that next Friday to tell me what had happened.
Oh, because of Evelyn.
Right.
Yeah. Was he angry?
No.
Because you know why? He's a little recalcitrant kid who keeps getting into trouble with his and his surrounding buffer zone protects him from himself. And he takes it. Because he knows. He needs supervision. And he knows that. And that's why he can't go totally ballistic, because he knows it. I promise you, that's Bruce's role in life.
Well,
Bruce doesn't travel with him because they're best buds only.
I know.
So.
But he gets around Bruce. I mean, Bruce didn't even know about me.
I know. It's amazing.
I was too busy.
Scary thing for me is that I think Bruce now knows about you, and I also believe, because Bruce is quick, I think Bruce also knows that I know about you.
I think that's ridiculous. I think you're being absolutely paranoid about that, Linda.
No, I don't know that the big creep does. But I'd be willing to bet a year's salary that Bruce figured out.
He might think it, but he can't know.
Oh, no, of course not.
The only way he can know is if you tell him.
No, well, believe me, I never plan to have another conversation about any issue having to do with again in my life.
Yeah.
No, I just know Bruce, and so the fact that he didn't ask me makes me think.
Ask you what?
Anything about how I knew anything, or how, do you see what I'm saying? He didn't ask
No, we had this discussion before, and he did ask you. Remember?
But he
said something to you, well, how do you know that? Or you said something or another, and he said, well, the only people who
And
know
I said,
that.
apparently not.
Yeah.
But he didn't say, well, then it had, you know?
Yeah.
Because of that, makes me think, okay. But that's not necessarily bad. It's only bad if these big creep knows. One thing Bruce does know about me is, and the big creep doesn't, is that I very much don't like to get involved in anything having to. Bruce and I went through a lot of crises during the time that I was there, where we'd be working till midnight, and he knew that I was on by choice, would remove myself from knowing certain things. I didn't want to know.
Yeah.
And I think he knows that much about me. I'm just not a high visibility kind of person, never have been. So if he knows and the big creep doesn't, I'm not as scared.
I'm sure they wonder. They just can't know. Only way they know is if they tap the phone, and I don't think they do that.
Nah. All right, I'm going off to the...
Okay, I'm going to go to the market.
How far is that? It's going to get dark soon, you know.
Oh, that's fine.
Hey, when do we send the clocks back?
Oh, I don't know.
I hope it's not this weekend.
I don't think so. I think we would have heard something about it.
And we haven't heard anything more about Tuesday's hearing, right?
I looked in the papers today. I didn't see anything. I'm sure there'll be stuff all over the news tomorrow.
Okay.
I'd imagine. But, you know.
Well, I'm calling Kirby first thing tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
And say, you know.
If I mean, you can do what you want to do and what you think is right.
Well, no, I want to know.
No, I just think if I were you and, you know,
I want him
Kirby's
to
your
talk
lawyer.
to Bennett.
What?
He should talk to Bennett,
That's right.
if he hasn't.
And you should say to him, I understand why you think that we should appear to be neutral, whatever it is, and go, I don't care how we should appear to be. You know, we can appear to be that way, but you need to be talking to Bennett, and you just need to understand that. You know?
Yeah, no, I'm going to be pretty firm.
I think you should be because, you know, I don't think he realized, you know, maybe he thinks because you're at the Pentagon that somehow you're, you know, it's very confusing, you know, civilian, political, military. Do you know what I mean? So he may think your job is solid.
Well, it's not.
I know your job is solid because the creep said nothing would happen.
Yeah, but, you know, the creep is not always in charge. We know. Don't we know that for a fact?
Yeah, we do. But I made a point of saying to him, not just that she shouldn't, you know, nothing should happen that way, but you should make sure that you tell somebody to tell someone that it doesn't happen.
Yeah, well, that doesn't mean he did.
No, I'm sure he mentioned it to Bruce, and I'd imagine Bruce took care of it. Look, Linda, I don't think they want to make you unhappy. Do you?
I don't think they care. They just, you know, I mean, I think in their minds, I did my worst damage already.
What?
I did my worst damage already, inadvertently.
I think if they really didn't care, they would have done something. Don't you think?
No, they may still be planning it, just waiting for it all to tone down.
I don't think so.
I don't worry about it anymore because there's nothing I can change. You know, I can't. It's only.
Yeah, the best thing that happened, and obviously, as we said the other night, happened as a result of, you know, what you did, was that other woman coming out. Because everybody thinks Kathleen's a liar.
Yeah, but no one will ever know that they owe that to me.
Yeah.
And I believe that is directly owed to me. Because I fought him on that tooth and nail and said, she's lying. You had better be careful what you print because she's lying. About the other woman, I said, if she said it happened that night and that this story was given to her that night, I promise you that's a lie. Because her version had been, she went home to Richmond and immediately either went to see or called this woman. And she didn't. So.
I just wish it would all go away.
I don't care whether it all goes away or not. What I want to happen is for you to get this fantastic job in New York with a wonderful salary and a new life. That's what I want at this point. All right, well, I'm going to go do my thing.
Go to the gym.
And I'll see you in the morning.
All right.
Okay?
So I'll bring these tapes. Can you go tomorrow?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
We'll just plan a time.
We'll try and find it.
Maybe I won't bring my lunch tomorrow, and we'll just grab something healthy over there.
Okay, that's smart.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
All
There's
right.
a good turkey sandwich place there.
They do?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it near the tape store?
Well,
we won't have much time.
Stores.
Okay.
So I think maybe we'll hopefully.
What we should do is walk.
Yeah, hopefully it won't be raining though.
Is it supposed to?
I don't know. It rained a lot today.
Yeah, no. I think tomorrow's gonna be better.
Okay, but make sure you bring a coat because it's gonna be cold.
Yeah, I've got to find a coat. I don't even know where my coats are. I have my fur in storage, and obviously it's not the weather for fur.
Mm-hmm.
And the other ones I haven't even had cleaned yet. So, all right. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Let's plan on going like whatever time is good.
So cute.
So it's actually getting a little better. It's very gradual, but you know what? I don't care. I'm very glad I went back, and it gives me a focus each week,
Mm-hmm.
you know, to sort of concentrate a little better.
I know. Maybe I should join.
You know, to sort of concentrate a little better.
I know. Maybe I should join.
It'd be fun if we could go together, but
I know.
I don't know that.
The only time I could probably go is Saturday morning.
I know. In that. All right.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. See you later.
Bye.
We continue with the Linda Tripp, Monica Lewinsky phone conversations. This call was recorded on Thursday, October 23rd, 1997.
Stand this. I mean,
it doesn't make sense, right? Somehow, instead of Erskine and those other people, she could say, call Monica?
Yeah, I don't get that. That's okay?
I don't know. I don't know if she walked out. I don't know what happened. So,
you explained to her how emotionally distraught you are?
I don't know.
Were you crying?
I was upset. I'm just not like I am now. I can't take it anymore.
I know.
I can't.
Oh, my God.
It's too much for one person.
Oh, it is too much for one person. Yes, it is. Okay. He's going to go home. She's at a dinner. So if he calls you, he would have to call you before she gets home. So, Monica, I'm just saying that we have to at least consider the possibility that he's going to call you tonight.
But he's not going to call. I know he's not. Because he's thinking, why do you think he's thinking I called? To see what's going on.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand.
Well, he doesn't know what the problem is.
No, so he's going to think I'm calling to bug him about what he's done so far. And he's done nothing. So there's nothing to say.
Oh, man.
So he's not going to call.
See, that's the problem. He doesn't know.
I know, and I said that to her. And then she said, well, if he calls you tonight or tomorrow, you'll call me and apologize. I said, fine. I hung up.
I don't think you owe her an apology, thanks. No, I really don't. Sorry. Doesn't.
I go to work every day. And I'm trying to keep it together, and I just can't.
You've been a trooper through this, Monica, and you've been through a situation that most fully grown adult women couldn't handle, okay? Sorry. I mean, this is ridiculous. It just seems as though, because of the friggin' buffer zone, you can never communicate directly with him until he chooses to. So when there's a crisis, like this UN problem, he's fully unaware, I'm sure. He probably knows that Richardson called you and that there's something going on. But he doesn't know the state you're in because of that.
And when I told her, I said, you know what? I said, I don't believe you. That's when she said that there was other people standing around. I said, you know what? I don't believe you. I think you had because when I said, I'm going to throw up.
No, don't throw up. Because you don't believe her, because what?
I said, I don't believe you. I said, I think you had a conversation with him. Because I said, you know, I said, I think you told him and he just has nothing to say to me. And this is why you're doing this. And she said, no. And that's when she said, Erskine is we're standing or whatever.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Every time I think I can figure them out, unbelievable. Oh, man. Well, when you do speak to him and he tries to snow you about the UN, I think you just have to say, I really don't want to be seen as unappreciative. That's not the case. But I cannot work for the government anymore. It's no longer an option for me. My experience with the government has been hellacious. It's been enough to last 2 lifetimes. He'll get the joke. Oh, that Betty. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Interesting that she called you back, though. Finally.
Oh, she did call me back?
I thought you said she did.
Oh, yeah, she did. I'm sorry. I called her at 7... No, I called her at 7:15. And she said, is she going to talk to him yet? She said, well, he's standing right here with some senators as soon as the senators leave.
Yeah.
And then she finally called at 7:30.
Oh, she called you to say he's going to call you?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
And then you hung up on her, and then she called you right back.
Uh-huh. I mean, it was important to him, and he didn't know what was going to happen with the... He could have turned around and went into the office and used the phone.
Yeah, but Monica, he doesn't know squat. That's the problem. He only gets information that she passes along. So here's what he's thinking. Okay, I have the piece of paper, and this other thing's...
He's probably annoyed with me now on top of it.
Oh, I would say he's wondering why you're harassing him, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he doesn't know anything. He doesn't know the chain of events that brought you to today. He doesn't know that you received a personal phone call from the ambassador to the UN. How awful is that? He doesn't know these things. Or if he does, he doesn't know the impact they had on you. Oh my God, this has just got to come to an end. This has just got to come to an end. I just wish you weren't by yourself. I mean, it just makes it that much worse.
I know.
Okay, but you know, don't yell at me, but don't be upset right this moment with him.
I know. I'm not upset with him. I'm so frustrated, and I'm trying to keep so many things in check.
I know.
And it's so hard.
I know. But if it's any consolation...
You have no idea how hurt I am that I'm not going back.
I know.
No idea.
It's the worst. It's the worst. I know that. Hell, I miss being there. But your situation was grossly unfair. It was horrible. Horrible. And then to think for a year that you're coming back and then to find out, no, you're not. I mean, you've been a trooper through all this, Monica. You have.
It's like I don't get any credit.
I know. I know. You don't. You're not getting the credit you deserve. But as far as I'm concerned, he inflicted a prison sentence on you the first time he kicked you out of there, or was allowed you to be kicked out of there. And all he did was put you on friggin' probation with the promise that you could come back. And then when that didn't work out, you've had a year to suffer through that too, to finally find out that no, you're not going back. I mean, it's been horrible. Nobody should have to go through this. Your whole life, your whole professional future is in play here. It's not just a whim. I still maintain he's going to be real happy to get you placed in New York. He just doesn't know the situation right now. Cleo, get down. Get down, girl. Well, I just don't know what to do. And I would say, page Betty and tell her to tell him to call you tonight because you're upset. But he doesn't know why you're upset.
Oh, he won't want to deal with me.
Kate told me that Erskine Bowles is leaving.
Yeah?
Yeah. How I found out was his secretary apparently is interested in taking the Sandy Berger assistant position. And I said, well, why does she want to leave the chief of staff and go there? And she said, well, because he's leaving. And I'll bet you anything Podesta's going to become chief of staff.
Maybe. He also talked that if John Hilley doesn't get it, he's going to leave.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I can't really see Podesta being your chief of staff.
Who knows? He knows a lot of the secrets.
I don't think you just need to be a secret knower to be there. I think to do a good job.
No, but I mean, he's well thought of.
Financing for 60 months.
Unbelievable.
So before this offer ends, stamp on it from a friendly dog dealer near you. A or B, which can save you over $2,900 over 6. Or B.
It's a good thing you're the kind of person you are. A glutton for punishment. Because you sure take it. Hold on. Uh-oh.
United States has granted her a visa.
Do you think maybe you can just calm down and rationally understand that in the next couple days you will probably speak to him?
That's not necessarily true, Linda.
Oh, I think so. The date's coming up real quick. He does understand that.
Yeah, okay, let's just talk about timing here, okay? This weekend is the first day.
Yeah.
Okay? Monday, they go to Chicago. Okay?
Uh-huh.
That leaves Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Friday night, he leaves to go out of town again.
Yeah.
For the weekend.
But I believe that all this can be taken care of in one day.
Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily. I mean, don't forget that whoever if Vernon talks to somebody, whoever he talks to has to, talk to hiring people. I don't know.
No, it'll be, if it goes to the civilian sector, it'll be Vernon being told this has to happen, him picking one of the names that he has a buddy, and he'll call and say she must be hired immediately. That's how that works.
Leadoff man Devon White, who went down swinging 4 times
and it's been known to work that way, so. It's just that right now I don't think he's aware of the whole situation.
No, he's not. What am I supposed to say if that lady calls me in on Monday?
You have to advance the trip for the secretary. You're going to be out of town. I mean, Monica, I don't know enough to know whether he's going to not do anything else but the UN.
I don't know either.
And so I almost hate for you to shoot yourself in the foot when it may be your only chance of a good job. Oh, good. I shouldn't say good. A job that pays $65,000 in New York.
Maybe. I don't know.
Well.
But wait a minute. Podesta doesn't even know how much money I want to make. You know, and that's the problem. Oh, God. I can't think about this.
It's too much right now.
This is great classic hook slide around Charles Johnson in the
He'll have to call you.
Well, yeah, maybe next week.
No. After she called you back and said you'll have to apologize when he calls you tonight or tomorrow.
Linda, I almost called you Mom. Linda, do you know how many times that she has said, just give me till tomorrow?
Well, she has.
How many times, and she never delivers.
But this wasn't just give me till tomorrow, was it? This was...
The same thing. It's the same thing.
The slight difference is that they see the light at the end of the tunnel here.
Well, you know, really? You could have fooled me.
Yeah.
You could have fooled me.
Boy, I wish tomorrow morning the whole White House would be up in arms with some New York Post piece that says...
Oh, well, you know what?
I know.
It wouldn't even matter because, you know what?
I know. You don't yell at me. I already know.
But they would tarnish me anyway.
How can they tarnish you?
Easily. How many people there, let's see, how many people there would say, look, she stalked him. She was chasing him.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Well,
Think about it.
I think there are plenty of people who would say on your behalf, that's not true.
Yeah, and who are those people?
Who are those people? Ashley would say that.
No, she wouldn't.
Well, I would say that.
Oh, great. You and I are... Do you know what I mean? It's like so my mom would say it. These are all people that it's like, okay, well, you would have a reason to. You're my friend. Oh, you're going to back me.
I don't lie. I'm just not known to be, a liar. I may cover the truth when I feel it's in someone's best interest, but no. Oh, you know what, Monica? I'm getting very upset with him. I'm just getting very upset with him. And I know that a lot of it is the frustration with Betty. But you don't put a young girl in a situation where she can't have communication with you unless your retarded secretary instigates it. Or if you decide to call in the middle of the night and wake her up.
You know, at this point, it wasn't even worth it. That's the saddest part. It's the saddest part that it's like, it's just so stupid.
Well, I think the whole affair wasn't worth it. Now that we can look in retrospect, because look what it has gotten you in the end. I mean, you were special, yes. There was a connection, yes. There was a romance, yes. But when it had to end, it's as though, he gets to go on his merry way and say, oh, I can't do this, and you just have to deal with it. And, I know that you defend him by saying you went into this with your eyes open. Well, of course you did. I never would have said that he tried to seduce you or he, made you do something against your will. No. But did he fuck your life up for the time being? Yes. He gives me an Excedrin headache. I have to say this because I've thought about it a lot recently. If he for 1 minute considered someone doing this to his daughter...
I thought the same thing. I know. What would you tell your daughter to do?
Yeah, exactly. In fact, that's a question you might want to ask him. I mean, he would die rather than let this happen to Chelsea. But you're supposed to be a stoic soldier. Some 50-year-old man decides to have an intimate relationship with his daughter, and then she... it defies imagination. Well, who would want to with her? But the point is, that's how he compartmentalizes. He does not see you as in that league. He sees you as a woman. Young, but a woman. She has a lot of nerve to call you and say that.
Don't be mad.
Yeah.
Welcome back to balmy 43 degrees, Cleveland, Ohio.
Monica.
Less than 10 minutes away. It's been a wild last 2 days.
I know you can't see it now, but I promise you a year from now, when you look back on this, you will have a much, much healthier perspective. And you will be so glad you got out of here.
I know that.
It's just that we got to get you to that point. He is not worth this. He really isn't. Sorry. I mean, I know you care about him. I know you do. But you care about someone who maybe doesn't exist in the same way you think he does.
I do.
He keeps coming at you again and again and again, no matter how many times he loses, till finally he wins again. Well, that guy fixed the night for the Indians. First times he got beat up pretty bad in Florida, so he's highly motivated to win this game tonight.
Where's Debbie?
Everybody's in New York right now.
Why? Oh, that's right.
He's got better machines than those hitters have bat control. So you won't see changes. You'll see that sinker ball in. You'll see that fastball up and in. Keep you honest. Then you'll see him go away with the slider.
All right, well, believe it or not, my car is running.
Was it not ready before?
No, I had gone out to start the car because I was going to the athletic club, and I left it running when you called.
Oh, no.
That's all right. What time is it? Man, I think I'll go for a bed. I'll go. I'm going to do the bed. Oh, Monica, are you ready to go to bed?
It's 8:15, yeah.
I was going to say I'd call you in half an hour.
No.
All right, do me this favor then. You don't take anything to go to sleep, right?
No.
Okay. Could you do me a favor, and if you do get a call, call me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I don't think I will.
You don't think what?
Because you know what? She's gone already, and if he was going to call, he would have called already.
Oh, yeah, well, we have no proof that that's true.
It's 8:15. I mean, when is she going to get home for this dinner?
Yeah.
You know, he's not going to call.
I wonder when she thinks he might do that tomorrow.
She always says tomorrow.
Yeah.
And all the times you told me, oh, you could talk to him at work.
At work?
Never. And he's going, oh, it's going to drive me nuts. He's going to the Kennedy Center tomorrow night.
He is?
Yes.
Oh, God. What are they going to say?
It's like for the opening of the new or something.
Oh, God.
So that's at 7.
Well, Nancy, the only good thing, what if Nancy stays home sick tomorrow?
So what?
Well, I'm just wondering if it gets to that point, if they're going to the Kennedy Center at 7, there would be time for you to come over in the early evening.
No, there wouldn't, because there'd be too many people around. Don't forget, there are all those other people.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, it's not just Nancy. Go lie down, Cleo.
I can't even get in touch with my mom.
Where is she?
I don't know.
Well, don't worry about getting in touch with your mom tonight. You're just going to freak her out right now. I mean, really, Monica, you are going to freak her out. Let's just sit on this for a little bit. And maybe tomorrow we'll see some movement somehow. But I gotta tell you, my temptation if I were you would be to blast Betty a new... Because the bottom line is, she f***ed this up. She could have gone in sometime today and said, look, this thing happened with Richardson. Monica is very upset. This is, you know, she appreciates the effort, but this is not what she wants to do. She wants to have government. She really would like to talk to you. Nothing. Monica... So... And, you know, you make a good point. Of course it's not in their top 5 priorities right now. The list of priorities. But, you know, I have to tell you, Monica, it should be up there somewhere. It's not a small issue. You see it as a small issue because you're you. All right, let me go get my car before it runs out of gas. Call me later if he calls. Okay. All right, goodbye.
We'll continue with the Trip Lewinsky tapes in a moment. Tomorrow morning on Washington Journal, we'll talk about these recordings with Newsday's congressional correspondent Elaine Povich. Also on the program, Representative-elect Stephanie Tubbs Jones, an Ohio Democrat. We'll also check in with Oklahoma Governor Frank Keating, who's meeting this week in New Orleans with his fellow Republican governors. Washington Journal gets underway at 7 a.m. Eastern. Tomorrow, the Federal Election Commission will hold a day-long hearing on soft money contributions to political campaigns. Speaking at the hearing will be officials representing the Democratic and Republican parties. Also testifying, Connecticut Republican Congressman Chris Shays and Massachusetts Democrat Marty Meehan, sponsors of campaign finance legislation in the House. That gets underway at 9 a.m. Eastern with live coverage on our companion network, C-SPAN 2. Thursday, the House Judiciary Committee begins hearings on the impeachment charges against the president. Slated to testify, independent counsel Kenneth Starr. You can see it live beginning at 10 a.m. Eastern here on C-SPAN. We'll also replay the hearing in the evening at 7 Eastern.
This weekend, Book TV begins with Encore Book Notes, Saturday at 8 a.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern. A compilation of essays, 2 steps ahead of the Thought Police, written by columnist John Leo. Then The Business of Books, Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday at 2 a.m. Eastern, an interview with Morgan Endrigan, publisher of Atlantic Grove Press. He talks about several of his company's best-selling books. We'll look at children's books, Saturday afternoon at 3 and Sunday morning at 9. Illustrators Leo and Diane Dillon discuss their new book for children, To Everything There Is a Season. The book uses scenes of societies and cultures throughout world history to illustrate passages from the Bible's book of Ecclesiastes. History on Book TV is Saturday night at 8 and 11. Historian Linda Kerber discusses her new book, No Constitutional Right to Be Ladies, Women and the Obligations of Citizenship. Her book presents legal cases challenging women's civic obligations from the Revolution to modern times. On Sunday morning, starting at 10 Eastern, we'll bring you live coverage from the Miami Book Fair International. We'll talk to authors and bring you the sights and sounds from around the fair. Sunday night at 8 and midnight, a biography. Author Paul Theroux discusses his new memoir, Servidia's Shadow, a friendship across 5 continents, in which he explores his 30-year relationship with his literary mentor, V.S. Naipaul. Join us for 48 hours of nonfiction books on TV. Book TV on C-SPAN 2. If you'd like to watch Book TV, call your local cable operator and say you want C-SPAN 2.
Now more from the tape recordings made by Linda Tripp of her conversations with Monica Lewinsky.
Now another conversation between Linda Tripp and Monica Lewinsky recorded on Thursday, October 23, 1997. The short blanks in the tape are words and phrases that have been edited out by the House Judiciary Committee.
Now let's start it this way. I'm happy.
Oh, Monica, you don't have to tell me. I can always tell by your voice.
Okay. What he wants me to do...
First, just a minute. Come all this way to get a cigarette and then I'll have it later. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, first of all,
he called, his attitude was nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's like, hey, what's up? You know, so,
were you asleep?
Sort of.
Great.
I talked to my dad for a long time.
About that?
My dad right now, yeah.
What did you say?
Okay, let me tell you what happened with him before I forget.
All right.
Okay, so I said, well, do you know what happened on Tuesday? So he told the story of Richardson.
Did he know that?
Okay, no, but yeah. Okay, he didn't know, but I'm not... I think he kind of had put Podesta on it, or maybe he put Betty. You know, you never know the real truth.
I know.
Whatever it was he said he didn't want John to know he was talking to Vernon because he wanted him to do his very best.
Mm-hmm.
And he wants the UN to be my insurance policy.
Oh, okay.
He wants me to have options. Vernon's been out of town. He called him from out of town. He said he wants him to do this. He comes back and he, you know, but he didn't want to get into it on the phone. So whenever, I don't know. First it was when Vernon got back, and then later he said, well, I'll talk to him when I get back. So, I don't know what's going on here yet, but we'll see.
Yeah.
So,
did he understand about your not wanting to go to the UN?
Yes, he did, but what he also said was, he said, look, I want you to think about it. I want you to spend some time and think about what, he's so cute, He's like, think about what kinds of things what you could do there. He's like, he's a good guy. He's flexible. He's willing to kind of create a position. Maybe he might be able to create a position what you want to do. He's like, one of the things is he's like, the American people don't really know what goes on at the UN. Maybe, you could work on communication and strategy and stuff, for that. He's like, think about what you would do if you went there for 6 months, and then
if you went there for 6 months.
Right.
And then what?
He's like, and then maybe you could do something different if you wanted.
Oh.
He's like, he's like, see, I want you to meet with him. I want you to talk to him. I want you to talk about, Richardson, he said, I need to, hold on,
what?
I'm trying to find, I need to write down all the stuff he said.
Yeah.
Before I forget it. That notebook go. Desk somewhere.
Well,
hold on, just don't talk to me, because I need to remember this. Hold on just a second.
What time is it anyway?
Oh, no, it's 10 o'clock almost. He said Richardson likes to solve problems. I voiced all my concerns to him, and I said, what about, what about what people say to me? And he doesn't understand that.
What about what?
I don't think the creep realizes that it's more than just like 1 or 2 people who think these things about me.
I know.
So, whatever. So he said, I told you I'm taking care of that. They're going to get you good recommendation. I'm like, well, what if somebody walks in and sees me and then says to someone, oh, she's the stalker, And then he said, no, that's the good thing about Richardson. He doesn't get spooked.
Kate's very impressed by him. She's not impressed easily.
I know, but, I don't know. So then,
genuinely nice guy.
So he said, so he said to, he said, I want you to sit down and be creative about the stuff like you did, like you were with me. Oh, and he also said he liked the glasses.
He did?
Mm-hmm. That was like one of the first things he said. He said he really liked them. I said, do they look good? I said, do you look handsome? And he said, I don't know. I don't know. I like them, though.
Oh, God.
So.
All right, so
that was what he's like, look, I want you to go there. I want you to see what the best kind of deal you can get, salary, blah, blah, blah. I want you to see that. See what you can do. He said, you're not, he must have said 10 times, you are under no obligation to take this job. You're under no obligation to take this job. And I did say, I said, I mentioned to Betty, I said, one of my concerns was I was afraid that, if I did this, that then you guys would say, oh, well, she has to take the UN and that's it, we don't have to do anything else. Mm-hmm. And he said, no, that's not it. He's like, I want you to have options.
Okay. Did you mention the timeline again, just so he doesn't forget?
No, I think he knows.
All right.
I think he knows.
All right. And so we're unclear as to whether he has spoken to Vernon or...
He has, I think... Has he spoken to Vernon with enough detail so that Vernon's working on it? No.
Oh, okay.
So
but he will.
He will.
Okay, that's not a problem then.
Oh, man, now I owe Betty an apology.
Yes, I guess you do.
I should think of some cute way to do it. I don't know how.
Not too cute. I'm still underwhelmed by her.
I know.
So did you talk to him about direct communication?
I did. So I said, look, we have no time. He's like, well, you understand if I have to go, And I'm like, okay. So, so then I said, listen, this is really important. I said, I cannot deal with Betty on this anymore. I said, I told her this yesterday at 8 o'clock, and I said, don't defend her, because I understand, you're going to defend her. But, she didn't tell you everything, blah, 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 blah. I said, said, I need you to just call me like every 3 days until this thing is over. Just so, I said, I won't keep you on the phone long, just 5 minutes. He said, okay, I understand. And then I said at the end, I said, so you're going to call me? And he said, I'll call you in a couple days, in a few days.
Okay.
So I think he seems to be doing this.
I think so.
He seems to be okay with this, and then at the end, it was at the end that I told about the phone call thing, because I said, was that it? Yeah, I think that was it. And I said, okay, I have 2 things. Do you have 60 seconds? Oh, no. I said, I have 2 things. Do you have 60 seconds? He says, yeah, okay, go. So I said, okay, first, I have a really neat present for you, but it's really fragile. I don't want to mail it. He said, do you think you might have 5 minutes on Saturday? And he goes, I don't know, I'll see. He goes, this weekend's going to be really tight. I said, okay. I said, we could do it another time.
Mm-hmm.
Because he said, and then he goes, the birthday thing and everything. And I said, yeah. So, and I used your line. I said, and it's even older than you. And he laughed, and he goes, oh, there must be a real antique. And I said, I got it at the New York flea market. It's great. So then I said, and then I said, okay, and number 2, and I told him this joke my dad just told me.
What was it?
What?
What joke?
This joke I'm going to tell you.
Oh. Oh, my God, Monica. See, that's why I really believe, even though this is not what I kind of want for you, I believe that if you want to, you can maintain contact.
Well, it may be easier when I'm out of this, I don't know. I think sometimes they just, like he said to me, he said, oh, did I tell you that? And I just was like, no, you didn't. So who are you confusing me with, Oh,
hell. He and Bruce Lindsay tell raunchy jokes all the time to each other. That's not a big deal.
I don't know.
All right, so anything else that he, this was all okay. Was he surprised that Richardson called you directly?
No, I don't know about surprise. He said, oh, good.
Oh, good. The UN ambassador calls a 24-year-old girl directly. I think that's good.
And I said to him, I said, I don't think you understand. I'm like, I have a mental block on who you really are. Like, you do realize that. I'm like, that's why I don't get nervous. I'm like, so I was just a little nervous to talk to him.
And what did he say?
He was like, I know, or I don't know, whatever it was.
Yeah. But you do.
But I do.
You never ever realize who's yours.
No, I know.
No, you don't. And so somehow or another, Cliff Burnett can intimidate you, but...
I know, isn't that funny?
Well, it's bizarre is what it is. All right, so this is good. I think I told you, I believe wholeheartedly he's engaged in this, because I think
he is too.
He wants you to be happy, and he can't make you happy at the White House.
No, I know.
So I think he really, really is not just sloughing you off on someone. I believe that. So, good. And may I just add one little thing to this, and that is, he is a smart man. He knows you. I think you should take his advice and at least talk to Bill Richardson.
I agree. I am going to do that. I am going to do that.
I would not be encouraging you so much, except from my conversation with Kate about that group.
I'm going to do that. And I don't know if it's possible, because the truth is that I am 24, and so it may be a little awkward at that. But maybe I wouldn't mind if I could be some kind of a special assistant to him,
Yeah. A special assistant who's not doing the scheduling. He's got all those people that do scheduling and phoning.
No. I mean, that's not what...
Right, you mean a substantive... Right,
like
you mean
somebody working on projects.
Right. Well, I see, and this may be my JCOC hat talking, but I believe the American public is clueless about the UN.
I'm clueless.
They know it's a conglomerate of nations who've come together to resolve different issues. And it's a big building, a square rectangular building in New York. That's all they know. And a bunch of and simultaneous translation. They don't really get it. And I feel that way about the armed forces, and that's why I believe in JCOC. That if we reach the target that we want to reach, the opinion leaders who can share, that ultimately and eventually, again, by reaching the right audience, you're broadening the knowledge base.
Right. I think, I'll tell you, my gut fear that, like, when I'm listening to you talk is, I think, like, I look at someone like Doug Wilson, and he knows how to do that. And I'm like, do I know how to do that?
Do what?
Like, would I know how to work on trying to get that out to the American public?
Hey, listen, I know how to do that. I don't need Doug Wilson. The reason I need Doug Wilson is because he has the authority.
Now, I know, but what I'm saying is that, and you too. I mean, you're more on the part of Doug Wilson than what I'm saying.
No, it's a learned skill. It's a learned skill. You network, and there are people in your life who will help you and point you in the right direction. You don't need a lot. You just don't have the confidence. I'm telling you. I have always believed that put you in the right job, you will shine and just fly up the ladder on your own.
Well, we'll see. So you said one of the things I sent him was a good idea.
What?
I said, well, you know what? You always say that. Oh, I didn't tell him he better wear one of my ties soon.
Well, you can tell him that another time. That's, like, not a big deal right now.
Really, Linda?
Huh?
Really, Linda? Are you sure about that? I think it's a really big deal.
Oh, Monica. I go from having this hysterical baboon on my hand
I know.
to worrying about telling him about the tie. Why'd you call your father?
I didn't. He called me.
Oh, and?
He wanted to see how I was. Actually, he said he just called to tell me that joke, and then I was hysterical. I wasn't hysterical, but I was upset. He said, what's wrong? Do you have the flu? And I said, no, I was upset.
And you told him why? And what did he say?
So he was laughing. Not laughing at me, but he's like, just laughing. He goes, you know, that the guy called. So then he was trying to just, you know, being a man and being a dad, and he was trying to show me the positive sides of things and saying, you know, maybe it wouldn't be so bad there and blah, 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 blah.
You told him Bill Richardson called?
Yes.
I bet he dropped his teeth.
So.
Did he?
He laughed.
Oh, Monica. Okay, good. So we got through this, and it's working. And you know what? I have to tell you, I am not, since you're obviously not vacating that place this November, then we really do have more time than he thinks. I do think, though, by the 1st of December.
No, but it's really not. I mean, like, you don't understand. I mean, my mom, we were supposed to be out the 15th, and my mom extended it to the 31st.
Of what?
Of October. So I don't really know what's happening.
Oh.
So it's not really like, oh, I have as long as I want, because we were supposed to move all my stuff up to my grandma's. You know.
The furniture, too?
Yes.
Oh, sure. Where's that all going to fit?
Well, there's not, a lot of it we're going to, like Michael's furniture we're all getting rid of.
Yeah.
You know, because anyway, it's old and broken. So.
You got the living room, the dining room table,
But that all fits. I mean, what you're really talking about is a living room and a bedroom. And that's what my grandma has.
But she has her own stuff.
But she was going to, see, she was moving into a different apartment, so she was going to put her stuff in storage.
Oh.
So I don't know.
Good night. This is ridiculous. So much to worry about.
I know, but, this was my idea. It wasn't as much an idea as it was just something that I read this article on the internet, and it was an AP story, and it's this really, really interesting thing. I'm surprised it has not gotten more coverage. I might have told you about it, and I guess apparently Congress has had something to do with it, but it's this kind of program where sort of private businesses, they kind of hook up with poor people. And really what it is it's kind of like a 401k plan for people who don't work for you. But it's kind of this...
Wasn't this children's health insurance? No?
What, the one that I suggested? Why not?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, then
Yes, I do remember this, yes.
So
and you like that?
Yeah, he said he was looking at it. So I don't know.
Oh, it's pretty interesting. You've got the president looking at one of your suggestions.
Well, all right, okay. I just wish I could do something. Do you know what I mean? I just wish something I would say would be useful.
Well, that's the sad part of the whole thing, is that if you were there, I know that you would be useful. But, you know, let's see. All right, well, go to bed. I'm very happy. I'm one step closer to getting you out of here and getting you in New York, where you can start all over again.
Now, did you have any progress on your job today?
No, I didn't even deal with it today. I was very busy today. So, and besides, as Irene said, she's confident they're working it. Okay. They just haven't called me yet. So if they don't call me tomorrow,
I think you should call them tomorrow before it's the weekend.
Yeah, I will.
Or I guess you could call Monday morning. I mean, either call tomorrow morning, you know, or Monday morning. I would suggest calling tomorrow morning. I think you can't wait too much on this.
Yeah, it's interesting. But anyway, so this is good news.
Oh, I don't want to have to apologize to her.
I'd send her an email.
Oh, I'm not going to send her an email. She doesn't... I think she gets... I remember when I was there, too. You get like 50 million baloney emails.
Really?
You know, just like lame stuff, you know? You sort of get on these distribution lists.
Oh.
But...
all right, so don't send her an email. You might want to just...
I'll do something.
Yeah. And besides, when has she ever done everything as soon as it's due?
I know.
I'd apologize to her next week. So, but that's good. I'm glad he called. Did she come home while he was there on the phone?
Look, I don't know. For all I know, he didn't want to talk to me that long. I don't know.
Well, did he say she was coming home?
Well, something. He said, okay, I gotta go.
About a minute of this conversation has been edited at this point by the House Judiciary Committee.
Oh.
I think you should call them tomorrow before it's the weekend.
Yeah, I will.
Or I guess you could call Monday morning. I mean, either call tomorrow morning, you know, or Monday morning. I would suggest calling tomorrow morning. I think you can't wait too much on this.
Yeah, it's interesting. But anyway, so this is good news.
Oh, I don't want to have to apologize to her.
I'd send her an email.
I'm not going to send her an email. She doesn't... I think she gets... I remember when I was there, too. You get like 50 million baloney emails.
Really?
You know, just like lame stuff, you know? You sort of get on these distribution lists.
Oh.
But,
all right, so don't send her an email. You might want to just...
I'll do something.
Yeah. And besides, when has she ever done everything as soon as it's due?
I know.
I'd apologize to her next week. So, but that's good. I'm glad he called. Did she come home while he was there on the phone?
Look, I don't know. For all I know, he didn't want to talk to me that long. I don't know.
Well, did he say she was coming home?
Well, something. He said, okay, I gotta go. You know. And that was when I said, would you have 60 seconds and 2 things? So I told him, can't present for him.
Even older than he is.
Yeah.
Significantly older.
I know, but you know what? By the time I get to give it to him, because by the time I get to give it to him, it'll be time for Christmas. I'll just give it to him with the cigar thing. I have to bring that and show you.
I haven't seen that, I know.
Oh, you're going to die when you see it.
It sounds beautiful.
And I went into a cigar store.
Yeah.
And he was like, the guy had never seen anything like that. I didn't show it to him, but I asked him, I said, do you have any? Just because I wanted to see if they were common or not. And he said he had never even heard of anything like that.
Oh, that's awesome. So, that'll really be neat.
You know. But then the other thing I was thinking was that maybe I shouldn't give him the paperweight. Maybe I should just give it to you because you liked it.
No, I want you to give it to him.
But what if he doesn't, what if he doesn't, like, where all my other presents are?
Under the desk?
Yeah.
Well, it's still under the desk in the Oval Office. I'm pretty impressed. How about you?
I'm not.
Of course not.
You know? I mean, but I said when I went there last time, and I knew they were still in there, I said, I hope my presents aren't still under the desk. He goes, they're not. I was like, whatever. Like, the same bag is there.
It is?
It's the same bag. There's just more stuff on top of it. You know.
All right, kiddo, let's go to bed.
At least I'm not tired.
Oh, well, tough. I am. Go to sleep. Just go to sleep. Lie there. Unwind a little bit. I'll relax. Now that you can unwind, you have to be so tense and so uptight. You're at the end of your rope, you just don't know it, and...
You know what I'm going to do?
Oh, God, what?
No, I'm just thinking out loud. I think Mr. Bacon is leaving early next Friday afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm going to take that afternoon off, and that's when I should go up to New York.
Oh, good idea. Oh, too bad. I could give you a ride. I'm going on Thursday. Thursday morning.
Are you driving or flying? Or training?
I think I'll drive. Well, I could take a train, couldn't I?
Having a car is a pain. And then you better clean your car before you go to Norma's.
Oh, no, they won't let my mother, and no one will let me take it.
Yeah.
They said I'd have to either rent one or use one of theirs.
Well, it's a good thing. I wouldn't let you do it either.
I know. All right, already.
Okay.
Hey, does ELO take American Express?
I don't think so.
I may not be getting my hair done then.
Why?
Next week. Because I don't have the money. And I would if I could put it on American Express. But, you know, it's a lot of money, $200 just at the drop of a hat.
What's the money for?
Huh?
The highlights?
Yes.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to let him do them?
Jack?
Oh, Jack. Oh, ELO.
Yeah.
Oh, ELO might. I was thinking Bulant.
I don't think they do, though, as I recall. But anyway, so I'll call and see. Kate has an appointment with what's-his-face on Saturday. Mm-hmm. Apparently she hasn't been back since July. She has no life now with this job, I'm telling you. It sounds terrible. So...
I know what that's like.
Apparently Strobe Talbot's secretary or assistant is putting in for this, and Erskine Bowles' person, and 2 other people.
Gee, who do you think will get it? I'd probably say Erskine's secretary, don't you?
Yeah, I'd say so. But anyway. All right, well, this is good news. I'm getting up and wearing jeans and a leather jacket tomorrow.
A leather jacket?
I have a little battle jacket.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's warm.
Yeah.
It's freezing today.
Well, I don't know what I'm going to wear. I don't have any clothes to wear.
It's Friday. You can dress down.
Oh, yeah. Not in my office, sweetheart.
Yeah, you're more visible.
Although I go looking like Charlotte. Are you driving tomorrow?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay, well, I'll try and remember this cigar thing.
Oh, yeah, try if you can.
No, I'll take it out now. That might make me remember.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I'm happy.
All right.
For the time being.
I miss him. You'll get mad at me. You know what I said at the end?
What?
The worst I could say.
Oh, you didn't say what are you wearing?
No, it was even worse than that. But then what's even worse than what I said was I was just like, I don't know how you'll die. You will die. You're going to smack me.
Probably, Monica.
What do you think I said?
God only knows.
What's the worst thing I could say?
Do you love me?
No.
I love you.
Yep.
You didn't.
I did. We're getting up and I'm like, all right, I love you, butthead. I called him butthead.
You didn't.
I did.
And what did he say?
That was it. He just kind of hung up. Or I hung up. I was like, oh my God, what the hell just came out of my mouth?
Butthead.
Butthead. Because I realized what I had said, and I was like, oh, I didn't want to say handsome and being so mushy, so I made it kind of joking. You know?
Well, that could be kind of like love ya. You know, like a, you know, love ya, mean it. You know, that's no big deal. That's okay. Butthead, though. You
know, he probably hung up and was like, butthead.
Butthead? Oh, my God. Well, the one thing I'm sure he's aware of is that you don't think of him as who he is. I think that has come across loud and clear the entire time. So I don't think he'd be so appalled.
Oh, yeah, because he said to me, then he said to me at one point, you know, I want you, he's like, you know, I want you to go there and be nice and be interested in him, and, you know, because even if you don't work there, it's good, you know, if you guys are friends and stuff. And I'm like, well, I don't really think he was going to want to be friends with a 24-year-old.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't. I mean, it's like...
He doesn't mean that. He means this is a good person for you to know.
Right.
That's what he's telling you.
I know.
And essentially what he's telling you is this is an awesome opportunity for you to network.
Which I'm not that great at.
Well, you haven't had the time or the experience or the exposure to be. I mean, let's face it, you don't. But put you in New York and you will.
No.
And remember...
Oh, you know what? I was looking at the UN on the Internet today, and did you know that there's something, I'm sure you did, but some high justice court or something that's in The Hague?
Yes, I do.
Well, I was thinking, don't you love The Hague?
Yes, I do.
Well, why don't you go there?
I would love to go there. The problem with, you have to really know somebody, because actually I worked for a NATO command when I was in the Netherlands, and I wanted to work at NATO or at the ECC, but NATO, unless you know somebody, and even though it's not used, English is the language of NATO.
Right.
But for almost every single job, they want you to have French.
Right.
It's like a requirement, like a basic qualifier, even though everybody I know who has worked over there has it's not used. But it's just in there as a requirement, so you have to know somebody to get in. So, Monica, get your little in there and you can help me out.
Yeah. Well, see, I don't know. Don't start saying that because I don't know that I'm going to go there.
I'm kidding.
Okay.
You are under no obligation. I remember someone else told you that.
Yeah. Who was it again?
Yeah.
What's his face? Butthead?
I think that was really neat of him to say.
Oh, I do too. He was really great about this.
I mean, this was
really...
because you know what my big fear was, and I didn't want to make this a big deal with you, but my big fear was that he was going to say, look,
I know.
This is the best I can do. You know, stop being ungrateful. A lot of people would, you know, die for this opportunity. And yet, what did he say? He said, I want you to have choices. You're under no obligation. So there is some goodness there, Monica. He's a schmuck at times, and I think he's a compulsive sexomaniac, and I think he can't control himself, and I think a lot of things.
Well, he's done a damn good job of controlling himself around me.
Recently. Recent history. You know, but my bottom line is...
6 months.
Yeah. Has it been 6?
For longer than 6 months, I think, even now.
No.
We haven't fooled around since the end of March.
May, I thought.
No, March.
Really?
May was when he dumped me. I didn't see him in all of April.
What was the month where he almost came close to...
That was March.
Oh, that was March?
Yeah.
It's interesting.
April, May, June, July, August, September, October. 7 months.
That is outstanding on his part. You know, for someone who's trying to behave. Of course, you know me, I don't believe it'll last.
Whatever. I won't be around when he doesn't.
Yeah, well, New York's 30 minutes away, too, so...
Well, whatever.
All right, well, this is good. And, you know, when this all comes about, you're not going to give him a huge thank you gift, are you?
Well, I don't know why.
Because he is doing the right thing.
Yeah, so...
So I think it's the nice thing is to thank him, obviously. But
I mean, I
don't want you to go overboard.
No, I know. I would probably give something like, I would feel, for me personally, I would feel obligated to send something small to Betty and to John. And to send a note to Vernon.
And that's plenty.
Right. Like a pen or something, a nice pen.
That's fine.
You know, but to him, just a note. He gets plenty of presents.
Maybe I should come with you. Maybe I should just say my mother lives 30 minutes outside of Manhattan. I don't know. I just don't think I'm a New York person. New York is somewhat like L.A. in that in order to be even a peripheral player, you have to really look the part.
Well, don't tell me that because my look the part. But I think the thing with New York is that you're not a real city person. And New York is a real city. I mean, there are plenty of people that commute, don't forget.
I know. I mean, half my neighborhood commuted into Manhattan, but I just it doesn't appeal to me in the least.
Yeah.
In the least. I think New York is just too big for me. I don't know. You can't see the sky in New York.
Yeah, you can.
There's too many buildings in the way.
What if you went to the flea market? You would.
Where is the flea market?
Oh, that's wonderful. It's on 20th and 20th or 23rd and is it 6th or Park? I don't remember now.
Well, what I will do is come up and visit you when your mom's away with Peter or something. And come and see you when I'm at my mom's.
Well, I'm just at my own apartment. Oh, that'll be the other thing. You know, I'll let him do the job first.
Yeah.
Then Vernon's going to have to call Lou Rudin.
You know, I think that's very reasonable.
I think so too.
That's how these deals get cut. And then you can actually live in it.
I wish I could lose weight quickly. I want to meet Vernon. You know what I mean?
He's quite the ladies' man.
No, I know, but I want, like, I don't know, I want, you know, do you know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it, but it's sort of...
They're doing this on your behalf, so you'd like to meet them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I'll have that opportunity.
I don't know.
I'll let you meet Vernon before he'd let you meet almost anyone else. I'm positive.
Maybe.
I watched their
But not
rapport.
now, because I don't think he'd be proud to introduce me.
Oh, Monica, you know, yeah, I'm hanging up. You make me ill when you talk this way. You have this distorted opinion of yourself that is just the self-esteem.
I don't know, when I
couldn't get any lower. Okay.
Okay.
You're doing something about it.
I know. I'm so hungry right now, I can
Okay, but there's no reason to eat.
I know there's
Go
no
to
reason
sleep because tomorrow morning's coming no matter what.
I know.
So don't eat. Go to bed.
Okay.
All right? I will see you in the morning.
Thank you.
All right. Good night.
Good night. I'm really, really depressed. And
That's
I've
why
decided,
it's critical that this get put behind you.
well, I've decided I'm going to make him do something. You know what? I don't... He got together with all the time on their overseas trips, and I'm going to make him let me meet me on one of his domestic trips and spend 3 hours with me in his hotel room. I don't care. I'm going to make him do it. I'm not kidding. I'm going to tell him I can't put this behind me until I do, and it's true.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, that is a point.
I deserve just as much as everybody else, because I sure got this deal.
You got the deal of any that we know about.
Oh.
You did.
Oh.
How are you going to go on a domestic trip?
I'm going to... Think about this. He's going to... Okay, it can't happen next week. He's going to Florida, okay? Next weekend. I'm going to be there. Why the f*** couldn't I fly to Florida and get a room in the same hotel?
Because how are you going to get into his room?
Well, he's just going to have to make it happen. First of all, okay, there are two ways. Number one, there aren't going to be that many Secret Service on that floor. He just has to tell one of them. The same way gets there.
She's staff.
But so what? Not every staff member is allowed on his floor.
She's a cousin.
And she's not his cousin, and everybody knows it. And if Nell's there, maybe you'll have Nell do it.
No, because he doesn't know Nell knows.
I'll just say, well...
So he called me this afternoon, and I just felt like, I hadn't seen him in a long time, and you know you sort of have to keep him happy, so...
Yeah. So where'd you go?
What? So we went for drinks, and then he had one beer, and then he asked, can he have another beer, and then another beer, so I was like, oh my God. But he gave me some nice stuff, and...
What did he give you?
These two really neat glasses.
Yeah.
With the seal and some more M&Ms. Do you want to take some up to what's-her-face, or you think she has all that?
Oh, she probably has all that.
All right. You know, I was thinking you should bring something with you.
I know. What do I bring?
Are you supposed to bring those rich people pots of jam or something?
Yes. I should have my mother help me with that. She's very,
I get
very
something
good.
up there. Have your mom help you.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be, it's got to be just right. It has to be understated, but
yes,
nice. Sometimes what I've seen are either nice candles, like in a nice candle kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or a potpourri in a potpourri dish, or...
I don't think she's like that, though.
No.
No. But jams are good, and I can get some gourmet European...
Or a basket of gourmet crackers and cheese or something.
Yeah. I'll do something up there.
I'm sure you'll be fine.
I'll have Friday. I can go browsing.
How is your hair?
Oh, my gosh, it's terrific.
Oh, good.
It's the best it's been.
Oh, good.
In my opinion. As a matter of fact, he did a brilliant job, and then Claire, the one that he recommended blow it out, did a very nice job.
Oh, good.
And they were all kind of chuckling because Cleo keeps knocking my phone down. Watch your tail. The one guy was saying... Anyway, he was saying they all came down to see the finished product.
Yeah.
And they were all looking at it, and then as he walked away, said, and said it was chunky, and that next time she should come to him.
Oh.
Meaning the frosting the highlight was chunky.
Yeah.
And actually, it's beautiful. I just hope it's not too much like...
No, I'm sure it doesn't. Don't worry.
You're right. Listen, I don't want to talk about me or the weekend or anything, but let's talk about this thing coming up. Are you prepared?
I am not prepared. I am not prepared at all, and I don't know what to do.
Okay. How have you arranged it? Are you comfortable with how it's been arranged? How did this all happen?
You know what? I don't like this situation at all because I can't win for losing, okay? I'm not comfortable meeting him in his hotel room.
His hotel room?
That is how it is planned.
Don't you dare, Monica.
You know?
You go into his hotel room and I will never speak to you again.
Well, I don't know what I'm supposed to do because guess what? I thought of what the alternative is, right? So I go to breakfast with him, right?
Doesn't it have a place for breakfast?
It does, okay. And if someone sees me having breakfast with him...
Listen to me. You are totally covered with that. Even if anyone saw you. He's a friend of Peter Strauss's or he's a friend of Walter Kay's. There's a million things you can say. This is just totally ludicrous. You go in his hotel room, you're setting yourself up. You are not doing it.
Well, what am I supposed to say?
You suggest you have coffee in whatever. I mean, I don't know what's there. What's there? I suggest you not leave the complex. That's true.
No, I know. She said to him, I think maybe she didn't realize that there's a restaurant there because she said she would check with him and, you know.
So when will you know?
Tomorrow.
Yes, you say. Tell me what the options at the Watergate are. Let's
okay,
discuss
there's
them.
a restaurant, Aquarelle.
Is that for breakfast?
Yes, you can have breakfast there.
Okay.
Then there's also the lobby, which has the bar area. You could have coffee, but I don't think that's a good place.
No, you do not want to be in the lobby. That's out. What else?
That's it.
Okay. The restaurant is generally for who?
For people who stay there.
Okay. This is not even hard. You live there. This is totally explainable. You live there. He's a friend of the family.
Okay, and somebody sees it and somebody gets the wrong idea. Breakfast with someone.
Here's the only wrong idea they could get. The only wrong idea they could get is that you're having an affair with him.
Right.
So? Let them think what they want. It's not true.
I understand that. I just...
This is far better for you.
I think so, too. I mean, unless I'm just overreacting.
Monica, you do not go to the ambassador to the United Nations hotel room. That's out of the question. Use your head.
But if I say something, isn't that also insulting to him?
No. You are an adult. No female in her right mind would say, oh, sure, that's fine. No. And you don't suggest it's improper. You just say, I'd prefer it if we could meet, I'd suggest that we meet at blah, blah. Have breakfast together. That makes sense. It's out in the public. It's, you know.
So what do I call the lady?
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, we'll see.
And, you're sure you can get a table?
I'd imagine, yeah. It's pretty empty there in the morning.
Yeah, I think you're what's the name of it?
It's Aquarelle or something.
And you're sure it's right in the hotel?
Yes, I've eaten breakfast there.
Okay. Well, then...
I'm sorry.
No, I know. I just want to say, I think that's your best bet.
I think so, too.
Because you're right. He's right about probably keeping it local, you know?
Right.
Let's not go out somewhere.
No.
But on the other hand, the hotel room is just a non-starter.
You know, I mean, I just think that's really...
No, you're not doing it. That's ludicrous.
I think so, too.
Oh, Jesus. No. You know, Monica, you're nothing to be hidden.
I don't think that's the issue. I don't think the issue is...
Well, I hope it's not. I
don't know what the issue is. Look, I have no idea, you know?
Okay, well, you have a backbone, and you now know what you need to do. And it ain't going into his room. Sorry.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say to him. Better call me tomorrow night, because he can. I imagine he will.
Well, you can make it happen, and how you make it happen is you call Betty and remind her. Could you please let him know that I need to speak to him tonight before I meet with Bill?
Preferably at a decent hour.
Yeah, and yeah, because I really need to speak to him before I meet with blah, 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 blah. And better, you know, you can say to her, you can actually say, Betty, I'm just not comfortable meeting with him. He's coming down, and I'm supposed to meet with him at 8:30. I'm just not comfortable meeting with him until I talk to him, the other him.
Right.
You know what? You need to take my mother's phone number down.
Okay. Hold on.
Oh, but tomorrow night I'm going to be at the thing.
Well, tomorrow night is not, I don't know. It's after the meeting, right?
Yeah, unless you get because you can't call me in the middle of the night and wake my mother up anyway. Okay. Her number. Are you going to lose this?
No, I'm putting it in my book.
Oh.
Such a wreck. Oh, that Nell.
Is he flirty?
No, he's not flirty. No, he used to be a little bit, but he's got the picture now.
He does?
Yeah. Okay. What's your mom's last name, Mrs.?
Okay, now. Like, did Nell give you any poop?
Yeah, he gave me a little.
Anything helpful?
No, he just...
Did he say anything about...
He said he thinks he is, a graduate.
Yeah,
She doesn't really come around much anymore. She wants to, but she doesn't.
I love being right.
Well, you know what?
Let me tell you what. Nell, like all the rest of those little helpers, see everything, or a lot. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, I know, but also let's not forget that they barely ever saw me going in there.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying in terms of the ones that are right there all the time, he knows.
Well,
and they all gossip anyway, amongst themselves.
Sure they do.
So does he say anything about you? Does he say anything like...
Well, he really, he feels bad for me. He really, it's like, he's like, I don't understand why, if the president says, do this, why no one did it? I'm like, yeah, I don't understand that either.
So does he know about your moving?
Yeah.
What's he think?
Well, I think he feels bad for me. I don't think it's, because, it's not really what I want to do. But...
Well, no one says you're doing it yet.
Well, I don't have any other choices, so I'm not staying here and...
No, I'm pretty sure New York is set. It's just a question of what you're going to do once you get there. I think today you going over there was just an awful mistake. It just brings back too much of what should have been and isn't.
Yep.
It's not good for your mental health right now.
I know that.
I'm glad you met with Nell. I don't know that he does much for you, but at least it keeps that line of communication open.
Yeah, it's just good. I kind of feel like, I don't want him to... I do like him a lot as a person, and he has been a very good friend to me.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't... And he's been a good friend in senses of, like, I can call when I need to. I don't do it too often, but when I need to know what's going on, where he is, what's happening, he'll tell me.
I know.
And he doesn't care, and he doesn't ask questions, and he... I'm sorry. Okay, here was the mini poop. Not poop, but... What I did ask him about was how it would work if I could meet the creep on a trip.
Yes.
So, it's not impossible. I don't know that the creep will do it.
Oh.
But it's not impossible.
How did he think that might work?
Well, he said there were two problems. The biggest problem is that Stephen is on the same floor as the president.
That's a problem.
But, but the reality is it would work like this. The creep has to know I'm going to be there.
Yeah.
Okay? He knows I'm there. So, let's just say he gets back to the room at 11. By 1 o'clock, Stephen's going to be asleep.
Yes.
Or even by 12:30.
Oh, yeah.
And that I would, my plan is going to be, when I approach this with him, and then he has a hissy fit, is I'm going to say, look, if Nell or Glenn, if either Nell or Glenn is there, one of them, send one of them to come get me, and that they can bring me to the room. And that's what Nell said, too.
Oh, I don't think he'd ever do that.
But then I'm also going to, why not? And then I'm going to say to him, I'm going to say, well, you know, it would probably be better if it was Nell. And then I'll tell the story of how, remember that time when I went back there? Well, somebody asked Nell who I was, and Nell told him I was a cabinet secretary's daughter.
That's a good one.
Which is true.
I know, he said that.
You know. And I'll say, Glenn and Nell liked me. You know. I'm like, they saw me, you know. I'm like, Glenn saw me, and this is true. Glenn was there the entire time when I went in there the day after my birthday and got my present and stuff.
Yeah.
And he walked me out. Betty asked him to walk me out.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You know?
And then you would just be staying at the same hotel, right?
Right. So I could kind of come and leave.
How about the agents?
I don't think the agents are too much of a problem.
Nell didn't seem to think so?
He didn't even mention it.
Oh, well then he figures he can cover that. Well, I think it's totally doable. I don't know that you should broach it right away.
No, I know. But I don't even know when I'm going to get to see him again. Because,
Here's what you could suggest.
What?
You could suggest that if he's in New York alone.
That's never going to happen. He never goes to New York alone.
Really?
Yeah. Rarely ever goes to New York alone.
Ah, but he does go on foreign trips alone.
Well, I can't go on a foreign trip.
You can if you're at the UN.
Oh, no, please. I don't want to go to the UN. I don't want to go to the UN. I don't want to have anything. I don't want a job that has to do with him.
Yeah, that's true.
You know.
Yeah, that's true. Monica, please promise me you will not meet this guy in the hotel room.
I cannot promise you that.
Yes, you can.
Linda.
Monica, whose best interests are we thinking about here?
I'm thinking about my own, but let me tell you something, okay? I will promise you that I'm going to broach the subject with this Isabel and suggest to her that we meet in the room, in the restaurant. I'm not going to push this to the point where this becomes a big issue and a scene.
I don't think it has to be. I just think you need to be firm.
Well, I think they're suggesting it is as firm as I can get.
Monica, you hold the cards.
No, Linda, I don't hold the cards, and I'm not going to start causing trouble with this.
Monica, please think about what you're saying.
I understand what you're saying, and I would, if this were a situation, look, I do not want my first experience, okay?
You cannot go to his hotel room, Monica. That is just sheer stupidity. How do you know he's not setting you up?
For what?
I don't know.
See, a friend of John Podesta's he's going to set up?
Yeah, think about it for a minute. What if you're a problem? And what if John Podesta thinks, just think about this for a minute, what if John Podesta thinks a good way to just neutralize you is to put you in a compromising situation? Then if ever you decide to become a crazy woman, they can say, oh, please, she propositioned Bill Richardson at the Watergate. I mean, Monica, this is big stuff. You don't go into a huge personage's hotel room. It's lunacy.
What if those people don't meet with, I'll tell you something. Okay, I'm just saying, I understand what you're saying.
It's so dangerous.
I understand what you're saying. And I'm also telling you that being on a trip, there is no way in hell that would meet with anybody in the restaurant at the hotel. No way in hell.
Is he coming down with an entourage? You don't know that.
I'm sure he is. He is coming, I don't know, I'm sure there will be more than one person there. I don't know that there'll be more, I don't think there'll be more than one person in the meeting. There might be. I doubt it, but I'm not sure. But I can't, that's why I'm saying I can't go making a demand like that. I can suggest it.
I'd almost rather you meet him at the White House then.
What? How am I supposed to meet him at the White House?
I'm just trying to think.
No.
He's
going to Capitol Hill. I understand what you're saying, But I also, it's not, I'm just looking at it from the point of a trip. Or meet with somebody in the hotel restaurant.
What time are you supposed to meet with him?
At 8:30.
God. How long do you think you'll be in there?
A half an hour to an hour? I don't know.
long enough to make it look like something if they ever got that devious.
I don't think they would.
I don't trust them, okay?
Well, I don't think they would. And I appreciate your concern on that, but if I talk to the creep, I'm going to tell him that. I'm going to say, gee, I sure hope... Well, I don't want to say that because that's too reminiscent of what's-her-face, PJ.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
This gives me a very bad feeling.
Well,
But alternatively, I'd prefer that you go to New York and meet with him in his office. You're going to believe a 24-year-old girl.
But Linda,
I'm just saying
it's an issue.
What if it is?
Why is this ever going to become an issue? I don't understand.
Because what if Podesta's doing something sneaky?
Okay, what is sneaky? He's going to come and say that Bill Richardson is going to come out and say, this girl attacked me? No, I'm never going to do anything. I am never going to do anything. So...
I guess I'm just being paranoid.
You are being paranoid. Because I'm never going to come forward with this. So as far as
I know that. That's not what I mean. I don't mean that. I'm not saying you would ever come forward with this. I'm just saying...
If someone else did, I would deny.
Yeah, I know. But then they... I don't know. I guess I'm just seeing too much of this Paula Jones deposition on TV and everything. It's just making me very upset. The whole thing.
Why does it upset you?
Because it's so manipulative. I mean...
It's not manipulative. You know what? She said her character was defamed and her reputation was ruined. If her reputation was before, then what was ruined?
Yeah, I know. It just looks like, they're bringing him out of now this Jennifer Flowers thing, and I just said, oh, my God.
I mean, but those are all people... I mean, you're looking at people who are proclaimed, self-proclaimed lovers of his.
All of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess even that one in wherever she's from.
The book writer?
Yeah.
I mean, for Christ's sake.
But that's fiction.
Her book is not fiction.
Well, it's being touted as fiction.
Well, whatever.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
To argue about that.
You're right.
But do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean...
Yeah, no, you're right. It just seems like an awkward situation.
Nobody I know, the only person that I am not friends with anymore who knows about this is Andy, and I guarantee you his ass won't ever say anything because I will ruin his life and he knows it.
Well, he has enough to lose, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, his wife would get an earful, wouldn't she? I mean, obviously Andy would lose more by opening his mouth.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's why I know I don't worry about Andy.
Yeah.
Because,
This is a weird movie.
In fact, to tell you the truth, I don't think Andy even believes me.
Well, it is mind-boggling.
Yeah.
All right, I've got to go to bed. I'm so tired I can't stand it. You should have seen me. I didn't have my car, so I raced out of Elo to catch a cab to get to my bus.
Oh.
I get in the cab. He goes a block. I realize I've left my purse in there.
Oh, my God.
So he wouldn't wait. So I got out, raced back, got my purse, got another cab, the guy was half dead. And I said, you have to move. You have to move. So I finally caught up with the bus at one of the stops. I'm so exhausted. So, anyway. But I'll be on the road tomorrow. And then tomorrow night's the big fundraiser.
What are you wearing to the fundraiser?
I don't know yet, actually. I'm going through stuff after I get off the phone quickly.
Did you try the Navy DKNY suit on again?
I'm going to try that on tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. And, I have a couple other things I'm going to try on just to see. And then, I have to pack.
What time are you leaving?
Well, I have to pick up the car, I think, by 11. I have to arrange for a cab and cash a check and just all sorts of weird.
All right.
And it takes me almost 4 hours to get there.
So, I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
Try to talk to Betty, though.
No, I will. I mean, the two things I want to say to her are this. One, I'm going to say, look, I know since he'll be alone tonight, could you please ask him to call me sometime early on because I'm very nervous about this meeting tomorrow. And then I'm going to say, look, I really need your advice. The secretary's telling me I'm supposed to meet him in the room, and I'm really uncomfortable with that.
He's not a secretary.
Oh, yeah, I know, ambassador. I keep forgetting that.
Yeah.
No, her secretary. No, his secretary.
Oh, okay. All right. Is that what you meant? Okay.
Yeah. I'm saying I need
She's not his secretary. She's like a chief of staff.
No, she's not. She's his secretary.
You're kidding.
No, she's his assistant.
Well, she was his chief of staff before.
Well, she's his assistant.
She's powerful.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Probably. I have no idea.
Okay, so you're going to mention that to Betty.
Right.
Good.
So I'm going to say to her, you know, what should I do?
Yeah, good idea. She'll probably say, oh, that's fine, that's fine. And then I think you need to say, if you want to, I think you should say, well, I really need to speak to the big creep before...
Look, all I can do with Betty is I can ask her to pass it along. And she's going to do what she's going to do, whether I say it's important or not important. I would imagine, but I could be wrong because I've been wrong before. I would imagine that he would call me tomorrow night.
Yeah.
You know, it's been a week since I talked to him.
He still needs reminders, Monica. He's just that way.
Yeah, I know.
You know.
But I sent the present.
I know.
So, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to tell her. I'm not saying I'm not going to tell her, but what I'm not going to do is bug her all day if I told him or not.
No. When you talk to Richardson and he asks you what you want to do, I guess you have to treat this as though you want to go.
Right. I'm supposed to go there and sell myself and pretend. But the problem is, this is my fear, okay, is that if I'm talking about the press or whatever, how am I going to get, this is what makes me mad about this situation, is how am I personally supposed to negotiate? You know what, I'm not going to talk about salary. I'm going to tell the creep to make, you know.
Oh, you don't need to talk about salary to him.
Okay. Because the creep told me, you know, the big creep gave me, like, he's just, you know.
Why?
Because he's like, well, you know, see what you can get out of him. Try and get the best deal you can out of him, the best salary, the best job, the best da-da-da. I'm kind of like, I'm supposed to do this.
Oh, I don't think so. You know what? I would let Podesta handle that.
Yeah.
I think it's just not suitable for you to get into that with him.
Right.
No. I think essentially what he'll do is create a position and they'll make it happen. So don't.
But I think they'll just stick me in the press office. They have a press operation.
Right, they do. They have a foreign press officer. Well, I think what you have to use the word substantive a lot. You know.
Right.
You'd prefer not to be someone's assistant.
Right.
That you'd like to be involved in.
I mean, the other thing that I would be interested in too, and that, I mean, I don't know, if I was going to have to be stuck there, right?
Right.
Would it be something we're doing some kind of liaison work with the White House too?
That would be perfect.
You know. But there could be something already there in that place, you know. Or I was trying to think, but I didn't know. And it may be too much to bite off and maybe stupid, was I was trying to think, well, what about ways of, you know, implementing more the president's initiatives, you know, sort of trying to think of how we do it at DOD or how it's phrased, but, you know, sort of implementing his initiatives through, you know, and the UN being one arm of getting that done. Does that make sense?
It's less applicable
to the UN.
To the UN, yeah. There would be, yes, on occasion, but not routinely, and I think that remember that the United States is one member,
right?
And it's a different vehicle for disseminating information. It's a different vehicle entirely than defense is. So, no, I think the liaison is brilliant.
What's interesting, what I didn't realize is that he is under, I don't know, in the listing of this one book, Richardson and his skeleton, Richardson and just a few of his people are listed under the executive office of the president in this one book. Isn't that weird?
No.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, that's appropriate.
I don't know.
He's the president's ambassador to the United Nations.
Right.
So that makes total sense.
I know.
All I will say is, this is your opportunity to tell him what you want. So,
The
so that you
problem
don't
is,
end up in the press office in some
I
lowly.
understand. It's like me walking into a nut store. Well, tell me, you could have any of the nuts you want. Well, I don't really like nuts. I don't really want nuts. So, the deal that I can have what I want.
But you're not allergic to nuts, so...
I know.
So you can...
I know. I'm trying to, I think I'd feel a little better about this if there was something else has materialized. And if I get to talk to him tomorrow, I'm going to make him take a pen and a piece of paper and write down that I leave in 2 weeks from today. I leave, and I'm essentially out of pocket for 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
Yeah. My trip is 12 days. I come home on Sunday, and I leave Tuesday night.
I didn't realize the trip was 12 days.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Where are you going again?
Oy vey, don't even ask me.
Tell me.
Korea, China, Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, and Tokyo, and Japan. Right, no, I mean, I had said all the countries. So.
Oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God.
Yeah.
You do pick them. Jeez, Monica. I'll give you money to buy me a jewel.
Oh, what? Okay. Because I can really pick them. Ooh, the New Yorker article?
Yeah.
Okay, it describes in more detail the affidavit, and she says it's...
Who says that?
That's what PJ said.
She saw that in 30 seconds.
I know. You know what I was thinking? But I don't know that I'd want to tell the creep this. I had such a good idea. A lot of times forensic psychologists, they do a lot with the jury. And one of the things that I'm thinking they should do is to do some kind of a lot of times they'll do exercises with the jury. That they're things that they'll... You know what's really weird? I keep hearing these double clicks.
That's my gum. Listen.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
I can't do it now.
Okay, it's okay, never mind. So, what was I going to say?
Forensic psychologist, the jury.
Right. So that they could, to do some kind of a test in showing them something for 5 seconds or 10 seconds and seeing what people remember.
Oh, you mean like,
Right, okay, the kinds of things that I've seen done, they have a sign that has a sentence broken up into 3 lines, and they have, they have 2 thes, one at one end and one at the beginning, and they ask people to recall the sentence, and nobody recalls that there were 2 thes. So so just as kind of showing you, okay, well, what did you really see?
Yeah.
Another one that they'll do sometimes is they show people a photograph of a train, and there's a black guy, and they ask people to describe what is going on in the scenario. And like 8 out of 10 times, people will say the black guy's holding up the white man on the train.
Oh.
He's the ticket taker. So those are the kinds of things that they do with juries to just put things into perspective.
Now, whose affidavit was it that said...
Paula Jones's affidavit.
And it's already written up about?
That this guy wrote an article, and he got information.
Oh, my God. Is that accurate, do you think?
I don't think so. I think it's...
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think it's...
No, is she saying...
Huh?
I can't believe that she would say... Oh, my God, this is gross. This is gross. And just saying,
No.
Enough already with this. Gross. And, of course, what's he supposed to have? 17 people stand up and say,
I know.
You're wrong.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I was thinking.
God.
But what?
God, what?
No, I don't know. I was thinking maybe, I don't know that she would do this. Yeah.
No, of course, it wouldn't be plausible anyway. She could say,
Yeah.
And obviously that wouldn't do. No. He could have a medical examination But I mean, well, maybe they measured it.
Well, they'd have to. That's what one of the things that was saying is that, I think in this article, is that maybe it was on a TV show or something or another. They'd have to measure it erect. I mean, like, oh my God.
I wonder if she read. Did Jennifer Flowers ever specify the size?
No, she just said.
You know. Boy.
So they showed. I was going to call you, but everybody was sort of sitting there, and so I didn't want them to hear. But they had on Talkback. Oh no. What's it called? Burden of Proof today. They were talking about this, and the one who wrote the book. The one who just wrote the book, who was in the Washington Times last week.
Oh, the fiction book?
Yeah.
Yeah. She was?
Uh-huh.
What'd she look like?
She don't look a lot like that picture.
I wonder. I don't really remember the picture, except that she looked blondish.
Yeah.
So what'd she have to say? What was she on for?
Because the judge put it. Oh, did you read that Paula Jones she's requested to drop the defamation charge against Ferguson so he stops looking into her past? You know.
What? Will that do it?
Yeah, because that's their claim. Their claim is that she's accused him of defaming her character.
Mm-hmm.
So they're proving what her character was before then.
Oh. Christ only knows.
I don't know.
I just hope it goes away because I don't want to get any more involved.
Yeah.
And I just hope if Kathleen goes away, I assume I go away.
Yeah.
So that's all I care about.
Yep.
All right, I gotta go to bed. I have to go look at those clothes yet,
All right,
too.
have a good trip.
I will. Now, call me on Friday.
I will.
Because I will be at my mom's.
Okay, are you going to be there Friday evening?
Yes.
Okay, or afternoon or whatever?
The only thing I'll do Friday is maybe run out and try to get a gift.
Right, well.
But
I mean, I just wanted to make sure you were going to be there, not at Norma's.
No, did I tell you she wanted me to come up Friday night?
No, you know what? I have a feeling. I just have to tell you.
What?
Oh, I think it is. I mean, I don't know. I just was thinking.
She kept saying more people.
Oh, it'll be good for you. Just remember, if anybody asks you about that thing.
What thing?
Like the whole thing that happened, which I don't think they would.
What whole thing?
The Kathleen thing.
Oh. Ooh.
If anybody were to bring it up, which I don't think they will. You
Yeah,
know,
right.
Anybody who has brought it up to me, Linda,
yeah.
My response is, well, you know that the way things are printed in magazines are never how they actually happened.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's all I say.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You know?
Yeah.
You know?
Surely they wouldn't be so tasteless.
I would imagine not. I would imagine not.
Unless that's the whole reason for the trip.
It is not the whole reason for the trip.
Mm.
It is not the whole reason for the trip.
The lady gave me a very nice manicure, actually.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I meant to tell you that. She was actually quite good, except typically of me.
You messed it up.
No, I didn't mess it up because I was there long enough not to mess it up. But how much do you tip the shampoo lady?
$1.
I gave her $5.
You gave her $5?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, she massaged my head for so long.
Oh my God.
Anyway, what was I doing? Oh, so I told her when we chose the color, I said, and they all get in on this selection. It's like,
right.
This will be the best with black and blah 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 blah. So I said, well, make sure I buy a bottle of this just in case for touch up. So of course I forgot.
Oh.
So I just have to be careful.
Yeah.
There's
You'll
nothing worse.
Oh, I'm so excited for you.
Oh, I'm not. It's a hassle for me.
Oh, shut up. You're just nervous.
No, I'm not at all nervous. I am not the slightest bit nervous. Should I be?
Why is it a hassle?
Because I don't feel like driving all the way up to Greenwich. And you know me, I don't like to go anywhere. I'm only doing the fundraiser, the charity fashion show thing with my sister because she put it on, and it's a big, huge annual event. It's our biggest fundraiser of the year. And I've always said no every other year, so I figured I had to go. And you know.
I think you might be surprised at how different people are going to respond to you.
Well, we'll see.
You know.
We'll see. Now, my hair is wonderful. Should I pull it back when I go to sleep?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you can do one of two things. Okay, you can pull it back, or what I do is I lay down and I
put it up.
No, like out of the pillow, you know, out from underneath my neck, and I sort of spread it all out over the pillow. Does that make sense?
Yeah, mine isn't long enough to do that well.
Okay. I'm going to peel it tomorrow. I'm getting my hair trimmed.
Oh, that's good.
And haven't figured out what I'm going to wear to this thing.
Oh. Honestly, Monica, I think you should wear the thing you wore the day the big creep came to the Pentagon.
Oh, no.
That looks so pretty on you.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I forgot about that jacket.
It's a beautiful jacket on you.
Oh, it's my birthday present from my dad.
It's incredible.
I mean, I picked it out.
How much was that? Do you remember?
Yeah, it was on sale.
Mm-hmm. It reminds me, it's probably what lured me to that periwinkle cashmere.
Oh, really?
It's that. It's probably very much that style.
Oh, great.
And it's very pretty, and it's just got that wonderful look to it. But I won't be wearing it for a while. But I want you to see it. So.
Yeah,
All right, kid.
Okay, girl.
So off I go, and
drive safely.
You can always leave a message at my mother's. Just don't call really late because
no.
there's a bit. She would freak out.
I would never. I would never call at past 9 o'clock.
Oh, you could totally call till 10.
I wouldn't, though. I'm just that type.
No, she's fine till 10. After
I
that,
couldn't call till 10.
Because she always thinks if the phone rings when she's asleep that someone died or something, you know. So she's not very that way with the phone. So, and it rings right next to her bed, and it's just.
All right. Well, have a lot of fun.
Okay. Now listen. Please do me a favor and don't go into this thing being nervous. Remember, he has a task to fulfill.
I understand, Linda, but I am nervous. But you know why I'm the most nervous? I am the most nervous because this is so stupid, but I will tell you. I am the most nervous because I'm afraid I'm going to sound like an idiot. He's going to say to Podesta I sounded like an idiot, and the creep is going to hear that I sounded like an idiot. And then the creep is going to think I'm a big idiot.
Okay, you're the psychology major. So, think about this. He doesn't know why they're getting this treatment. He doesn't. All he knows is you are. Therefore, the last thing, if you came in blubbering like an idiot and drooling...
I know what he knows.
Oh, Monica.
Linda, I don't know what Podesta said. I know Podesta did not say this is the creep's girlfriend.
Right.
I know he didn't say that, but I don't know what he said.
But my point is, okay, even if he does know...
Right.
Even more why he would never say, you could come in drooling, and he would never say anything bad about you. So please know that much going in.
Okay.
I mean, he may think you're an idiot, but he'll never say it. And Monica, you have never struck me as an idiot. You're
I don't know. Maybe I was an idiot at the NSC interview. I get nervous. When I get nervous, I'm not. First of all, I don't articulate myself very well anyway. And then when I get nervous, it's even worse.
Well, one thing to keep in the back of your mind. You don't want to go to the UN.
I know, but if the creep thinks I have to make this an option, then I have to make it an option.
Of course. But I'm saying this isn't a life or death meeting because if for whatever reason you think, you know what, I think he's going to put you at ease. Because what Kate told me about every single person she works with out of that office, she thinks they're terrific. And Kate is not easily impressed. She said she'd work for him in a heartbeat. So... And out of all the people we discussed, State and all
I understand that, but he sure as hell didn't put me at ease on the phone.
Well, it was an awkward situation on the phone.
Oh, I don't know why he got on the phone. All right. Okay, I will talk to you on Friday.
Yes. All right, so just be yourself, Monica. Just be yourself. It's gotten you this far.
Yeah.
All right?
All right.
Excuse me.
Maybe I shouldn't walk in and go, so the president told me this joke.
Oh, yeah, what was the punchline?
I love that.
Oh, jeez. No, I wouldn't share that with the UN investor. I somehow think not.
I know.
Oh, Monica. Okay. All right, so I will talk to you on Friday.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
All right, see you later. Good luck.
You too.
All right.
Fun.
Take care.
Safely.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm good. All right, how are you doing?
Oh, I had a crazy day.
You had what?
Crazy day.
Why?
Because Richard. Oh, hold on just a second. You know what? I have to go.
Huh?
I have to go.
All right, bye.
Hi.
Hi.
Are you gonna leave in 10 minutes?
Yeah. Where are you?
Well, I'm at work.
What's going on? Okay, when are you leaving?
Right now.
Oh.
But
Is everything okay?
Relatively, I guess.
Have you had any progress on the other search?
I wouldn't say progress. I would say my biggest fear true.
Your biggest fear came true. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, your biggest fear was that nothing else would get done other than this.
Well, no. You know.
Okay, let me ask you this. Are we looking at other options here or no?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's a good thing.
You know what? Let me call you from the phone on the way out.
Okay.
3 minutes.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Hello?
Mom.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Hold on.
Hi.
Hi, just got in.
Oh, I got so worried about you.
Well, actually, called, which delayed me.
Yeah,
getting
that's
out.
what I figured.
So, okay, so now I will tell you all about my weekend tomorrow because I'm going to bed as soon as we get off the phone.
Oh, you can't do that to me.
Yeah, it was great. It really was great, and I'll tell you all about it tomorrow. But I want to hear, what the hell are you telling me that this man called you at work? Is he nuts?
No, the assistant called, put me... You know, don't forget, though, also that most people don't assume you work in an office where 6 other people are sitting.
Yeah.
So...
He didn't place it himself.
No.
Oh.
So one of the assistants placed it, and so he told me they're, offering me a position, and he and Mona want to meet with me to discuss further to clearly define it, but da-da-da-da-da.
What's Mona's role in all this?
What?
Who's Mona?
Mona's one of the girls I met with on Friday.
I know, but what is her?
She's a special assistant.
Okay. She's pretty close to him.
Oh, very close.
Okay, good.
And then...
Okay, so they want to meet with you.
No, wait, it gets worse. So then...
Oh, wait, I didn't hear the first part. They're going to meet with you. They want to meet with you when?
They want to meet with me this week.
Oh.
Okay, he and Mona are going to be in town. So but he didn't know exactly what to offer me, but he did want to tell me they were going to be they're offering me a position.
Mm-hmm.
And then he said, da-da-da, and he said, well, now how do you want to work this? Do you want me to tell Ken Bacon? Do you want to tell Ken Bacon? I said, oh, no, I'll take care of that. What am I supposed to say?
Oh, my God.
I know. And then worse than that, right? Are you sitting down? Then he says, and I'll be calling Bob Nash. And I said, I said, oh, are you sure you need to call Bob Nash about this? And he said, oh, yes. He said, you're a political appointee, so da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Well,
I was...
Did you accept this as a... Did you accept it?
No, well, I sort of had to accept it. I didn't say, oh, yes, great, but I had to... I was left with... There was nothing for me to say,
Well, didn't you have a... You don't know whether it's a Sched C or a contracting job or what?
No.
Oh, geez.
So, it was just awful because, meanwhile, the thing that was just ironic about it was that I had written Betty a note, and my mom was going to take the note to her. But I was also, what? Not give it to her, but drop it off,
Mm-hmm.
But I was also enclosing a copy of my mom's book for the Crete. And then my mom said she wanted me to put a copy of the New York Times book review in there. She said I want him to, to see that this is, that this book was respectable enough to make it to the New York Times book review, Sunday book review, So,
Did you do that?
So wait. So my mom and aunt were picking it up for lunch, so I was going to bring it at lunch, and then she was going to drop it off after lunch. And this whole note said, listen, they said they're going to call me this week. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know how to diplomatically say, you know, yada, yada, yada. And what about Vernon Jordan, this whole big thing? So then but then this all happened before I went to lunch.
Oh, my God.
So I never ended up sending it to her. So I talked to Betty finally this afternoon. It was impossible to get in touch with her. And so she said, well, you know, one of my concerns was this Bob Nash thing, that Bob Nash would say something to Marcia.
Mm-hmm.
And Marcia would start in with her evilness, you know. So Betty said, oh, well, I'll take care of that. And Richardson called Betty, too, to let Betty know, you know, because he's, like, doing this as a favor to her.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh, my God, this whole big thing. So then she was going to try and talk to the creep. Then the creep left because he wasn't feeling well, so he went to sleep. Oh, by the way, he wore one of my ties today.
Oh, good.
It was nice. And he wore the pin on Friday. Did I tell you?
Yes.
Okay. So then I called, so she said she didn't...
It's amazing that Richardson had time for this. He's been all over the television.
So then...
Don't believe for a minute that he thinks Betty is the one he's doing this for. Sorry, he's in the middle of a crisis.
Well, I don't know, whatever. So then he,
Meanwhile, you haven't talked to him, the big guy?
Of course not. I was surprised. I have to tell you, I thought after everything that had happened Thursday night, I thought he would definitely call Friday or Saturday to see how it went.
What was Thursday night?
Well, I talked to him Thursday night.
Oh, right. Okay.
So Friday was my thing. I thought for surely he would call Friday night or Saturday night since he could to see how it went.
Mm-hmm.
And I was surprised he didn't, you know.
All right,
really surprised. But, so then I talked to Betty, so then she said, well, I didn't know, you know, she didn't know what was going to happen. So then I called her back and I said, listen, I said, should I maybe courier over a letter? Would that be easier? You know, it's easier to hand him a piece of paper than it is to try and get the time to tell him the, 20-minute story.
Mm-hmm.
So she said, oh, well, yeah, sure, okay, fine. So I did. I don't know.
Today?
Uh-huh.
What did it say?
It was fine. It sort of was, it just said, look, this is, I said, the fears that I had over the weekend, that arose over the weekend came to fruition today. Richardson called and offered me a position,
Did you send him the book?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't send the packet. Because you don't understand, I was like in hysterics. I didn't have the book in my possession.
So your mother still dropped it off?
No, she didn't drop it off. She didn't drop it off because I met with her at the letter.
No, I know, I understand that. But then you said you did courier something over.
Right, but not by my mom, by a courier service.
Oh my God, I thought you said your mom. Okay, so did you call that same courier service?
Yes.
Jesus Christ, they're going to wonder what the hell you're doing.
Oh, I don't care.
They're actually the best, though. That's Speedo or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're good.
Anyway, going from the Pentagon to the White House,
Yeah, that's true. It's normal.
So.
I forgot Mom was always doing law firm. Okay, now wait. So, it said, this situation has arisen. Then what?
So I said, look, I don't know what to do. My mom came up with a very good idea. And first of all, by the way, I should drop the other bombshell. I decided to not go on this China trip.
What?
Yep. Because I realized, my mom came up last night and we had a big thing, and she was absolutely right. She's like, this is ridiculous. You're going to go away for 2 weeks, and this is, you know what I mean?
Well, I totally agree, but I didn't know it was an option.
Well, I made it an option. Why did I make it an option? Because I told Mr. Bacon that I was looking for a job in New York, and that my plan had been to have something secured before the trip, but now it didn't work out that way, and, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, what did he say?
So it was fine. I mean, there was a whole big thing that's a whole nother story, but I think everything's okay.
What do you mean? Just give me the gist.
Okay, the gist, he was sorry I was leaving, but he understood I wanted to go to New York, blah, blah, blah. We talked. He's going to call Howard Pastor, who, works at Hill and Knowlton.
Oh.
On my behalf. And the first thing he said, if there's anything I can do to change your mind, please let me know. And, I don't know, maybe that's a stock answer you can give anybody.
Mm-mm.
But so we finished our conversation, and then he went on to do some other things, and I had to get him this address for this thing. And then I thought, and I went in there and I said, you said if there was anything I could, you could do to change my mind, and there isn't really. I said, but I would be remiss if I didn't let you know that really what prompted me to move so quickly on this was the whole, everything that happened with the incident with my grade increase. I said with Mr. Bernath, I said I thought he was very, very inappropriate. And I went into that whole thing.
Good.
And I didn't get into the details, and then he said, all this, you know, in Mr. Bacon's defense, he started to speak in his defense. And
in Bernath's defense?
No, in his own defense about it, because he said, well, you know, my plan was, he said, well, my plan was, you know, there was an issue with Mark, and I think, and that's being taken care of now. So my plan was to have, once that was done, to have Mr. Bernath look into this. You know, and I said some things I probably shouldn't have said, like, I said, you know, I said, well, I understand, you know, I think I said something like, I was pleased with your response that you were going to ask Mr. Bernath to look into it, but Mr. Bernath had made it clear to me that he didn't think I deserved it, and so I really felt like whatever he would tell you, you know, whether it could be done or not, would be based on his own thing. And Mr. Bacon said something along the lines of, like, you know, I'm the one who makes the decisions here, and I think Mr. Bernath knows that if I want something done, he'll do it.
Outstanding.
So, you know, so then then he started to talk about, and he said, you know, something or another about morale in the office and whatever it was, something about equity between, like, Mark and me. Like, I couldn't get a raise if Mark wasn't going to get a raise, or something like that, you know. And I said, well, wait a minute, whatever it was, or parody or whatever, and I said, well, what about the equity about the fact that, you know, I said, look, Mark does good work, and, you know, I'm sorry that he's, you know, not, his title is not Mr. Bernath's confidential assistant, because that's what he should be, but I am your confidential assistant. What about the equity with the other confidential assistants in the building? You know?
Good for you.
Like, it's not my fault that Mark, do you know what I mean? It's like, why should I be making that much less money? You know, and I reiterated again and again how inappropriate I thought Mr. Bernath was, and he said to me, well, you know, you really shouldn't, you know, and I said to him, I said, look, I know Mr. Bernath doesn't like me. You know, I'm not the kind of person he would like to see in this job for you. You know, and then I sort of started to get upset, and I said, look, I don't want to get upset here. And, you know, like almost crying. Yeah. It was embarrassing. And he said, look, the important thing to remember is that, you know, I like your work, and I think you've done great work for me, and blah, 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 like that.
Good.
So,
good.
You know, I was saying to my mom, I was like, you know, what I wanted was I wanted him to have resentment towards Mr. Bernath.
You think he did?
He might, a little. He might, I don't know, you know, he's a guy, so I don't know how guys interpret things, but he might a little, you know, kind of go, well, gee, you know, part of the reason she's leaving is because of him and what happened.
So, how did the China trip come up?
Well, because I told him, I said, I said to him, you know, I've got some high-level people at the White House who are, you know, da-da-da-da-da, and one of the contacts I told him the things I was looking to do, and I said one of the contacts in the private sector has been out of town, and so he didn't come back until, I said he doesn't come back till the middle of the week, and I just really feel like these next few weeks it's crucial for me to be here, and I just don't think I don't think it would be wise for me to go on the China trip.
What did he say?
He said, well, I feel if we can get somebody else, you know, squared away to go, that's fine. But if we can't arrange for someone else to do the trip, I think you have an obligation. I said, I agree 100%. So.
Well, who are they going to get?
Tom West.
Oh, could he go?
Yeah, he went on the last trip.
Did he say yes?
I think he will. I had mentioned to him before, you know, he likes these trips.
Why?
What? You know.
Yeah.
Oh, please tell me about your weekend.
Wait a minute. Come on. So, what about Betty? What is Betty saying?
Okay, so Betty told me, I was freaking out, you know.
I'm sure.
And so she told me that the kind of thing I should say to what's-his-face is like, well, when they offer me the salary, I should just say it's not enough. I'm like, that's not a very good answer. So I said in the note to the creep that what I'm thinking I'm going to do is call the Mona girl, the assistant, because she gave me her card, and say, listen, you know, pretend to her that I'm still going on this trip.
Yeah.
And say, listen, you know, with the trip next week, there's just no way I'm going to be able to get away. I know you guys have a crazy week trying to get fast track pass. Why don't we just try and meet? You know, maybe I can come up to New York, or when you're in Washington after I come back from the trip.
Yeah.
So. And then that buys me a couple weeks. But, you know, I don't know what to do. So I said in my note to him, you know, let me see if my bag is up here. I think my bag's downstairs. I have a copy of it. But, you know, I said in the note, you know, the problem is that, you know, Richardson was told that I was dying to work for him.
Wow.
You know, so he's offered me this position, you know, and I said, I have no idea how I'm supposed to diplomatically say, you know, you're my backup. Can I let you know? You know? So I said that, and then I said about Vernon, I said, you know, you mentioned last week about setting up a meeting between Vernon and myself. You know, do you think you could do that sometime soon? I know you're busy, blah, blah, blah.
Weren't you supposed to meet with Podesta, too?
I don't know. That's Betty's deal.
Oh.
You know what? Podesta, I'm not. I mean, let's see. You know, I don't know.
I don't know what Podesta can do for you.
I don't know either. You know. But, so I said, and then I said to him, I said, you know, I'm trying to stay calm and not freak out and I keep repeating my mantra to myself. I tried to make the note light.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, serious in that, look, this is important, but not, you know, you know.
Right.
So I said something or another about repeating my mantra, and then I had in quotes, you're on my team. I don't, you know, I'm not obligated to take the UN job. You want me to have options. You're on my side.
Yeah, well, that's true.
You know, and I said, but it's hard.
So, where was it left with Betty? Who's contacting Vernon so you can set up this appointment? I mean,
well, look, she was, and I understand this, you know, I mean, and I didn't ask her. I understand that she's not going to do anything with Vernon until he tells her to, and that's very understandable.
Mm-hmm.
It's not her position to go calling his friend to say, can you do this for him?
Oh, I know.
So, I think he's had a very crazy, he's got a crazy week in general. First of all, he's lost his voice and he's sick. Second of all, you know, he's got this fast-track legislation. Now we have all this crap with Iraq.
Wow.
So I think it's just been, you know, I don't know. I'm not saying I'm giving him an excuse he can put this off for a week. I'm just saying,
right.
You know, it was really kind of, not hurtful, but I was a little like, yeah, I guess it was hurtful that he didn't call. You know? I mean, he knew how nervous I was.
Well, the good thing is you have one solid option now.
Yeah. Except that my mom refuses to let me take it.
Well,
because she absolutely refuses for me to work at the UN.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me why.
Because she went there and she hates the building. She says it's going to be just like the Pentagon. And she just...
Really? Did she just look in the lobby or what?
I don't know what she did. I don't know. Now, one of the other options, but I really don't want to think about doing this, is he has a Washington office, and he did also mention today possibly something in the Washington office.
Oh.
And, you know, if possibly worst came to worst, I could maybe...
How big could that be, though?
It's not that it's big. It's in the State Department.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, it could be a little somewhat interesting. I don't know. I'm just saying I could do that for 6 months while we work on trying to find another job. But what my mom said is, you know, she's afraid that the creep's attitude their attitude will sort of be like,
oh, yeah.
Well, we did this already for you.
Right.
You know, so...
You do not want to end up in the State Department anywhere.
No.
It's just as bad as the Pentagon. In fact, worse.
So, I don't think it could be worse.
Mm-hmm. It's a bunch of foreign service techno nerds.
Okay, please tell me about your weekend, or I'll never be your friend again.
I can't. I'm so tired.
Just give me the highlights and
it was great.
The details.
It was wonderful. It was a great dinner party. Her house was incredible.
Yeah. Did you look good?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. Were there any single men there?
No.
Okay. Good girl.
Anyway, I've got to go take a shower and go to bed. I'm exhausted. I had to get up at 5:30 this morning because I had to have the car back early.
Oh, my God.
So.
All right. Well, I'm glad you had a good time.
This sounds really positive on the other thing, Monica.
It doesn't. What are you talking about?
Yes, it does, because that means, number one, you have a solid option.
I don't. My mom, you don't understand. My mom won't let me take that job.
I don't understand that.
Because she went there and she was like, Monica, it'll be like being at the Pentagon in New York. It's going to be the same thing.
And even though I liked Richardson and I like the people, it's true. I'm not interested in it.
Right.
You know? So, I'm not sure.
But you like the people.
Yeah, but I haven't been there yet. You know? It's yucky.
It is? Is it in a bad area? I don't even know where it is.
It's in a mediocre area. There's nothing around. You know, nothing except for the UN.
Oh.
So, I don't know. I just freaked out, you know, because it's just, it's really hard to be sitting on the phone and it's like he's, on the phone with you and saying da-da-da.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know.
Well, here's what I would say about the UN. I agree with your mother to an extent, but I don't know enough about it to be that vocal about it. But I think you owe it to yourself to go visit.
Yeah.
See what vibes you get. You're very good that way. See if the office they show you. See if the surroundings and the people. See if there's anything that intrigues you. If by that point you say, this really sucks, it's the Pentagon all over again, then you know you've made the right choice.
Well, the way I feel is that I don't think that, I also don't want to stay in the government. And so, I mean, this is supposed to be, as he said, my backup.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I just, it just is an upsetting, uncomfortable, unsettling feeling when your backup has turned into your only option.
Well, it's not, though.
You know?
It's your only current option.
Right. But, I mean, so it's just a matter, I think it's like that, and then, I don't know, it's like, okay, Vernon, come home already, and what's going to happen with this, and what if he doesn't...
Where is he?
He was out of town.
All this time?
I guess, I don't know.
He was a senior partner in Naked Gump. He's got a lot going on. Can't believe he's out of pocket that long.
Well, he could have been out of town for business. So, I don't know.
I don't either, but they do a lot of work on the phone, so... I don't know. I'm just saying that, you know what, Monica, don't allow the other option to not ever materialize. He's got to get on the stick with that.
Well, I know. I came very close to writing a letter, but I figured it's not the kind of thing that you write, on paper. It's one thing you say in person, along the lines of, hey, the reason I'm doing this whole New York thing is because you didn't bring me back.
Right. The gates were locked. All right. Well, everything at least is moving forward slowly.
Oh, I mean, I feel better about not going on this trip because,
yeah,
it just didn't make sense,
I'm glad you didn't go.
Well, I guess I'm 90% in the clear. And it's on Sunday. So really, I mean, it just will make it a lot easier for him to do whatever it is he needs to do, hopefully.
Are you going to see him?
I don't know. I'm supposed to, maybe.
When are you supposed to see him? Saturday?
Yeah, possibly.
I'd wait till she's out of town.
Well, that's what I was thinking, too, but I don't know. Then it kind of... Sure, either... We'd said Saturday, and then, so I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe Sunday. I wouldn't mind next Saturday, except a little bit, because it would be the 2-year anniversary, and it's not. You know what I mean? I'm, like, not his girlfriend anymore. But...
oh, that's so romantic, though.
I know. But then I kind of feel like...
Is she gone for an extended period?
I think she's gone for 10 days.
Oh, you're kidding?
No.
Where is she going?
She's going to Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan and...
Alone?
Without him.
Wow.
So, she's gone for like 10 days. So she'll be gone that day, too.
Mm-hmm.
But I just kind of feel like, okay, if I can do it this weekend, is it worth the risk?
Of not doing it?
Right.
Yeah, I would take whatever they can arrange.
So, I mean, I also need to let him know that I'm not going to be going on the trip. But I'm hoping, I asked him in the letter to call me. So, you know, I said, I know it's hard for you to call me from home, so can you please try and, you know, what I've been trying to ask Betty to tell him for weeks.
Did you ask him to call you in the note?
Mm-hmm.
For tonight?
Well, no, what I said, first of all, I don't know that he'll get it tonight. He may not get it till tomorrow. And what I said in the note was, I know it's hard for you to call me from home, so maybe you could try me at home before you leave the office at night.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Because if he doesn't leave till like 7 or so, sometimes I'm home by 7. So he could try me at work before he leaves.
Mm-hmm.
So.
All right.
You seem, is something wrong?
I'm just very tired. I've got to go to bed.
Okay.
I'm exhausted. I feel like a zombie.
Is there something you're not telling me?
No, like what?
I don't know.
No, you idiot.
At this point in the conversation, approximately 6 minutes of the call have been edited out by the House Judiciary Committee.
I got the creep a tie.
Oh, please.
I know. It was $20 at Marshall's.
Oh, good. Who makes it?
Calvin Klein.
Nice.
Yeah. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, Marshall's generally, every now and then you can hit.
I know. It's really nice. It's real different than all the other ones. But so I put a really funny note with it. I'm going to send it with the book.
Yeah, I think you should send the book, though.
I know, I'm going to. And I put stickies in the foreword where it so clearly shows what kind of book it's not. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then I marked a section in the chapter that talks about him being a, you know, whatever it is, Domingo is Don Juan, is what it's called, the chapter. And then the other thing I marked was, had told him about this one thing. I said, actually it was really good. You know, she talked about, you know, with some of her experiences, she shed some light on things, a lot of things that people don't know about him that are really wonderful. And so I marked that other part, you know.
Good.
And then I'll put the New York Times review in there.
How did they review it?
It was, I'd say it was lukewarm.
Well, that's better than nothing.
Right, and it's also, you know, it's the fact that it's the New York Times, you know. So there's that. But with the tie, I wrote such a funny card, Linda. It's a really nice tie, and at first I said, it'll look good with either a taupe or navy suit and a white or light blue shirt, whatever you want. And, you know, I'm like, that is if you like it. And I'm like, and just think, now you can pay homage to me if you want by having a work week in which you wear one of my ties every day.
Yeah, because this would be the 5th one, right?
It's the 5th one.
Shit, you'll have to get him one for the weekend days, too.
No.
Oh, yeah, you will.
No. I think this is it. That's what I want. You know, that's my fantasy, is to have him wear one of my ties every day.
You are a nut. Was that one of your ties with the blue shirt?
Yeah.
Oh, which
the red one, the one that was in your house.
You're kidding. I didn't tell that. I couldn't tell that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have worn that with a blue shirt.
It looked nice with a blue shirt, I thought.
What color was the suit today?
I think it was tan.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, good. All right, how are you doing?
Oh, I had a crazy day.
You had what?
Crazy day.
Why?
Because Richard... hold on just a second. You know what? I have to go.
Huh?
I have to go.
All right, bye.
Hi.
Hi.
Are you going to leave in 10 minutes?
Yeah. Where are you?
Well, I'm at work.
What's going on? Okay, when are you leaving?
Right now.
Oh.
But,
is everything okay?
Relatively, I guess.
Have you had any progress on the other search?
I wouldn't say progress, I would say my biggest fear came true.
Your biggest fear came true. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, your biggest fear was that nothing else would get done other than this.
Well, no. You know.
Okay, let me ask you this. Are we looking at other options here or no?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's a good thing.
You know what, let me call you from the phone on the way out.
Okay.
3 minutes.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Hello?
Mom.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Hold on.
Hi.
Hi, just got in.
Oh, I got so worried about you.
Well, actually, called, which delayed me
Yeah,
getting
that's
out.
what I figured.
So, okay, so now, I will tell you all about my weekend tomorrow because I'm going to bed as soon as we get off the phone.
Oh, you can't do that to me.
Yeah, it was great. It really was great, and I'll tell you all about it tomorrow. But I want to hear, what the hell are you telling me that this man called you at work? Is he nuts?
No, the assistant called, put me... You know, don't forget, though, also that most people don't assume you work in an office where 6 other people are sitting.
Yeah.
So...
He didn't place it himself.
No.
Oh.
So one of the assistants placed it, and so he told me they're, you know, offering me a position, and he and Mona want to meet with me to discuss further to clearly define it, but da-da-da-da-da.
What's Mona's role in all this?
What?
Who's Mona?
Mona's one of the girls I met with on Friday.
I know, but what is her?
She's a special assistant.
Okay. She's pretty close to him.
Oh, very close.
Okay, good.
And then...
Okay, so they want to meet with you.
No, wait, it gets worse. So then...
Oh, wait, I didn't hear the first part. They're going to meet with you. They want to meet with you when?
They want to meet with me this week.
Oh.
Okay, he and Mona are going to be in town today, but he didn't know exactly what to offer me, but he did want to tell me they were going to be they're offering me a position. And then he said, da-da-da, and he said, well, now how do you want to work this? Do you want me to tell Ken Bacon? Do you want to tell Ken Bacon? I said, oh, no, I'll take care of that. You know, what am I supposed to say? You know?
Oh, my God.
I know. And then worse than that, right? Are you sitting down? Then he says, and I'll be calling Bob Nash. And I said, I said, oh, are you sure you need to call Bob Nash about this? You know? And he said, oh, yes. He said, you know, you're a political appointee, so da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Well,
I was...
Did you accept this as a... Did you accept it?
No, well, I sort of had to accept it. You know, I didn't say, oh, yes, great, but I had to... I was left with... There was nothing for me to say, you know?
Well, didn't you have a... You don't know whether it's a Sched C or a contracting job or what? Oh,
so, you know, it was just awful because, meanwhile, I mean, the thing that was just ironic about it was that I had written Betty a note, and my mom was going to take the note to her. But I was also, what? Not give it to her, but drop it off, you know? But I was also enclosing a copy of my mom's book for the creep. And then my mom said she wanted me to put a copy of the New York Times book review in there. You know, she said, I want him to, you know, to see that this is, you know, that this book was respectable enough to make it to the New York Times book review, Sunday book review, you know. So,
Did you do that?
So wait, so my mom and aunt were picking me up for lunch, so I was going to bring it at lunch, and then she was going to drop it off after lunch. And this whole note said, you know, listen, they said they're going to call me this week. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say, blah, blah, blah. I don't know how to diplomatically say, you know, yada, yada, yada. And what about Vernon Jordan, this whole big thing? So then but then this all happened before I went to lunch.
Oh, my God.
So I never ended up sending it to her. So I talked to Betty finally this afternoon. It was impossible to get in touch with her. And so she said, well, you know, one of my concerns was this Bob Nash thing, that Bob Nash would say something to Marcia. And Marcia would start in with her evilness, you know. So Betty said, oh, well, I'll take care of that. And Richardson called Betty, too, to let Betty know, you know, because he's, like, doing this as a favor to her. So, oh, my God, this whole big thing. So then he was going to try and talk to the creep. Then the creep left because he wasn't feeling well, so he went to sleep. Oh, by the way, he wore one of my ties today.
Oh, good.
It was nice. And he wore the pin on Friday. Did I tell you
Yes.
that? Okay. So then I called, so she said she didn't know.
It's amazing that Richardson had time for this. He's been all over the television.
So then...
Don't believe for a minute that he thinks Betty is the one he's doing this for. Sorry, he's in the middle of a crisis.
Well, I don't know, whatever. So then he,
Meanwhile, you haven't talked to him, the big guy?
Of course not. I was surprised. I have to tell you, I thought after everything that had happened Thursday night, I thought he would definitely call Friday or Saturday to see how it went.
What was Thursday night?
Well, I talked to him Thursday night.
Oh, right, okay.
So Friday was my thing. I thought for surely he would call Friday night or Saturday night since he could to see how it went. And I was surprised he didn't, you know.
All right,
really surprised. But, so then I talked about it. So then she said, well, I didn't know, you know, she didn't know what was going to happen. So then I called her back and I said, listen, I said, should I maybe courier over a letter? Would that be easier? You know, it's easier to hand him a piece of paper than it is to try and get the time to tell him the, you know, 20-minute story. So she said, oh, well, you know, yeah, sure, okay, fine. So I did. I don't know.
Today? What did it say?
It was, I mean, it was fine. It sort of was, you know, it just said, look, this is, you know, I said that, you know, the fears that I had over the weekend, you know, that arose over the weekend came to fruition today. You know, Richardson called and offered me a position, you know.
Did you send him the book?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't send the packet. Because I had, you don't understand, I was like in hysterics. I didn't have the book in my possession.
So your mother still dropped it off?
No, she didn't drop it off. She didn't drop it off because I met with her at the
No, I know, I understand that. But then you said you did courier something over.
Right, but not by my mom, by a courier service.
Oh my God, I thought you said your mom. Okay, so did you call that same courier service?
Yes.
Jesus Christ, they're going to wonder what the hell you're doing.
Oh, I don't care.
They're actually the best though. That's Speedo or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're good.
Anyway, going from the Pentagon to the White House, what's...
Yeah, that's true. It's normal.
So.
I forgot mine was always to a law firm. Okay, now wait. So, it said, this situation has arisen. Then what?
You know, so I said, look, I don't know what to do. My mom came up with a very good idea. And that, first of all, by the way, I should drop the other bombshell. I decided to not go on this China trip.
What?
Yep. Because I realized, my mom came up last night and we had a big thing, and she was absolutely right. She's like, this is ridiculous. You're going to go away for 2 weeks, and this is, you know what I mean?
Well, I totally agree, but I didn't know it was an option.
Well, I made it an option. Why did I make it an option? Because I told Mr. Bacon that I was looking for a job in New York, and that my plan had been to have something secured before the trip, but now it didn't work out that way, and, you know, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, what did he say?
So it was fine. I mean, there was a whole big thing that's a whole nother story, but I think everything's okay.
What do you mean? Just give me the gist.
Okay, the gist, you know, he was sorry I was leaving, but he understood I wanted to go to New York, blah, blah, blah. We talked. He's going to call Howard Pastor, who, you know, works at Hill and Knowlton. On my behalf. And the first thing he said, you know, if there's anything I can do to change your mind, please let me know. And, you know, I don't know, maybe that's a stock answer you can give anybody. But so we finished our conversation, and then he went on to do some other things, and I had to get him this address for this thing. And then I thought, and I went in there and I said, you know, you said if there was anything I could, you know, you could do to change my mind, and there isn't really. I said, but I would be remiss if I didn't let you know that really what prompted me to move so quickly on this was the whole, you know, everything that happened with the incident with my grade increase. I said with Mr. Bernath, I said I thought he was very, very inappropriate, and I went into that whole thing.
Good.
And I didn't get into the details, and then he said, all this, you know, in Mr. Bacon's defense, he started to speak in his defense. And
in Bernath's defense?
No, in his own defense about it, because he said, well, you know, my plan was, he said, well, my plan was, you know, there was an issue with Mark, and and that's being taken care of now. So my plan was to have, once that was done, to have Mr. Bernath look into this. You know, and I said some things I probably shouldn't have said. Like, I said, you know, I said, well, I understand, you know, I think I said something like, I was pleased with your response that you were going to ask Mr. Bernath to look into it, but Mr. Bernath had made it clear to me that he didn't think I deserved it. And so I really felt like whatever he would tell you, you know, whether it could be done or not, would be based on his own thing. And Mr. Bacon said something along the lines of like, you know, I'm the one who makes the decisions here. And I think Mr. Bernath knows that if I want something done, he'll do it.
Outstanding.
So, you know, so then he started to talk about, and he said, you know, something or another about morale in the office and whatever it was, something about equity between, like, Mark and me. Like, I couldn't get a raise if Mark wasn't going to get a raise, or something like that, you know? And I said, well, wait a minute, whatever it was, or parody or whatever, and I said, well, what about the equity about the fact that, you know, I said, look, Mark does good work, and, you know, I'm sorry that he's
not his title is not Mr. Bernath's confidential assistant because that's what he should be, but I am your confidential assistant. What about the equity with the other confidential assistants in the building? You know?
Good for you.
Like, it's not my fault that Mark, do you know what I mean? It's like, why should I be making that much less money? You know, and I reiterated again and again how inappropriate I thought Mr. Bernath was. And he said to me, well, you really shouldn't, and I said to him, I said, look, I know Mr. Bernath doesn't like me. I'm not the kind of person he thinks he would like to see in this job for you. And then I sort of started to get upset, and I said, look, I don't want to get upset here. And, it's like almost crying.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing. And he said, look, the important thing to remember is that, I like your work, and I think you've done great work for me, and blah, 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 like that.
Good.
So,
Good.
I was saying to my mom, I was like, what I wanted was I wanted him to have resentment towards Mr. Bernath.
You think he did?
He might, a little. He might, I don't know, he's a guy, so I don't know how guys interpret things, but he might a little, kind of go, well, gee, part of the reason she's leaving is because of him and what happened.
So, how did the China trip come up?
Well, because I told him, I said to him, I've got some high-level people at the White House who are, da-da-da-da-da, and one of the contacts I told him the things I was looking to do, and I said one of the contacts in the private sector has been out of town, and so he didn't come back until, I said he doesn't come back till the middle of the week, and I just really feel like these next few weeks is crucial for me to be here, and I just don't think I don't think it would be wise for me to go on the China trip.
What did he say?
He said, well, I feel if we can get somebody else, squared away to go, that's fine. But if we can't arrange for someone else to do the trip, I think you have an obligation. I said, I agree 100%. So.
Well, who are they going to get?
Tom West.
Oh, can he go?
Yeah, he went on the last trip.
Did he say yes?
I think he will. I had mentioned to him before, he likes these trips.
What? What?
Yeah. Oh, please tell me about your weekend.
Wait a minute. Come on. So, what about Betty? What is Betty saying?
Okay, so Betty told me, I was freaking out,
I'm sure.
And so she told me that the kind of thing I should say to what's-his-face is like, well, when they offer me the salary, I should just say it's not enough. I'm like, not a very good answer. So I said in the note to the creeps that what I'm thinking I'm going to do is call the Mona girl, the assistant, because she gave me her card, and say, listen, pretend to her that I'm still going on this trip.
Yeah.
And say, listen, with the trip next week, there's just no way I'm going to be able to get away. I know you guys have a crazy week trying to get fast track pass. Why don't we just try and meet? Maybe I can come up to New York, or when you're in Washington after I come back from the trip.
Yeah.
So. And then that buys me a couple weeks. But, I don't know what to do. So I said in my note to him, let me see if my bag is up here. I think my bag's downstairs. I have a copy of it. But, I said in the note, the problem is that, Richardson was told that I was dying to work for him.
Wow.
So he's offered me this position, and I said, I have no idea how I'm supposed to diplomatically say, you're my backup. Can I let you know? So I said that, and then I said about Vernon, I said, you mentioned last week about setting up a meeting between Vernon and myself. Do you think you could do that sometime soon? I know you're busy, blah, blah, blah.
Were you supposed to meet with Podesta, too?
I don't know. That's Betty's deal.
Oh.
You know what? Podesta, I'm not, let's see. I don't know.
I don't know what Podesta can do for you.
I don't know either. But, so I said, and then I said to him, I said, I'm trying to stay calm and not freak out and I keep repeating my mantra to myself. I tried to make the note light. Serious in that, look, this is important, but not, Right. So I said something about repeating my mantra, and then I had in quotes, you're on my team. I don't, I'm not obligated to take the UN job. You want me to have options. You're on my side.
Yeah. Well, that's true.
And I said, but it's hard.
So where was it left with Betty? Who's contacting Vernon so you can set up this appointment? I mean,
look, she was, and I understand this, you know, I mean, and I didn't ask her, I understand that she's not going to do anything with Vernon until he tells her to, and that's very understandable. Mm-hmm. It's not her position to go calling his friend to say, can you do this for him?
Oh, I am.
So I think he's had a very crazy, he's got a crazy week in general. First of all, he's lost his voice and he's sick. Second of all, you know, he's got this fast-track legislation. Now we have all this crap with Iraq.
Wow.
So I think it's just been, you know, I don't know. I'm not saying I'm giving him an excuse he can put this off for a week. I'm just saying,
right.
You know, it was really kind of, not hurtful, but I was a little like, yeah, I guess it was hurtful that he didn't call. You know? I mean, he knew how nervous I was.
Well, the good thing is you have one solid option now.
Yeah, except that my mom refuses to let me take it.
Well,
because she absolutely refuses for me to work at the UN.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me why.
Because she went there and she hates the building. She says it's going to be just like the Pentagon. And she just...
Really? Did she just look in the lobby or what?
I don't know what she did. I don't know. Now, one of the other options, but I really don't want to think about doing this, is he has a Washington office, and he did also mention today possibly something in the Washington office.
Oh.
And, you know, if possibly worse came to worse, I could maybe...
How big could that be, though?
It's not that it's big. It's in the State Department.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, it could be a little somewhat interesting. I don't know. I'm just saying I could do that for 6 months while we work on trying to find another job. But what my mom said is, you know, she's afraid that the creep's attitude their attitude will sort of be like,
oh, yeah.
Well, we did this already for you.
Right.
You know, so...
You do not want to end up in the State Department anywhere.
No.
It's just as bad as the Pentagon. In fact, worse.
So, I don't think it could be worse.
Mm-hmm. It's a bunch of foreign service techno-nerds.
Okay, please tell me about your weekend or I'll never be your friend again.
I can't. I'm so tired.
Just give me the highlights and
it was great.
The details.
It was wonderful. It was a great dinner party. Her house was incredible.
Yeah? Did you look good?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. Were there any single men there?
No.
Okay. Good girl.
Anyway, I've got to go take a shower and go to bed. I'm exhausted. I had to get up at 5:30 this morning because I had to have the car back early.
Oh, my God.
So.
All right. Well, I'm glad you had a good time.
This sounds really positive on the other thing, Monica.
It doesn't. What are you talking about?
Yes, it does, because that means, number one, you have a solid option.
I don't. My mom, you don't understand. My mom won't let me take that job.
I don't understand that.
Because she went there and she was like, Monica, it'll be like being at the Pentagon in New York. It's going to be the same thing. And she's, even though I liked Richardson and I like the people, it's true. I'm not interested in it.
Right.
You know? So, I'm not sure.
But you like the people.
Yeah, but I haven't been there yet. You know? It's yucky.
It is? Is it in a bad area? I don't even know where it is.
It's in a mediocre area. There's nothing around. You know, nothing except for the, you know, the UN.
Oh.
So, I don't know. I just freaked out, you know, because it's just, it's really hard to be sitting on the phone and it's like he's, you know, on the phone with you and saying da-da-da.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. If I have anything else to tell you.
Well, here's what I would say about the UN. I agree with your mother to an extent, but I don't know enough about it to be that vocal about it. But I think you owe it to yourself to go visit.
Yeah.
See what vibes you get. You're very good that way. See if the office they show you, see if the surroundings and the people, see if there's anything that intrigues you. If by that point you say, this really sucks, it's the Pentagon all over again, then you know you've made the right choice.
Well, the way I feel is that I I don't think that, I also don't want to stay in the government. And so, I mean, this is supposed to be, as he said, my backup.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I just, you know, it just is an upsetting, uncomfortable, unsettling feeling when your backup has turned into your only option.
Well, it's not, though.
You know,
it's your only current option.
Right, but I mean, so it's just a matter, it's just, I think it's like that, and then, you know, I don't know, it's like, okay, Vernon, come home already, and what's going to happen with this, and what if he doesn't...
Where is he?
He was out of town.
All this time?
I guess, I don't know.
He's a senior partner in Aiken Gun. He's got a lot going on. Can't believe he's out of pocket that long.
Well, he could have been out of town for business. So, you know, I don't know.
I don't either, but they do a lot of work on the phone, so... I don't know. I'm just saying that, you know what, Monica, don't allow the other option to not ever materialize. He's got to get on the stick with that.
Well, I know. You know, I came very close to writing a letter, but I figured it's not the kind of thing that you write, you know, on paper. It's more the thing you say in person, you know, along the lines of, you know, hey, the reason I'm doing this whole New York thing is because you didn't bring me back.
Right.
You know?
The gates are locked. All right. Well, everything at least is moving forward slowly.
I mean, I feel better about not going on this trip because,
yeah,
you know, it just didn't make sense, you know.
I'm glad you didn't go.
Well, I guess I'm 90% in the clear. And it's on Sunday, so really, I mean, it just will make it a lot easier for him to do whatever it is he needs to do, hopefully.
Are you going to see him?
I don't know. I'm supposed to, maybe.
When are you supposed to see him? Saturday?
Yeah, possibly.
I'd wait till she's out of town.
Well, that's what I was thinking, too, but I don't know. Then it kind of... Sure, either... We'd said Saturday, and then, you know, so I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe Sunday. I wouldn't mind next Saturday, except a little bit, because it would be the 2-year anniversary, and that's not. You know what I mean? I'm, like, not his girlfriend anymore. But...
oh, that's so romantic, though.
I know. But then I kind of feel like...
Is she gone for an extended period?
I think she's gone for 10 days.
Oh, you're kidding?
No.
Where is she going?
She's going to Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan and...
Alone?
Without him.
Wow.
So, she's gone for like 10 days. So she'll be gone that day, too.
Mm-hmm.
You know? But I just kind of feel like, okay, if I can do it this weekend, is it worth the risk?
Of not doing it?
Right.
Yeah, I would take whatever they can arrange.
So, I mean, I also need to let him know that I'm not going to be going on the trip. But I'm hoping, I asked him in the letter to call me. So, you know, I said, I know it's hard for you to call me from home, so can you please try and, you know, what I've been trying to ask Betty to tell him for weeks.
Did you ask him to call you in the note?
Mm-hmm.
For tonight?
Well, no, what I said, first of all, I don't know that he'll get it tonight. He may not get it till tomorrow. And what I said in the note was, I know it's hard for you to call me from home, so maybe you could try me at home before you leave the office at night.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Because if he doesn't leave till like 7 or so, sometimes I'm home by 7. So he could try me at work before he leaves.
Mm-hmm.
So.
All right.
You seem... Is something wrong?
I'm just very tired. I've got to go to bed.
Okay.
I'm exhausted. I feel like a zombie.
Is there something you're not telling me?
No, like what?
I don't know.
No, you idiot.
At this point in the conversation, approximately 6 minutes of the call have been edited out by the House Judiciary Committee.
I got the creep a tie.
Oh, please.
I know. It was $20 at Marshall's.
Oh, good. Who makes it?
Calvin Klein.
Nice.
Yeah. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, Marshall's generally, every now and then you can hit.
I know. It's really nice. It's real different than all the other ones. But so I put a really funny note with it. I'm going to send it with the book.
Yeah, I think you should send the book, though.
I know, I'm going to. And I put stickies in the foreword where it so clearly shows what kind of book it's not. You know what I mean? And then I marked a section in the chapter that talks about him being a, whatever it is, Domingo is Don Juan, is what it's called, the chapter. And then the other thing I marked was, had told him about this one thing. I said, actually it was really good. She talked about, with some of her experiences, she shed some light on a lot of things that people don't know about him that are really wonderful. And so I marked that other part,
Good.
And then I'll put the New York Times review in there.
How did they review it?
It was, I'd say it was lukewarm.
Well, that's better than nothing.
Right, and it's also, it's the fact that it's the New York Times, So there's that. But with the tie, I wrote such a funny card, Linda. It's a really nice tie, and at first I said, it'll look good with either a taupe or navy suit and a white or light blue shirt, whatever you want. I'm like, that is if you like it. And I'm like, and just think, now you can pay homage to me if you want by having a work week in which you wear one of my ties every day.
Yeah, because this will be the fifth one, right?
It's the fifth one.
Shit, you'll have to get him one for the weekend days, too.
No.
Oh, yeah, you will.
No. I think this is it. That's what I want. That's my fantasy. Just to have him wear one of my ties every day.
You are a nut. Was that one of your ties with the blue shirt?
Yeah.
Oh, which one?
The one that was in your house.
You're kidding. I didn't tell that. I couldn't tell that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have worn that with a blue shirt.
It looked nice with a blue shirt, I thought.
What color was his suit today?
I think it was tan. Please leave your name and number, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thanks. Bye.
And I wondered what your take was on.
Hey, Monica, I noticed on my machine that you had called a couple times. I wonder if you got in. Well, call me. It's Saturday, the 8th of November at about 1:45. Call me when you get in. Bye. No, get down. Clear, get down.
Welcome to Bell Atlantic. 21 saved messages. Hi.
Hi. What's going on?
Nothing.
You didn't hear anything?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean...
What?
Oh, just, there are too many people there today. I mean, I understand it. It's not anybody's fault. It's just, it would have been nice if he had called.
I know.
I mean, and, so she hasn't had a chance. She's gone now, but she didn't get a chance. Betty was very nice, like much nicer than normal.
Really?
Yeah, I think maybe she actually feels bad for me. I don't know.
Hold on, let me get a cigarette. Are you there?
Hi.
So she was...
You have the TV on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
MSNBC.
Oh, okay.
This Louise Woodward thing.
So this is what happened. So I called her about 7:30 last night, and she said...
Where were you?
At home.
Oh, good.
And she didn't know whatever it was. She tried to talk to him and call me back, but Nancy was still there. It was crazy. So I called her back like an hour later, and she still hadn't had a chance. And I was like, all right. And then I paged her, and I said, could you... Oh, no, that was when she told me that she didn't think so, and she had to watch her mom today, and her husband was mad, and, all the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay. So then I paged her, and I said, could you... Then I went to call her back to see if she could just at least ask the creep. Like, remind him that,
Right.
Even though I already reminded him 10,000 times.
Well, 10,001 usually is helpful.
So, but Nancy answered, so I hung up. Paged her, and I said, can you at least ask her, Monica? So then she called me back, and she's like, what's wrong?
You didn't say her, did you?
What?
You said her?
Right.
In the page?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because, that's how I refer to him, but because I think I don't know, it makes me nervous.
Yeah,
it's
true.
Stupid, but it's just, I think, it's safer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think with Betty, it's pretty easy when you say, can you ask him who you're talking about?
Yeah, that's true.
So,
okay. So
then she was like, what's wrong?
why are you upset?
She called you?
Yeah, so she called me.
Why are you upset?
And she asked me why I was crying. And I'm like, well, you know, I said, I'm frustrated. I said, I feel like, you know, I wanted to see him, and I feel like Marcia and Debbie are, you know, poisoning his mind. And it's like I haven't heard from him since last week. And, you know, so she was like, oh, no. You know, they haven't even, you know, Debbie hasn't even had a chance to talk to him this week. And I'm like, that's what you think, you know. And I didn't get into it, but it was like, yeah, and I bet you didn't know I was back there 3 times during the furlough, did you?
I know.
You know. So
I know.
It was just bad. So then she said, well, I'm going to come in early tomorrow morning and see what he wants to do.
Meeting today?
Yes.
Okay.
So then I called, and she finally was there at about 9:45.
Early.
Right. And, well, she said his first meeting was at 1.
Oh, okay.
So I was like, okay. So I felt positive about that. Well, yeah. So I talked to her.
Did he do the radio address today, or had he taped it?
He taped it yesterday.
Oh.
So, no, that's good.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, well, because if he had done the radio address, there are always people there.
Oh, true.
So she got in and she said, well, I got in this morning to kind of clean my stuff up from last night, and it looks like he's got, the Joint Chiefs are here, so he has a meeting at 10, a meeting at 11. You know, so she's like, well, I'm hoping he'll come in at least a few minutes early, and I can talk to him before Nancy gets here, see what he wants to do. So then I talked to her for like 10 minutes, I don't know.
When was that?
This morning. That was
11-ish.
No, 9:45. That was this whole thing. So he had a meeting soon.
Oh.
But then I called her later, and he was late to the meeting. She's like, I could have killed him. So Nancy was already there by the time she got there, and she had to leave at 12. So I talked to her, you know, but I mean, it's just...
Did she offer anything? I mean, did she say anything positive?
Hold on.
Yeah. I always hope that's her.
What?
I always hope it's you know who.
Oh, me too. Me too. And you know, it's so, I don't know, with my phone, the way it clicks, he always pauses before, like, I say hello, and then he pauses, I guess, to register to make sure it's me or whatever it is.
Yeah, well.
And so it's like, whenever there's this pause, I always like, it's him, and then it's not. So, she's gone anyway. I'm not going to hear from her. So...
What's his schedule like?
Well, you know, so I said, you know, I hate to ask you this, but what does tomorrow look like? Do you think you might be able to come in? So she looked at the schedule and she said, well, he's got church, and then the vote is at 2, and there are possible meetings before then. She goes, so I don't know. But it's irrelevant what his schedule is tomorrow, because she didn't get to talk to him. She had to leave at 12.
Today?
Yeah.
Oh.
See, so she came in, and then she had to leave at 12. Well, that's what she said.
Yeah.
I trust. I mean, she was not.
Yeah, I think so too.
You know,
she's got a lot.
Real straight.
She's got a lot going on too.
So. So then I said to her, I said, there's Veterans Day. She said, yeah, I don't know what the afternoon will be like. She goes, I don't mind coming in, you know. And then
I forgot about that.
Yeah, but he has all that stuff in the morning. And then I said to her, I said, you know, I know that he's alone this week. I said, and I hate to ask you this, but...
What week?
This week.
Coming up?
Yeah, the Baba leaves tomorrow.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's good,
well.
and then it's not good. You know what I mean? Because it's not good, because then I also know he can call. When he doesn't call, it upsets me.
I know.
So, you know, and I just thought about it. It's like, I sent him a letter on Tuesday that not only just asked him to call me, but also was, you know, I mean, like, all this stuff going on.
Well, you know, it occurs to me that when he said that this had to stop, right, he did say that, you know, you were important to him and that he was going to keep you in his life as a good friend and blah, 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 blah. And it seems to me that you have a good case. I would say to him, when you get the opportunity, I mean, he's like hiding. It's like he's hiding. I would say, if this is your definition of what, you know, following a romance constitutes friendship, I want no part of it.
Totally fine. I don't think you know, Linda, I just don't get the feeling that he cares. You know, I mean...
Anymore, you mean?
Yeah, you know, I think he feels that helping me get a job in New York is the right thing to do, and it is, and he owes me that.
Well, yes, it is the right thing to do, of course, since he didn't bring you the back.
You know, I just don't think that there's anything else, you know.
Well, I wonder where it all went.
Well, I don't know either. It disappeared, and gee, I sure wish I could learn to get rid of my feelings that quickly. So, that's just...
Where did you go before?
Oh, I had to go out to stupid McLean to have them check the car.
Is it all right?
Yeah, no, we had to get new insurance.
Oh, okay.
So, I cleared your car in for tomorrow morning.
Oh, good. What time again?
8:15. I don't know why you think you need to be there that early.
Because Doug wants me to start at 9 o'clock. Orchestrating the stuffing. I have this task force going on. I have every single, boy, do they hate me in DPCR. Every single person has to be in, including John Toohey.
Why do you say including John Toohey?
Because he never does anything.
Yeah.
And he basically says no. Whether he shows up or not is another story. So that'll be interesting. So what are you going to do tonight?
Oh, now my aunt's here, so I think I'm going to do something with her and my uncle.
Are they in Washington, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I'm in such a bad mood.
I know.
And I don't think I'm going to be able to stay on this diet anymore.
Why?
Because I'm so hungry. And I've been like, and this is just, you know, you can't win, right? So I go to get my hair done yesterday for no reason.
Yeah.
And they have a cake plate, Linda, with like my favorite kind of donuts.
No.
Yes. My favorite kind. With the white frosting and the multicolor sprinkles.
What, are they round?
Big, huge donuts.
Okay. White frosting and multicolored sprinkles. I never heard of these.
Have you ever seen donuts with the sprinkles on them?
No.
You haven't? What's wrong with you?
No. Are they with the hole in the middle or jelly?
Yeah, with the hole. Yeah, because they don't have this kind at the Pentagon.
Okay, so they had those?
They had those, and they had chocolate ones. They had, like, oh, my God, a plate of them.
How dare they? A beauty salon should know better.
I know, so I was like, oh, my God, so it was such torture.
Wait, did you eat any?
No.
Good girl.
So it was such torture, right?
See, you're going to be skinny on Thanksgiving.
I don't know about that, but so then I went and I did a good thing. I mean, for dinner, you know how we're allowed to have the baked potatoes?
Yes, thank the Lord.
I know. So what I did was I got food to go. I got a baked potato to go and sauteed mushrooms.
Ooh.
And it was so good, but I think there might have been too much oil. You know how much I've lost on this diet in 2 days?
How much?
Well, I've lost in 2 days.
You know what I lost this week? I just weighed in this morning.
That's incredible.
I know, but I have a whole lot more to lose than you, dear. And we've only been on it since Thursday. So from Thursday to Saturday is not all that bad.
Yeah, it is. When you're supposed to lose like 10 pounds in 7 days, it is.
Well, if you chuck it now, what'd you eat today?
Well, I mean, I almost blew it this morning. I wanted a bagel so badly I was going to die.
I know, so did I, coming back. There's this wonderful bagel place right next to Weight Watchers.
Really?
And normally, that's okay.
Yeah.
You know, you can have a bagel.
Right, no.
But,
you know, in these days it's nice because those bagel places, they have fat-free everything.
Oh,
you know.
I get it plain. I love a plain bagel.
Yeah.
But, no, I couldn't even have that. In fact, I have not eaten one thing today because I had to go to the grocery store to get, because today's fruit and vegetables day, and I didn't have anything. So I got back, got in the shower. I got up at 7:30 this morning and went to the gym.
Oh, my God.
Got my gym out of the way, hour and a half there. Then went to the Weight Watchers thing, and then, which probably isn't an accurate read on the weight loss because of going to the gym. But, now, tomorrow is bananas.
Yeah, I think I'm going out to dinner tonight, so I don't know that I can stay on that.
Can't you order vegetables?
I don't know. I'm going to die. No, Linda, I'm like nauseous. I feel nauseous.
What'd you eat today?
I had soup.
But Monica,
I know.
Look, at the end, this week is going to pass one way or another very quickly.
I'm not saying I want to go have pizza. I'm just saying I don't know if I can stay on this soup diet anymore.
I know, but
you know,
do you know where they're going to go?
No, I don't know where we're going yet. Well, I mean, what I'm thinking is
there? Let me finish my thought here. Is there any place that you like to go that has incredible vegetables? I mean, vegetables really can be very tasty.
Yeah, no, I know. No. I don't know any place here.
Bombay Club?
Nah. They don't have. Places don't serve grilled vegetables like they do in LA.
No?
No. LA, you can get delicious grilled vegetable plates. But,
you certainly have the choice. I mean, you can decide not to do it or not. I have to do it, but, you know, me doing this for a week won't even make a dent, so.
Yes, Linda, stop saying
Well,
that.
you know what I mean. If you do it for, what I'm saying is, you do it for a week, you're going to be halfway there.
No, I'm not, because I've lost. I mean, I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. I don't know.
Although I bet you Lindsay fell off the wagon. Well, Celia definitely did.
I think Lindsay did too.
And Lindsay...
Well, Lindsay doesn't have 1 pound to lose. I mean, if I looked like Lindsay, I'd be happier than a pig in...
I know, but she was like determined, and yet then one night she went, they had salsa and chips, so she had 2 handfuls of that. And then she has a couple other things this weekend. I know what's going to happen. But, like, you're right. She does. What's the point here?
I mean, I'm like, and I'm sort of like, oh my God, bananas and milk all day tomorrow? I don't think I can do that.
Can you tell me, because I can't find my copy.
Yeah.
After bananas and milk, what do we have to
Okay, then it's 2 days. Is it 2, right? 3, 4. Yeah, then it's 2 days of, all you're supposed to eat the next 2 days are beef and tomatoes.
Well, I'm off beef, so I'm just going to do the shortcuts and tomatoes. Okay, 2 days of that, and then what?
And then it's brown rice and vegetables and fruits, I think.
Oh, Jesus. And the worst day is the banana day.
Yeah.
If you can get by the banana day, boy, you have it licked. I made last night, I copied a Monica. I felt like such a jerk. I'm thinking you shouldn't have done it, but then again, you didn't get off work till so late.
I don't care, with the cut stuff.
Yeah, well, after Lindsay told me about that baked potato with mushrooms and onions, so I ran to the store after exercise. I don't remember, but my intent was to cut everything up, but it was so late. It was really late that I decided no. So I went to the salad bar and bought mushrooms and onions already cut up. It was so good. So good. I just wish I had the time to cook the whole baked potato in the real oven as opposed to the microwave.
Oh.
Tastes so much better.
Oh my God, my dinner took 10 minutes because I had to go pick it up. That was it.
And then,
but I think it was too big of an order of mushrooms. Like they were wild mushrooms, and I ate too many, and I felt really sick after. And I felt sick this morning.
Really?
I think I ate too many mushrooms.
Possibly.
You know what I mean? Just, mushrooms are not the greatest thing in the world.
Right.
But I just have been starving, and it's like...
what time is it?
It's 3:30.
Oh.
I'm craving protein. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know what I'm going to do.
Today's fruit and vegetables, right?
Right.
Well, I think
I would have felt... I mean, my jeans feel a lot looser, But I just feel like I would have been a lot more encouraged to stay on this stupid thing if I had lost a few pounds.
I wish I could convince you to just stay on it till Monday, and then get on the scale. See, I didn't get on the scale at all till I went to Weight Watchers because I didn't want to know. Because you're right, to go to all this agony, but you know what? If you stay on it, you know it's going to work eventually.
Well, I mean, yeah, no. I mean, I just...
How's it not going to work? I mean, how can you eat this rabbit and not lose weight?
Oh, I know. I don't know. I'm hungry and I'm cranky. I'm cranky. That's what's wrong with me. I'm really cranky.
Well, I understand. I mean, you have a lot to be cranky about, Monica.
I just feel like...
It's just this feeling of abandonment and, Oh, look, now I got to look at this. There's his mush over the radio address on MSNBC. Shut the up, Bubba.
I love you. So fun.
Oh, my God. Oh, and then yesterday, I had to go deposit my money in the White House Credit Union. So I'd take that stupid shuttle, which you're not supposed to do, but I do.
What do you mean?
We're supposed to do it for official reasons only. So I guess this is not official. But anyway, the guy had the radio on, and for the first time I heard the cheese thing on Jerry's.
Oh, they have a new one for the pizza.
Oh, yeah. This one was the cheese. All it said was the cheese. You know that thing you say about?
Yeah, show me the cheese.
Show me the cheese. Yeah. And I said he had it low, so I was trying to, and I cracked up. I said,
isn't that funny? I heard
meant to tell you that yesterday.
I heard it this morning too. It is so funny. They just show me the cheese, Dad. Show the cheese.
You missed your calling. You're such a good imitator.
You know what? You know what is bad about this, Linda?
Oh, what?
Two things. Just in case you didn't already know, because I haven't already bugged you enough. One is that it's like, oh, this is good. I'm here, and this is how much he ignores me. This is great. So I really know what's going to happen now when I move to New York. So that makes me feel a lot better. That's number one.
Well, I disagree to a certain extent because I think a part of it is he knows you want to come over, and you're in New York. It's not like you're going to be coming in every other.
It's no big deal. I mean, so what? A phone relationship? Yeah, that's a real. That's you know. So it's. I'm just mad.
You have every reason to be mad.
But a lot of it though too is that it's like, okay, this happens in everyday life. People stop liking each other. You know, women every day. I'm sure every minute of every day, somebody is getting dumped. You know what I mean? And so it's like, okay, you know, you just stop liking somebody. So he just stopped liking me. Well, part of the problem is that instead of just saying I don't like you anymore, he pulled out this other crap. So it's now become, you know, my obsession to prove him wrong. You know, really he's not trying to be good, and he just doesn't like me.
I know.
So he should just say that. And because, of course, I don't know, somehow that would make me feel better.
Except that I can tell you this, I don't have a firm feeling either way on that subject. I mean, I don't have a feeling either way that he's full of...
I don't believe...
And he was conning you.
Of what he said. I don't believe for 1 minute that he is being good.
You really don't?
I really don't. I really don't. I said to myself, I said, okay, I will believe he's being good if he calls me and we have phone sex, okay? Like while the stress is going on.
Yeah.
Because then I know he's trying to be as good as he can be.
Right.
But he's stressed out and he needs this.
Yeah.
And not only do we not have phone sex, I didn't even hear from him. And I think that's a guilt. I think he feels guilty.
Guilty?
Because he's with other people.
Oh.
So what, he's going to call me and maybe he's afraid I'm going to hear it in his voice? I don't know. God. It's all sad, you know, and now what? Now I'm not going to see him for 2 months, and now this week, the whole week is going to be today, no, not today, tomorrow, no, not tomorrow, no, and then he leaves. Oh, okay, great.
So is it really going to be 2 months?
Well, it will end up being, he's gone next weekend.
But gone all this week, right?
Right.
So what about Nancy's yoga or something?
Right, that's Tuesday, I know. But it's all a matter of getting him to agree, you know, and I don't even know, he hasn't even called me.
Well, if I were you, I'd be working on Tuesday really heavily with Betty, because...
Tuesday's also Veterans Day.
Yeah, so? He has all that in the morning, perfect.
No, I know.
Then he comes back to the office for a while, perfect. And that stuff's very early in the morning. So, and I think there's going to be a lot of Baghdad stuff going on, so I think probably if he knows in advance, when he does the Veterans Day stuff, he would say to Shelton and to Cohen, he would be able to tell them a time that would allow for you to come in between, because I guarantee you they're going to be over there.
Well, that's the thing, is some kind of an in-between thing I don't think will work, because if they're going to be coming over, you know you've got a lot of staff in the building.
Yeah, all right, so then even better later.
You know,
they're not going to stay all day.
But the bottom line truth is that he can see me any night of this week. Just like when he wanted to see me, and I got my ass over there at 9:30.
Oh, yeah, that was about me.
Right.
Yeah, that's lovely. Well, that's just because he was scared.
Well, but do you see what I mean? So it's not like it's not possible.
Yeah.
It's doable.
Yeah, it's doable.
So,
of course, now remember, that was more a crisis situation, and he didn't feel guilty asking Betty to stay. you know, I think there's a little bit of that involved, too.
Yeah.
You know, Betty might as well have a cot there.
So, I don't know. It's just mean, you know. It's just mean. It's just sad.
Well, he said he was going to call more.
Well, he lied.
Yeah, well, that's what I would say to him.
You know, I mean, he was good for 2 weeks. He was good for 2 weeks.
I tried to figure out whether I believed your version of what that one night, whatever night that was, the Eleanor Mondale thing.
I don't, you know what, Ellen, maybe or maybe not. I find it a little too coincidental for my taste.
Yeah.
I find it a little too coincidental.
But if she's in a new relationship, that just seems really bizarre to me.
She's in a new relationship. Maybe she's not sleeping with him yet. Anyway, there's the excitement. It's the president.
Yeah.
You know. He begged her.
Hey, Jack, boy, is he pissed he lost his case. All right, I gotta go let the dog in and put my groceries away. Not very much. So what time are you going out? You don't know? If you go off the diet, that's okay, because I know you will be still good.
Well, I just have to be. I mean, it's just my mom was saying to me, yeah, stay on it. Stay on. Oh, this is funny.
What?
So, I mean, I don't know. I certainly can't do it now because it goes down. I'm so fat. But Peter's, like, one of Peter's brothers or sons, somebody related to Peter by, you know, in-law or something or another, their cousin or their nephew or something like that is Matt Lauer.
Who's that?
Matt Lauer of the Today Show. The cute one.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So my mom had lunch with this lady the other day, not knowing that, and the woman wanted to come over to Mom's house, and so she went over to the apartment, and my mom had brought back this picture of me in Bosnia with all the troops or whatever, and I mean, it's a good picture of me, but of course it's just face up, you know?
Yeah.
You can't see my fat old body. So she was talking about how when I was saying, oh, it was the Bosnia, and this lady was like, oh, well, he just broke up with his girlfriend because she didn't understand. He had to be up at 5 in the morning, you know.
How old is he?
Matt Lauer, he's like, oh, I don't know, 30-something. He's so cute.
Is he Jewish?
I don't know. I don't care.
I thought you wanted someone Jewish.
Not necessarily. I haven't dated a Jewish guy. I've never seriously liked a Jewish guy.
No?
That's funny.
Well, that's because you're probably just not in the environment. Oh, see? Lots of options in New York.
Well, I know. I just want to hurry up and get there already.
What are you thinking of in terms of time?
Well, I don't know. I mean, as soon as possible is what I'm thinking, but I can't imagine it'll be before mid-December or early January. I know. I mean, we're looking at the middle of November already.
I know. When does Vernon Jordan get back?
Thursday.
This Thursday? Mm-hmm. Now, will he be calling you then, or what's the deal? How is that left? Is that what he said?
Well, I mean, he said, okay, I have your home number here. Good.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so he gets back maybe Friday.
Yeah. I'll be hearing from him the following week.
I mean, the fact that he mentioned his daughter, I don't know, it sounded like she had a good position there, right?
Right.
Makes me think that would be the logical first thing, keep it in the family.
Right.
I mean, you know, even though this is strictly above board, there's no reason why he couldn't help a friend. Anywhere. It's not like the Webb Hubble thing. But, I just hope that he moves on this quickly. I would think he would.
No, I mean, the meeting was so short. I never mentioned time constraint or anything.
Did you put that in your note?
No. You know, I just realized that.
You didn't mention that in the meeting?
No. You know, I mean, I think it was really somehow the meeting became to be a lot about what had happened.
As opposed to what needs to happen.
Right.
You know, it might not hurt you to mention to Betty that,
Because she has a dialogue going with him, I'm sure.
No, she doesn't really.
She doesn't?
I don't think she talks to him that often. I think she talks to him, you know, I don't know.
Well, I was just wondering if it might be worthwhile for someone to get that information to him because...
Well, the next time I talk to him, I'll just have to say it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, because I can't imagine he would at least call you to give an update. I mean, he's been tasked. He's going to do it. So...
Well, he said, I mean, tasked, I don't know. He said he'd help me. We're in business. I like that.
He's one of the most prominent, influential attorneys in the country. It certainly doesn't hurt having him in your pocket.
It's just, you know what it is, Linda? It's so hard to figure out the truth, you know? It's so hard. It's like...
I know what you mean, Monica. What you mean is all you want to know is that he really cares about you. Well, I believe he really does care about you down deep because I don't think this entire fiasco would have gone on as long as it did if he didn't. So, that's my opinion. I just don't believe it. You weren't one of his disposables. And I think the ludicrous aspect of it got to him. Like, holy, she could be my daughter. I would be fried. Even he would be saying to himself, even I can see that much. Do you see what I'm saying? So, I think if no one's ever going to be able to make you believe it, Monica, and I think he can be the hugest, well, that's a poor analogy.
Oh, can I come to your house and we'll go out?
You can come to my house anytime, of course, but go out? Go out where? No, we're not going to dinner. I'm on the soup diet.
Yeah.
Of course you can come to my house anytime.
We go to the movies or something. There are no good movies out.
I know. There is absolutely nothing.
There's nothing to do here.
Well,
I have no friends. I was crying this morning because I miss my friends so much.
Oh, Monica, maybe I should come down there and visit you. I have to be at work tomorrow morning.
Why don't you do that? Why don't you come spend the night here? Nobody here. We have Michael's bed.
I could do that, maybe. I'll tell you what, if I can make arrangements for Cleo, I would do that, because I'd just as soon do that and not have to drive all that way in the morning anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be bizarre. Would that be all right?
Why wouldn't it be all right?
Oh, yeah, but then if you're going out to dinner, I'd wait till later.
No, first of all, the reason I'm going with them is because I have nothing to do.
Okay.
It's not like something I couldn't get out of, number one. Number two, of course it's okay. Number three, I'm here by myself.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Allison left me a message out of the blue that said yesterday. So I'm just thinking maybe she could watch the dog, because she left me a message and it said, I'm just calling to see how you are. I'll drop by tomorrow sometime. And she said goodbye. But now, what time is it? I took my shower, I took my watch off.
Oh.
So I don't know what time it is, but...
Well, maybe it's 20 to 4.
So I'm thinking I could possibly call her and ask her to keep Cleo overnight.
Well, can you do that and then let's see so that then I can just...
Yeah, let me call her.
Okay.
And see if she's over there, or ask if they can watch the dog, which I can't do anything if I can't get the dog taken care of.
What about the neighbors?
I don't think they're home. I haven't seen them, and normally the girls pop in and out. I haven't seen them in days. And lately, last 2 nights that I've come home, luckily I've come home first as opposed to running my little errands that I have to do, like dry cleaning and this and that. And the dog was had her bladder tied in a knot and just raced me to go out the back door as soon as I got in. So that poor dog had held it from 6:15 in the morning.
Isn't there some place the dog can go to the bathroom?
In the house?
Yeah.
No, you idiot. Where?
You can't get some litter boxes?
No, a golden retriever? No. No.
Why don't you train your dog to go in the toilet?
Oh, listen, there are people who have trained their cats too. Boy, would my life be nicer if I could do that. Of course, I should stay home and do my laundry is what I should do, but because I'm lost all day tomorrow. I bet you anything I won't get home till really late tomorrow night. And Celia has already made it very plain. No calm time, no coming in late Monday to everybody.
Why?
Because she's a... So...
She can't really do that.
Of course she can't.
Legally.
I know the career people are pissed, really pissed, because they do have rights. I mean, Sked C's really don't have any rights. But Michael Byers and Bill Harris and stuff, they're pissed.
You know what I was thinking? I mean, it's just a kind of, I don't know, I'll take my suggestion that at some point next week, you'll go, ooh, stupid. But at some point next week, like the front office should have, just beer and Coke and chips and pizza or something out and have everybody, because really this is a really incredible PA effort, I think.
Oh, it's huge. And I was shocked that Doug named me the task force coordinator.
I think it's great.
And I thought, okay, well, that's what, it's got to be done right. And I think he did that simply because Celia didn't want to do it. It's just too massive an effort. But we have all stopped doing everything. Every single one of us has stopped our jobs. All we're doing is the rollout. So.
Well, okay, well, why don't you call Allison and call me back?
All right, I'll call her now.
Okay.
All right, bye.
Please step right up. We were there for them.
Oh, Monica?
Yeah.
Have you been calling me?
Yeah.
You all right?
Oh, I'm in a mood.
I
am. How are you?
Good. I wanted to tell you first that I had a message from Norma, which I just got, which probably was here all day. And she wants me to go to that thing tomorrow night, and she wants me to bring some guests.
What is this?
It's that show about the presidency at the Arena Theater.
Oh.
And they're having a dessert thing afterwards. Do you want to go?
Yeah? I'm sort of here. Well, let me tell you my situation, and then I guess I do want to go.
If you do want to go, then I have to call her back pretty soon and say yes. I'm not going if you're not going.
What do you mean
I'm not going because, here's why. I need to park my car somewhere.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
What if she has invited someone that knows me and does not like me? And then...
We don't have to hang around together. Do you see what I'm saying? We can, if we sense that it's dangerous to be seen together, we won't be.
Everything you need to get started. Printer?
Well, I mean, we might be sitting next to each other. Do you know what I mean?
It's no big deal. It's going to be a lot of people.
It's from Gateway.
A lot of people.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I think you should think about this.
It's totally fine. Look, I think it would be abnormal to worry about this. I thought about it, believe me. For both our sakes, I don't think it's a big deal. Because it doesn't look, look, it's already known that we're friends, right?
Right, but this is what I'm saying, okay? Norma has no idea who I am or what I am.
I don't even have to say your right and last name.
No, I understand that. Okay, let's just say she has brought Hillary's people. I don't know because of Evelyn. I don't know who knows what. Do you know what I mean? So what if they see me and they say to her, oh my God, and then it's a bad reflection on you?
No, it's not. I'm not worried. I would just say this is a friend of mine from the Pentagon. She works for my boss. That's all.
Do you believe in miracles? This woman didn't.
Well, you know what? You're worrying too much.
I kind of had a good idea. It's not going to work, but I paged that and...
When?
Well, I paged her at 5:30, and then, of course, she didn't call me.
I thought she wasn't at work. Oh, you paged her. Okay,
right,
gotcha.
I paged her, okay? And the message, I came up with this good idea,
okay?
That I might have to go to New York Thursday night. So, could we try and do this tonight? See, he's got a dinner until 10 o'clock tomorrow night. There's no way in hell I'm going to go there at 10 o'clock.
What kind of dinner, do you know?
Yes, 2 fundraisers.
2?
Yes.
In town?
Yes. Okay?
Are they at public places or are they at residences?
One is at a public place and one's at a residence.
Oh, yeah, he'll never get out on time anyway.
Well, even on time, but still 10 o'clock is too late.
Are you on the treadmill?
Yes. So, okay, then Thursday night he goes to a private dinner that doesn't get out until 8:30 or 9 o'clock.
Which night? Thursday?
He leaves on Friday.
Yeah.
I'm mad, you know. I am mad. I'm mad because he didn't call last night either. So had he called, that would have been a different story.
I know.
So I'm just so.
I have a sense maybe that page is going to make a phone call come.
Well, so she didn't call me back, okay? So then I thought, well, I paged her and I said,
is there any chance for tonight I may have to go to New York on Thursday? Monica. Okay, then I thought, well, what if she didn't get my page? Because remember that one time she didn't have her page? I was like, oh my God. All right, I'm going to try her one more time. If I don't get her, then I'll try her at home. Yeah. So I paged her, and then she called me right back. She said, I got your message. She goes, well, I don't think so. She goes, I haven't heard from him all day, and I'm not planning on going in. I started thinking to myself, you're not planning on going in, you know? Yeah. You're not stupid. So I said, well, I may have to go to New York on Thursday evening now, and I'm just kind of concerned because he's gone this weekend and next weekend, and then it's Thanksgiving. Yeah. So, she was very annoyed with me.
You could tell?
Yeah, I mean, it's to be expected. I mean, wouldn't you be annoyed? Yeah.
Well, what did you ask her to do?
So, I said, well, is there any way you can get in touch with him? You know? So she said she'd try and get in touch with him after dinner, which I'm sure she won't.
Okay, does she owe you a phone call?
Oh, well, you know, it doesn't matter whether she owes me a phone call.
Was it established that she owes you a phone call?
No.
Like one way or another?
No, she just said...
That's what I hate, the hanging.
So, it's just... I'm mad at him. I am mad at him. You know, but really the reality though, Linda, what's ridiculous is that it's like, I'm mad at him, but I really shouldn't be mad at him. I really should just be saying, you know what, I don't want to have anything to do with you. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm mad because he doesn't care about me. I'm mad because he's not acting the way I want him to act. You know, it's not really... Does that make sense?
You're frustrated, Monica. You're not mad. You're frustrated and upset. You translate it into mad. But,
I mean, I just feel a little bit like I deserve to be able to ask for these things because I got really over.
Oh, you got over, all right.
You know?
No one would dispute that.
Well, I'm sure he feels, you know, first of all, I'm sure he doesn't want to acknowledge it. And in his mind, his helping me get to New York is like, you know, I'm now not, how am I, because I'm going to have a job, blah, 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 blah. Do you know what I'm saying? That's what he's saying to himself.
Well, then he's dumber than a box of rocks, if you think he's saying that. I mean, that's just stupid. I don't know.
It's just frustrating.
I don't even know. What do you wear to these things?
To play?
Well, I guess it's a play. I think it's a one-woman show. Anne DeVries Smith or something?
Yeah.
I mean, it's right after work. Do you have to get very dressed?
No, I think you'd wear, like, a nice outfit to work that you'd wear there.
I have no nice outfits.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't, Monica.
The black skirt and the black Calvin Klein jacket is very nice.
What black skirt?
With the white top, the black long skirt.
Oh, that's way too big now. It was huge.
It is a speeding frenzy.
I could wear, am I allowed to wear black pants?
Yeah.
Okay, I could wear those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do that.
So, now was today the last day, or yesterday was the last day?
Tomorrow. Tomorrow. I'm sick of it, though. Well, I'm definitely doing something different tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm having beans and some rice with the soup.
Yeah.
Instead of just all fruit or vegetables again.
Yeah.
I'm just, you know, enough already. But I've been so good. So. Well, if he has those fundraisers tomorrow night, there's no way you're going to go tomorrow. All right, so wear something nice to work.
My hair is just got, Linda, you know what? I really don't want to go and see these people.
So you don't want to go?
I don't want to go if there are going to be Hillary people there, and you said there were going to be.
Well, I don't know how many are going because she said she has tickets left.
I think you should go.
I'm not going to go.
That is ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous. I don't drive in D.C. I have to leave my car somewhere.
So you can leave it at my house?
No, I can leave it at the Pentagon, but I need someone to go with me to go there. and then bring me back to my car. See?
Well, why can't you take a taxi?
Because I have absolutely no money. I mean, I just gave Ryan my last money, which I have to do again on Friday when I get paid, so I'll be absolutely broke again.
Why do you have to give him money?
Because of the stupid form of it.
The recording ends abruptly at this point. Here's a conversation recorded on Tuesday, November 11th, 1997.
Disposable, that's for sure. No, I thought you'd like to go to this thing.
It's something I would enjoy going to if, for 1 minute, if I didn't think that there was going to be anybody there that I don't want to see. You know, it'll just make me really upset. And I don't think it's good if it's somebody, you know, I don't know, I don't think it's good for you with Norma. I think she can be very advantageous to you.
Yeah, but I don't think you can hurt that.
I think so. That's crazy.
I don't agree at all.
That's crazy. I mean,
even if there was someone there who knew Evelyn or knew what Evelyn said, you've been gone for how long now?
For over a year and a half.
You're no longer an issue.
You want to bet? Then why can't I go back?
Well, I'm sure it's not going to be anybody from Legislative Affairs there.
No, but I don't know. It makes me very uncomfortable.
All right, well, I don't think I'll go.
Why don't you go with Lindsay?
She won't want to go to this thing.
I think we should try and figure out another way for you to go.
There is no other way to go.
Well, what if I drop you off?
What good is that?
Well, then you don't have your car issue.
Yeah, so I still have to get back to my car. You're going to come pick me up? It's ridiculous. You go to bed. It's not even an option.
Well, let's see. How about if I loan you the money for a taxi?
No. No. Plus, she told me to bring several guests on the answering machine. I'm going to go alone? That's really stupid.
Well, just say it was too late to note it.
Well, she actually asked me a couple weeks ago.
How about Celia? She's a good person to go with. She'd go in a heartbeat.
I don't know her number.
Little girl named Julia is going to be a dad again. Randall and 27-year-old wife Heather will give birth to their second child in June.
You know what? That's a good idea. That would get me brownie points with her, too.
Yeah, she'd like something like that.
All right, let me call information. Do you have a DC telephone book?
No.
You probably wouldn't know where it is anyway. I don't know where mine is. No idea where it is. All right, let me call information, see if I can get her number, and then I'll call you back.
Okay.
All right, bye.
Here's another conversation between Monica Lewinsky and Linda Tripp recorded on Tuesday, November 11th, 1997. The blanks in the tape are words and phrases edited out by the House Judiciary Committee.
You there?
Yeah.
What's the matter?
I'm just,
Nothing happened, right?
No. So, I mean, it's just stupid. It's like, duh. No, it's not going to happen because, I'm just pissed. That's all. I just want to get out of here.
I know. Well, hopefully you'll have you'll have information maybe by the end of the week.
Yeah, although I realize now that the trip is off, I also don't have all this time with what's his face.
Oh yeah, that's right. Well, you have another excuse though. You can call the lady or the girl or whoever.
Yeah.
Who was it? Mona?
Mona.
Yeah, and just say, we've postponed the trip and we're crazy here because of the situation.
Yeah.
And let's just wait a couple weeks until things tone down. Because I'm sure and you can just easily say,
no, I
know you're just as crazy.
Yeah.
So.
I just wish I could understand the creep. Do you know what I mean? Like,
no, I don't think there is any understanding him.
Like, what goes through his head when he thinks, she wants to come see me. I mean, the only thing I can think is that he just doesn't want to. Because it's the only thing that makes sense to me.
See, it's like the old ostrich syndrome. He doesn't want to deal with it.
I mean, I thought I was being nice. What's there to deal with, you know?
Oh, there's a lot to deal with, Monica, just because you're being nice.
Well, what I mean is, I'm not angry.
Right. No, I don't think that's the issue, though. I think that can contribute to it, sure, but I think the real issue is that you're a temptation to him. And I don't think he wants the temptation. He has decided this isn't happening. And I think phone, the whole bit, I think it's just all very tempting. But that doesn't make it any better for you.
Did you call Celia?
She is having eye surgery tomorrow afternoon. I completely forgot. Not really eye surgery, but something on her eyelid. Yeah. So I'll see. I called Lindsay. See if she and her boyfriend would like to go. And if she says no, I'm just, you know what? I think I'm not going to call Norma back tonight because she called me today. She's in New York. Oh, but I have to call her tonight because she'll be here. I won't know how to reach her. Well, maybe what I'll do is tell her that it's really crazy at work and I just don't know whether I'll be able to get out.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who else there might be that... What about Kate?
Oh, she works. Plus, she's not going to want to be seen with me.
Why?
She used to work with those people. You know?
Will there be anything else, sir?
It wouldn't be smart.
Hey, Kmart. That's big.
No.
Boy, I read it. Did you read the paper today?
No, not yet.
Which is good. I'm glad they're doing it. But the Creep's lawyers are arguing against letting the up her defamation claim against Danny Ferguson.
Oh.
Because, which is totally true. I think that's the most ridiculous thing. You know?
Well, she can sue who she wants, right?
She can sue who she wants, but she's already sued them for something. You can't change her mind and say, okay, no, it's not defamation because I don't want you to bring out because you guys are digging at me.
She can, though.
I don't know necessarily because what they were saying in the article is that she argued to the Supreme Court that the reason this should go forward is because she's trying to clear her, trying to get her reputation back, her good reputation back. So,
Who said you were?
I don't know. You know, I think it's pretty sleazy what they're doing.
I don't think so.
Well, I do. I don't think it's on the up and up to say, oh, the president would never go into her background, and then feed it all to Danny Ferguson.
Yeah, well, I think the reason he had to do that was because, in my opinion, I don't think it was, because all those women's groups started reacting.
Oh, wow.
When Bennett said he was going to do that, I didn't quite understand.
I mean, if he feels strongly that this is an issue, then he should pursue it. I mean, be straightforward about it. No, I mean, everybody knows what he's doing. It really looks bad, I think. Like, oh, let's give it to the state trooper. I mean, it just looks devious. It looks like they're using their power behind the scenes instead of just dealing with it straightforwardly.
Yeah.
I never thought that was a bright move, but it just leaves the field open for them to scream foul play, I mean, I don't know why he didn't just stand up and say to the women's groups,
I know.
She is attacking my good name. I have to defend myself. She claims that somehow her good name was tarnished. Well, let's determine what her good name was. I mean, I think you have to have a set of balls when you're dealing with this.
Yeah. Well.
All right, I'm going to go take a shower and go to bed. I don't know what to do about Norma.
It's very common to have a sort of a postpartum depression. Stop it right there.
I think I won't go. I mean, I really don't want to go. I have to work out tomorrow night. I don't want to miss a night. Went twice today.
Twice?
Mm-hmm. Well, because I got up early, so I went and did an hour and 10 minutes or so. And then I got a lot done today, and I felt like, well, I should go again, because they limit you. Because there were people in line, so I didn't do a lot when I went back. I just did it in 2.
Yeah.
So.
At this point, about 1 minute of this conversation has been edited out by the House Judiciary Committee.
Yeah. You know, like painted kind of old wood, and then it's got this really cute roses fabric tie that's screwed into it with like actual, not real roses, but fake roses on it. It's really cute.
How big?
It's probably like 2.5 feet by 2.5 feet.
Oh my gosh.
Huge. It's really big.
For your room?
Yeah. I don't know where I'll put it yet. That's why I got that.
Well, there's no sense hanging it now in this room.
No, I know. And then I got a piece of fabric. And to cover I have a piece that covers my filing cabinet now, but it's really not actually big enough, so I got a bigger piece. It's a cute piece of fabric.
Oh, nice.
It's a little vintage, $10 thing. And then my aunt bought me a gorgeous jewelry box. It's really needed, kind of. But I always want to call it décolletage, but I know that's cleavage.
Decoupage.
Decoupage. So.
Well, now, what was this for?
She wanted to buy me a present.
Oh.
So we had fun. So we walked around and we went into all the antique stores in Warrenton and had fun. And then we went to Middleburg and ate at the Backstreet Cafe. That's the name of the cafe that I was trying to remember.
Oh.
So we went there, so we did that, and then we walked around Middleburg for a little bit. She got a picture frame. Oh, and I bought a hat.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of hat?
It's real cute. It's maybe I'll wear it tomorrow. Like an everyday kind of keep your head warm kind of hat.
Yeah.
But it's really cute because I was getting the black one, and then I just sort of by a fluke I tried the camel one on, and the camel looked really cute. I didn't expect it to.
Ooh.
So it's a cute hat. It's got buttons on the side. It's it's like a warm hat.
Well, wear it tomorrow. It's going to be cold, I think.
I know. So,
I'm glad you did that.
So it was good. I didn't sit by the phone, but
Now, when does she go back to New York?
I don't know.
So she'll be around for a while.
Yeah, I think so. I may go up this weekend. I mean, I think I should. There's no reason not to.
Did you let it go already about not getting the party?
Yeah, I mean, something to do.
Yeah.
Doing her best, she doesn't need to be
You could start looking for, maybe it wouldn't hurt to start looking for places.
Yeah. Well, I sort of seem to be, it's sort of stupid, but my understanding from when I met with Elise is that you practically have to get a broker. Like if this Rudin thing doesn't work out, then I have to get a broker.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Maybe I'll look at the different buildings that he's got. And I'm curious, I want to go by the UN myself,
That's not a bad idea.
And kind of get a feel for it.
Take the train, you mean, up?
Well, I'd probably it's so much easier to fly, but I'd probably take the train because I think I have a train ticket, an unused train ticket.
Yeah.
So, I have to remember. Did I tell you I have to change my flight? I had to change my flight coming home from L.A.
What?
I'm pissed.
Why?
Because the London Brussels trip leaves at 7 o'clock in the morning on Monday. And I was supposed to get in at 5:30 on Monday.
Monday night?
Monday morning.
Oh.
So.
Oh, that doesn't give you any time.
No.
So now what?
So I have to change my ticket.
It's not gonna hurt your fare because it's not over a Saturday night, is it?
No, I just have to pay the $50 change fee. I know. She's a real pain in the butt. I better find my ticket.
Now, when does that trip leave? The Monday after Thanksgiving?
Mm-hmm.
And then you're gone for how long?
I think it's just like 4 or 5 days.
Well, the good thing is I hope you know what's going on with you before then.
Oh, I won't. I don't think I will. Because we've got, I have like a week and a half, and then it's Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I don't know.
No, I think you'll hear from Vernon before then.
Well, I hope so. He gets back Thursday. So, I hope to hear from him. If I don't hear from him by the following Tuesday, I'll probably give him a call.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
I would, yeah. I mean, you gotta act interested.
Yeah.
Although I'd be surprised if you didn't hear from him. I really think this is considered important to him because of the level of interest.
Yeah. Can you believe that has not even called me, since then?
No.
I haven't even talked to him since after,
How long has it been?
It hasn't been necessarily all that long.
Well, when was the last time you spoke?
I spoke to him Thursday. It'll be 2 weeks on Thursday.
This Thursday it'll be 2 weeks. So today's the 11th, 12th, 13th. So 2 weeks from the 13th. It hasn't even been 2 weeks then. Oh, well. You know what, though? Here's the deal. She's out of the country. I know he's exhausted from everything, and I know he's got functions, but I would assume he would call you this week, especially since you're not getting in.
Well, you don't know about that. You know what I mean? I mean, he's done... Remember that time when Betty was supposed to come in, and I was supposed to go over there? And I didn't, and everything got up, you know? He never called then. He could have called me that entire day if he didn't. You know? What time is it?
Now? 8:15.
I talked to her 2 hours ago. I know she said she was going to eat dinner and then try and get in touch with him. What? I mean, should I just leave it alone? I mean, okay, I know this. I know calling her is bugging her. You know, I know it's bugging her. And I said to her, it was sort of, I said, Betty, I hate doing this. I hate to ask you to do this. And there was this pause. I'm sure she was thinking, then what are you?
Right.
And I'm like, and I said, but I have no, I said, if it weren't for the fact that he's going to be out of town.
Well, I think it was a, reasonable request. I understand her hesitance, but, she should call you back.
So do you think I should page her at 8:30?
Nope.
What do you think I should do?
Nothing.
Well, she won't call then.
Oh, well. That was to get in tonight, right?
Well, I may still page her.
That'll not accomplish anything.
Well, it'll at least make her lie to me then. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, she'll lie. I don't think she called him tonight.
I don't think so either.
He has nothing tonight?
He has nothing. He has absolutely nothing tonight. She said, Ann, this really annoyed me too. I didn't quite understand it, but she's like, well, I don't know what time Nancy left. I went in to get my car at 10 this morning, and she wasn't there yet. So I'm sort of thinking to myself, I'm like, was he there? And you saw him? Or she's like, I know he had some legal stuff to do today.
Well, he was at the thing,
right,
wasn't
he had that thing until this morning, but it's like, I mean, I understand she wanted the day off. It was a holiday, but she also really...
Well, why'd she have to get her car anyway?
Because she left it there last night.
How come?
Because she and her husband went to... Her husband met her there. I mean, I didn't ask her why she left her car there, I'm assuming, because I know that she and her husband went to that Ken Burns reception.
Oh.
And then, this is not good. I don't know.
What, the plane ticket or the train ticket?
My plane ticket.
You probably put it somewhere for safekeeping. Well, I mean, the only thing that you could possibly hope to accomplish if you paged her again is to get her to call him and have him call you. That could possibly happen.
Well, should I page her and say, if I can't see her, can you at least ask her to call me? But then that's, do you know what I mean?
No, you'd have to be specific. You'd have to say, if I can't come in tonight, can you at least ask her if he can call me tonight?
What's the difference?
It's specific. Ask him to call me just means, well, yeah, he can do it this week.
Oh, tonight is what you mean.
Yeah, add the tonight.
Although, but then that's like the easy way out, and I don't think he'll call because he'll know I'm pissed I didn't get in.
No, not if you, no, I don't.
Don't you think? He knows I'm going to him. I mean, I'm mad at him.
I know.
I said in that card, it's like, kind of a you have to be. You know what I mean?
Oh, I'm beginning to think he's a huge moron, but that's my opinion.
I'm beginning to think he's just more than a moron.
Well, how about a combination? A moron and a... Alright, I gotta go do something about Norma. So, I'm not in the mood. Tired. She said she got my note and she loved it.
Oh, good.
She really has a nice family.
Yeah.
She's a nice lady.
Well, you're a nice lady, too.
Oh, you know, she's like a mother type. She's an older lady. Like a grandma type.
Yeah. Ugh, I made this pumpkin soup tonight. It didn't come out very well.
It didn't?
No, I don't know why.
I have the ingredients to make that pie that you gave me.
Yeah.
But I'm going to wait. I'm going to make it. I think I'll make it for Thanksgiving. Because, I mean, I have no excuse to eat desserts during the week, you know?
Yeah.
Or maybe I'll wait for the weekend. I know. Maybe I'll make it after I weigh in on Saturday. That would be a good idea. So, all right. Well, if you page her and if you hear anything, let me know. I doubt you're going to hear anything. Possibly a phone call. I don't think you'll get in. Watch her then call you 10 minutes from now and say, meet me there.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it just seems like whenever we think one thing, the opposite happens.
Yeah. It's just mean.
Well, his kid's not there. His wife's not there.
I know. So what
hard is this?
You know? I mean, and it's like, I could see where I was being unreasonable, you know, or real pain in the...
Well, the comfort you can take from this is I'm sure he doesn't have anyone else there either because she's not there.
Well, Nancy might be there. Like, Nancy was there today, and I called over there and she was there.
Nancy will not allow anybody in that back room.
No.
So that's what I'm saying. He's not seeing anybody.
Oh, well, that way. I went back there when Nancy was there. Nancy doesn't have to know. Believe me.
She sits right out there.
So what? There are lots of other ways to go in there, too.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, look, you know, I was back there 3 times when Nancy was there.
Well, wasn't he afraid the door will open? There's my phone.
Okay.
All right, that might be Ryan's. I better go.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
All right, bye.
Now, another conversation between Linda Tripp and Monica Lewinsky recorded on Tuesday, November 11th, 1997. The short blanks in this tape are words and phrases that have been edited out by the House Judiciary Committee.
Talk to him.
One day he pushed it too far. Well, it's hard to tell, isn't it?
You know?
I mean, if he's watching a movie with Erskine, I wonder what time it started. Is it almost over?
Well, if she called it, let's just say she called it around 7-ish and they couldn't find him, and then when she called at 8:30, he was in the movie theater. You know, I mean, it's safe to say the movie's not going to be over, let's just say, probably 10:30. So, I don't know, by the time he might call for messages, I don't know. You know?
That's not going to happen again.
It's just, I mean, he got a note from me yesterday.
Right.
And that note,
that note should have been enough.
You know, let alone that I had said it last week. You know?
Yeah, frankly, that note should have been enough. Yeah, I just want you to get the hell out of here and just to hell with this. This can no longer, this is no longer acceptable. It just has to go away.
You know what? I'm not giving him that paper away. I'm giving it to you.
No, Monica.
I'm not giving it to him, Linda. He doesn't deserve it.
Let's just wait and see.
Why? He doesn't deserve it. There's no explanation. Tell me one reason why he deserves it.
Because I always give everybody the benefit of the doubt. I want to see, if he doesn't call you while she's away, then I say save it for your children. But if he does, let's at least wait and see. Okay?
What is the reason that the man, I sent him a letter yesterday. I don't think I could have come closer to begging than I did in that letter.
Well, you weren't begging.
Yeah, I was. I mean, I pretty much am begging to see him. I told him last week I wanted to see him over the weekend. I said in two fashions of what I sent him yesterday. Plain and clear in the card, and the prescription. It was very clear I wanted to see him.
Well, he's totally unpredictable with what he seems to think is appropriate times for you to see you. So I'm just saying we don't know whether in his mind, what mind is unfathomable, a mind of his, he may be thinking, well, I'll do that Thursday night, or I'll do that Saturday morning. He's not, before I go, or whatever. Who knows what he's thinking? Do I believe he got it and just said, not going to get in touch with her? No.
No, I think he just was like, oh, okay, but I said Veterans Day, I mean, it just makes me mad. It just makes me really mad.
What occurred to me is, and I'm only saying this because it did occur to me more than once, that because he's away, because he's all alone, I wonder if he's afraid he'd be susceptible. I do think he thinks of you as a huge temptation.
I don't think he does.
I just got off the phone with Norma.
Oh, yeah?
So.
What'd she have to say?
She's chartering a boat somewhere next June or July. And she's having a few pals on this cruise, and she wants me to come. And I said, well, Norma, that will entirely depend upon... The last thing I'll do is get on a boat. And she said, then what a motivator.
She's funny.
Yeah, she is funny. She also wants me to meet her husband's protege, who's now the CEO of this Becton Dickinson company that he was the CEO of, which is coincidentally in the same township as my mom is.
Huh.
And she said if you are thinking of doing something else, he's one person I'd like you to talk to. But it's a pharmaceutical company, I think. I mean, I couldn't be less interested.
Really?
Yeah. So, then she told me she said, are you seriously thinking of leaving government? I said, yes, I am. And she said, well, I have another illustrious friend in San Diego who I could put you in touch with when you go out there to advance your trips. But he's also in some something or other institute, and, that's not me either.
Yeah.
So, anyway, but no, talking to her is very enjoyable. She said that she feels very close to me, and, I hate to sound like a skeptic, but why? We don't know each other that well. So, I proceed very cautiously. It takes me, generally speaking, I can tell right away if there's someone I would want in my life or trust. But with Norma, if I didn't know all the other surrounding minutia, she would be one I would like.
Yeah.
She said something interesting. She said, Linda, she said, I find that it was kind of insulting, actually. She said, I like to be mentally stimulated. I like to enjoy the people I'm with. I like them to be articulate, bright, and mentally stimulating. They don't have to be at my level. She said, it doesn't matter if they're not millionaires. She said, it would have to be a mental stimulation. And she said, and that's why I like you so much. And I'm thinking, so I'm one of the plebeians.
Well, I mean,
is that really necessary, though? I mean,
no, I know what you're saying.
I I mean, I come from a very nice family.
Yeah.
All of whom are academians. I mean, I have no embarrassment about my family. I come from a very nice home. Are we multimillionaires? No. Are my parents comfortable? Yes.
Yeah.
You know, and my father retired as a professor emeritus from Columbia University. I mean, I have no apologies to anyone.
No, exactly.
But apparently, I guess if you're a bazillionaire, it is an issue.
I
don't know. But anyway, so that was interesting. And then she wanted to know when I was going out to California because she often goes out there and she wouldn't mind being there when I was there.
Hey, I have an idea, Linda.
And then she asked me where else I was going. And I said Las Vegas because that's one of the places I have to advance. She said, I've never been to Las Vegas.
Why don't you, I mean, tell her obviously you can't have the government pay, but why don't you say you'd love to have her expertise on advancing the trip?
That's true, huh?
Yeah. Say, listen, obviously, you know, go for obvious reasons because of the way the government is. I can't take care of your expenses, but I'd love to have your input, especially on this new San Diego part.
That's an idea.
Yeah.
That is an idea.
Yeah.
Well, I'll talk to her briefly tomorrow night. Lindsay and Jason are going.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I figured I had to go. I mean, she was so insistent. And I know that she'll be so surrounded by bazillions of people that I really won't see her much, but...
Well, you don't know that.
I think it's not smart not to go.
Yeah.
And she's wearing a black suit, but she said, anything at all. She said it can be casual. She said, you know how these people are. They're going to come in whatever they wore to work that day, and it probably won't be particularly nice. So, I guess I'll just wear... I'll tell you, I love your coat, Monica.
Oh, good. It looks wonderful on you.
It just, you know what? It's that reefer style that's straight up and down, and black just is so much, it elongates so much. It's very flattering. Oh, I see.
It looks lopsided.
Oh,
so you really should move them over so the jacket looks normal.
I had so many compliments on that, and I kept saying, it's Monica's.
Well, don't. It's yours, Linda.
No, I decided already that this is something that it's just entirely too nice a coat, so I will take really good care of it and then have it cleaned, and then I want you to sell it.
I'm not going to sell it. Okay, can I tell you, you want to know something? Okay, my mom and I, there's a store in D.C., okay? And I forget what it's called, but they resell all these clothes.
Yeah.
So we gathered all our clothes because, boy, we were going to sell all these clothes and make a lot of money.
Yeah.
And you know... Also, you have to go through to try and do those kinds of things. You have to clean them. You know, you think you're trying to get rid of clothes. Or even, do you know the Salvation Army? You have to clean them.
You're kidding.
Give them to the Salvation Army.
Hey, you know where you should go looking? And I don't say this lightly. There is a little shop in Georgetown on the second floor, and it's called Secondhand Rose.
Oh, I think you told me about it once.
I can tell you that it's phenomenal. When I used to be thin and was at the White House, I discovered it because it was very close to my hairdressers at the time. And I had heard it from an on-air newscaster who told me that that's where all the on-air newscasters got rid of their clothes because you can't wear the same thing continually. So, anyway, it's wonderful. I mean, they have your typical not so nice, some non-name clothes, but they have a wonderful selection of wonderful things. Evening wear, everything. It's a tiny hole in the wall. But for your size, I mean, you're an 8, right? I mean, for the most part.
What?
And nice names. I mean, I saw so many Donna Karen things there. And just things that, because of the clientele they have, they're up to date. Something still has the labels on them. I mean, the price tags.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, maybe we should go in there someday.
Yeah.
But, so it's a tiny hole in the wall. It's nothing, you have to walk up the stairs and dark. But when you get in there, it's worth looking anyway. So, all right. Well, Monica, don't be depressed.
You know what? I'm just mad. I'm really mad. And it's like, I don't want to have to be pissed at him. I don't want to have to be in a fight with him. But I'm so angry at him.
you know, I don't know why he has to hurt me so much. I don't know why.
I don't either. It doesn't compute.
You know?
It's as though you're dealing with two different people.
You know, I mean, and I feel like, and I want to say to him, and I know he's not going to call, but it's like, if he did, I would want to say, you know, I've given up everything for you to try and make this easier for you. For you. For one person, I've made this easier.
Well, yeah. Of course that's true. Ouch. I mean, you also, when you think about it, your whole life will be changed because your plan was never to go live in New York.
No.
I mean, that's a huge change. It's a huge new direction for you. I think it's a good one, but the fact remains that he is responsible for this.
I mean, he'll just get mad and start yelling.
Yeah. Well, you know what they say, the best defense is a good offense. It's easy if he starts yelling, then you can immediately back down and say, okay.
It just makes me mad. You know,
whenever you get to this point, something happens. I don't know.
No, I'm not at that point. I'm beyond that point. I mean, and it's like, you know, he just makes me so angry. You know, it's like, I think he has no idea what I'm going through emotionally.
He never has.
I mean, and it just, I cry every day. And there's one person in this world who keeps me on this planet, and that's my mother.
I know.
You know, and it just...
But I know she wants you out of this, too.
No, I know, you know, but I mean, it's like, if I didn't have my mom to know, just knowing how she would be if I was not here, she would, then that's it.
Well, you know, Monica, it would be like killing her.
You know.
You might as well take out a gun and shoot
I understand that, you know, and so it's like,
But here's what I have to say about that, Monica, and I know you're not going to want to hear this. And I'm not a shrink. But Monica, you are a beautiful, smart young woman. To think that the emptiness that this is causing you could make you even think that way.
But it's not just him. It's been my entire life. And
No. You have not found your niche. You are much more comfortable with older people. You are, you know, I thought about what you said when I said you should go out with Lindsay and her friends, and you said that's not your scene. And I had to reflect because it's been a long time. And I realized it was never my scene either. I never really fit. I was always older somehow. Not quite as old as you, but I never saw the sense of going to a bar and talking to a bunch of jerks who I couldn't care less about. And I was never into that scene, ever. And I got married very young because of it. Because I thought, and I made a wrong choice. But you, just because that's not your scene, and just because right now you're not swimming in a pool that allows you to meet the right kind of people, you think you don't fit anywhere.
Well, it's not that. It's that it scares me to think about how much I care about him and how comfortable I am with him and how I just feel complete when I'm with him. When I'm there and he's not shutting me out.
I know.
You know, and it just feels like it...
And it feels, you know, empty and awful without it.
And I know you know. I've just been through a lot.
You've been through.
And I'm just really disappointed.
And you've been so brave. You have been so brave. Because feeling the way you do, it is so crushing to go through what you go through on a continual basis. But on the other hand, you have never been able to appreciate the hugeness of all this.
No.
And because of that, you see this as...
But it's like now, part of what eats me is this, I mean, it's jealousy. It's jealousy. They get to be there, and they get to see him every day, and they get to spend time with him whenever he wants them to.
But you always said to me that if you had to be there and you couldn't have a relationship with him, that would be very painful for you.
Yeah, but I don't know that would necessarily be the case if I was there.
Well, I know. I think that's part of the problem.
You know?
But Monica, the other thing is that I believe if things are meant to be, they will be. And whatever your connection with him is or was or will be, I believe, based on what you have told me over the last year, that there's some sort of connection going on there. And so the fact that you're moving up to New York and starting a new life doesn't necessarily negate that connection. Does it put it off? Yes. Does it take you out of his daily sphere or the potential to be in his daily sphere? Of course it does.
I just feel like you know what I feel like right now? I'm totally off his radar screen. You know, and so it's just hard. It's just hard to deal with it all. You know, my reputation was shot. My pride was lost. What I sat and what I waited for and what I sat by the phone for, what I fantasized about, what I dreamt about, what he led you to believe, Monica. I know he led me to believe, but I'm just saying, it's gone now. It's all gone. And it's just very frustrating. So I don't know. You know, I just never, you said it the other day, you know, I don't know if he's full of shit.
I know.
You know, or he's honest.
Well, you know, it wouldn't hurt. I mean, there is no guarantee you'd get a true answer. But if I were in your position and I felt this way, I would have to say, was everything, or was there even the tiniest element of truth? And if you were...
Say the tiniest element of truth, you go, oh, I'm not full. I've always been honest with you. I've always been straight with you. That's what he'd say. You know.
Well, the difference is that older women, married women or older women, don't make any emotional demands on him. And
I can't imagine that, to tell you the truth. I really can't imagine that Marcia Scott doesn't make any emotional demands on him. No.
I promise you they don't, Monica, because it's a safer relationship that way. And I don't know what the status of their relationships are with him right now, but all I can tell you is that a woman at that stage in her life is not looking for commitment or love or whatever love is. They're not. It's more entertainment than it is the emotional connection. And I can promise you, because I do know that they are not, their souls don't match his. And I think yours...
Mine doesn't either.
I think
pretended it to be.
No, I don't know that yours does either. I just know that there was some sort of soul connection going on there, which I think exposed a side of him to you that he doesn't show many people. And that's where you get this little boy stuff. And I think it's true. I think some of the things he said to you are very true. I think he did have a childhood. I think he had a horrendous childhood. I think it scarred him for life. And just every now and again in life, you run across somebody through, it doesn't matter. I told you, I met I know that wouldn't fit for me. And yet we were such incredible soulmates. It was very painful to remove myself from that. I think about him to this day. It wasn't a choice, but do you see what I'm saying? I didn't expect, anticipate, or want that connection with that person. It was as though I knew him in another life, maybe in another body, maybe, I don't know. But it was a very, very, very intense connection. So no, I don't think he's lying about that. I think he, for whatever reason, turned it off. But I think he did it intentionally. I think it scared the out of him. And I'll bet you money that if he is still around, he's down with safe.
Some said we used to do the same thing. Maybe genetically started and come from it.
For once, try to remember that you're...
It's back to